We are streaming. Is my hair too? I gotta like mess it up a little bit. I gotta mess it up a little. Hello. Hello. All right. Well, we are streaming. So I was just having a conversation with somebody on a YouTube channel called TransNetwork. And so I'm going to just make a quick call. I was just crashing their stream, and I wanted to, honestly, I wasn't even planning it, but now that I think about it, why am I not networking out to like pro trans, like streamers? Like this person is just sitting there teaching people how to like feminize their voice, and they're super nice, super cool. And we're gonna give him a shout out, and we're gonna give him a call. All right, let's see if they answer. Okay. And hello, how are you doing? Wandering Robot Studio says you should be networking. I couldn't agree with you more. Let me get this going. I'm going to call them. Let me let everybody know that, hey, everybody, I'm streaming at everyone. Streaming live. By the way, happy, what is it? Labor Day? Happy Labor Day. Happy Labor Day. What a happy Labor Day. Don't look up the history on Labor Day. It will make you very upset. You'll be like, where did it go? Where did it go? All right. James Miller says, what's up, jerks? Okay, let's give him a call. We're going to give him a call. Let's see. Stream room. Oh my God, they're in a room. All right, hold on. Let me just make sure I got out all my ducks in a row. I'm using not my usual microphone. I'm not using my usual headset. This time I'm just using earbuds. So that's what that is. Let me see if I can jump right in. We're going to see right now. Okay. I really should. Let's see. Let's have, I'm going to have let me get Chrome up so you can see their channel itself. But I have it muted right now because I don't want it to like overtalk. But this is them. TransNetwork, trans voice lesson with Kari. That's really cool. That's really nice. Okay, I'm just going to crash them. Let's see what happens. All right, hello. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, okay. Yeah, not bad.
I just discovered
first of all, is
your
this
channel.
all working fine? Yeah, cool.
Yeah, you can hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Yep.
Right,
okay,
cool. I guess try typing the chat just in case I like fucked that up.
TransNetwork discussion. All right. Sorry, I'm just getting timestamps ready.
Yeah, no worries. No, it seems like it's working, so it's fine.
Good. Do
you need my video or anything?
I mean, if you want. We don't have to. If you want. Here. I'll turn on mine. I'll turn on mine just for you. Here we go.
Sick.
Turn on camera. There we go. Is my hair? Nice, my hair is too like. It's too nice.
Your hair looks fine.
No, it's gotta be
your hair
like...
looks fine, dude. Honestly. All right, I'll grab
I don't network. I just realized.
Yeah.
Like as I was just crashing, I was like, ooh, a trans channel. So then I like clicked it.
Hells
and
yeah.
I was like, you know, see, I'm not as fancy as you. You got these really cool transitions. I don't have these freaking transitions. I
can teach you how to do that if you want.
Yeah, you'll have to, because I just have this. I just like jam in. You know, I'll be like, all right, window capture, Discord, 7, because I don't know. I have 6 others that I can't find. Let me see if I can. Oh my God, what am I doing? Holy crap, that looks terrible.
The stream looks messy, but whatever.
Yeah, I got this. Hold on. I'm a professional. I could do this.
Listen, I have just like thrown you on my just chatting screen. I don't have anything special for this.
All right. I think I don't have anything special either. All right, hold on. Let me just. Okay, I think that's.
Oh, you know what? I'll use the lesson screen, and then if I just move stuff around, then you'll look all fancy and shit. Hang on.
Well,
I mean, you'll have a pink ass background, but
oh heck, I guess yeah,
live with that.
Whoa, based. Do it. Yeah. All right. So, okay. You said you want to get into debate. Why would you want to do that?
I just like it. It's just really fun for me. And like, okay. Here's the thing. Nobody likes debate, and so if you're one of a few people that do like debate, nobody debates you because they all hate it.
Well, I have like
everybody in my life. It's like. Sarah wants to debate something. Yeah. And like, first of all, you brought it up. But secondly, come on, it's fun. I fucking love
I have this poison. It's a poison in me that I adore. I love. I don't know what it is. I love to argue. I love arguing with people.
Okay.
I love having
you
heated
have sound. Why don't we have what? Sound? Okay, pause for a second.
Do you hear me?
Let me see if I can fix that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I see the issue. Hang on a second. Dodgy cables. I need to replace all of this stuff.
Oh crap, let me put on do not disturb for the phone call.
Okay.
We're gonna take calls after this, guys. So hang tight. But okay. I just wanted to have a discussion with.
Not a professional stream over here.
Yeah. No, I was telling.
I can hear you now.
Yeah. Anyway, so.
Cool.
Yeah. So like, I have this poison about me that I don't know what it is, and I've just been this way, I guess, my whole life. I love just getting into heated discussions with people. I don't know what it is. It's awful. It's awful. I know how to turn it off. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm like super toxic everywhere I go, but it's like when somebody wants to debate, you better have your ducks in a row, because I have this litany, like it is like a smorgasbord of just reading that I have done and debate that I have done. And, you know, I debated, Andrew Wilson on Modern Day Debate.
You debated Andrew Wilson?
Yeah, I did. I debated Andrew Wilson. You know what's wild?
Okay, how did you find that?
Well, it was awful. It was actually horrendous. Yeah, because what happens is that when you debate Andrew Wilson, is what comes with that is the thousands and thousands of followers that cannot stop gargling his bottom region. They cannot. And so anybody that even remotely comes up to him and challenges him in any way, shape, or form, you're just going to get harassment for like the next 2 weeks. It's horrendous. I hate it. But it's wild. Like, they'll tell you like, oh, you lost the debate. You lost the debate. You lost the debate. I've probably watched that debate about 3-4 times now. And every single time I come to the same conclusion. It was like this, like I brought up, I said, how do you determine somebody to be a woman? And I got him to concede that you look at them. I'm like, yeah, that's correct. That's generally what people do to determine somebody is a woman. And I said, okay, so if they pass, then by your light, they would be a woman. And he said, give it to me in a syllogism. I'm like, are you freaking serious? Okay, fine. Syllogism. And I sat there for like 5 minutes. I didn't even use like ChatGPT or whatever. I literally like wrote down like Notepad++, just providing the syllogism. And I gave it to him step by step. And he said, he was like, well, your argument is valid, but it's not sound. And in the moment, you know, in that moment, I was like, I don't remember what philosophy book that I
Which
read.
one's which? Yeah.
I'm just like,
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. And then he took my syllogism and he transferred man and woman to cat and dog, effectively creating a straw man into a false equivalency. And I just told him, I didn't catch it at the time, but his argument was effectively a fallacy. And then that was it. We just went into Q&A, and then I got harassed for like 2 weeks from his fan base. And they're just like, you lost that debate. You suck. You're terrible. Don't ever stream. And I'm just like, I don't give a crap. Anyway. I should.
So the thing to remember with Andrew Wilson is like his whole thing is he'll never know anything about the actual subject matter, and he doesn't need to know anything about subject matter because he just knows a lot, and he does know a lot about just debate and the act of debating. And so he will just throw at you like, give me it in a syllogism, give me it in like this, and like he'll just throw enough things at you until he finds something that you don't really remember, or like, because like most of us study the content of a subject, the actual thing we're debating, not like every single fucking fallacy or whatever. And so like eventually he will find something that you just can't quite remember what that word means, or like how it works in his context, and that's where he'll get you. And it has nothing to do with the subject matter at all.
It drives me nuts.
Like it is just a debate tactic, effectively.
When it comes to like right wingers in general, I swear to you, the trans topic is hands down the least understood topic. They literally know precisely nothing. It's wild to me. I've told them so many times. I've said, what literature have you read on this topic? Right? Because I'm sitting here, I've picked up like books on the endocrinology, the neurobiology, the psychology, the sociology. I've picked these things up, and I've, read various studies understanding the trans topic. And, and I'm just like, what have you read? Holy crap. snaketurbanhead just donated $2. Thank you very much. Shout out. He stated, shout out to First Amender. You destroyed Andrew Wilson. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Most people don't think that.
Hells yeah.
I'm actually kind of worried because like one day.
How big is Andrew Wilson?
He's huge. He's got like
most people.
What is it, like 220,000
is it just Andrew Wilson's fans like
subs?
Wilson?
He's got so many subs.
Right, okay.
Let me pull it
up. So when
Andrew...
you say most people, what you mean is just he has a bigger audience than you. And so like when people, right? You know what I mean? See.
Where's Andrew? Is Andrew? I can't even find his channel. I can't even
I'll
find
see if I can find it.
What the
is it his channel or is it
Andrew Wilson, and he just doesn't pop up anywhere?
It might be the Crucible then.
Yeah, that's right. You're right. He calls it the Crucible.
Yeah.
That channel where he like
220K.
220,000. That's so much.
Yeah, exactly.
How do I?
Okay. There's a follow-up question I have for you then. How the hell did you get a debate with Andrew Wilson? He's a fucking big name now.
I emailed James, who's who runs Modern Day Debate, and I said I want to debate the trans topic. He says, okay, well, we got a debate with Andrew Wilson. You up for it? I'm like, whoever. I don't know who the hell these people are. Awesome. These people are losers. Like, I don't care if you have 220,000. You're a millionaire from, I don't know, being like a right-wing chut. Like, you're literally the stereotype of like the latest season of South Park episodes where they're like those debate bros who are just like, women don't deserve rights and women need to be in the kitchen. I'm like, dude, seriously? Just like, and this has been my rebuttal to all of these like right-wing, like Christian, or ethno-nats, I've told them, I said, dude, stop, just stop. Here, I've got a solution for you. You don't have to change all of society. Go be a Mennonite. Seriously, go be a Mennonite.
Sure.
Think about it. What is a Mennonite? A Mennonite is like somebody, they live in a secluded area in the United States. The women stay at home and take care of the kids. The men go out and work in the farm, and they put God before country, and they just live their, tradcon life. Go be a minute, stop wasting everyone's time. Stop wanting to take away basic rights from people, and go live the life that you say you want. Screw these people are monsters, dude. I hate them. I'm sorry.
I think just they want to they want to have more than that. They want their world as well as a bit of modern technology, the nice things that actually come with modern globalist life,
Wait, there's Mennonites that have cell phones.
All of those cool things that really everybody likes. Oh,
you could bring your cell phone and, I don't know, be a right-wing chud on Twitter. That would actually be, I would actually kind of commend you for actually living the life. But I think, you know what I think? I think when push comes to shove, these bitches won't do it. They'd be
of course not, because I don't actually want that.
Yeah, no, because they're like, there's no freaking way. My livelihood is just too good. And it's like, why would I want to live a life where, I don't know, I'm making jam all day?
Yeah. Why would I want this super traditional masculine life. Yeah. I'm going to make videos on YouTube.
What? That's a good one.
What? Explain that. So you're going to be like an arts kid. That's your traditional masculine role. You're going to be the arts kid that makes YouTube videos. That's okay, buddy. Okay.
You guys are assholes.
You can come over to our side and be like, that's fine. But traditional masculine roles isn't making your artsy little YouTube videos. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's so true.
Go work on a field or some shit or whatever men do, I guess.
Yeah. If I were you, right? Just FYI, the debate community is very super toxic. If you want to get into debate, I'm just offering you forewarning because to be honest, having a positive channel that people resonate with as opposed to arguing, honestly, you'll probably get more viewers doing that.
It's sort of that. So that's the difficulty with it for me. It's on one hand, it would be cool to I would enjoy it. It would just be something that is very fun for me. But my community would probably hate it, and it's probably going to bring a flood of arseholes into my community that are going to be a problem.
Yes.
And how do I balance that?
Correct.
Realistically, it'd probably just be a very difficult thing. Or maybe I can, I don't know, if somebody within my community already wants to debate some random thing. I debated AI with somebody. Or we should really debate it. We just talked about AI a little bit. Maybe that's the best I could realistically do while keeping because I am running a business here. My income is teaching people how to change their voice, and
really?
That has to be the priority. I can't. Yeah. If I was to engage too much in that world, and then a whole people come in and kind of ruin the show, then it'll affect me financially. But it'll also be what we have a Discord of it's only small, but 300 people that are gaining something from having that community and having that space to learn and grow in their transition. And that's probably going to be compromised if I engage in debate too much.
No, yeah.
Anyway, it's whatever.
I would probably just say that make sure your filters are on, there's automated filters that are just built into things like Twitch, for example. That's number one. And number two, just have moderate people who are just there to moderate,
that's my next thing. I'm building up some moderators. Both we have a couple in the YouTube chat, but we don't have a lot in the Discord yet. I did have one person who I abandoned pretty much straight away because people just let me know, oh, something's happening. Go check your Discord.
You've actually got a lot more going on.
Yeah, well, somebody was spamming gore just randomly.
Yes. You're gonna just get
managed to get through the content filters, but it's whatever. When it's one or two people, it's you ban them, and that's job
exactly.
Done,
Well, there's not just the banning, but sometimes you get raided, and you just need to be aware that it's hey, if you have I can see, for example, you have multiple, group, text groups. I mean, you would have to go to each one and lock it down in the event of a raid, because that happens. And so Christ. You just have to, it's awful. Yeah. I've dealt with this stuff.
Oh my God, that would take so long in this.
You're
only seeing some of the channels. There's another 70 odd that are hidden that are
Wow.
like different people that are having lessons, and the chat within like just me giving them lessons.
Oh wow.
Just like for private lessons and stuff.
That's great. Wow. Do you charge for your services?
Yeah, so the rates are going to be going up in October, but currently
See, look, I got somebody
charge,
reading my chat right now. I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
yeah,
Hey, Bo, bro,
pause,
can you
take
deal with?
minutes
That's his name. I don't know.
At least
Right,
we
go
get
ahead.
a good JoJo reference.
Speaking
yeah,
of
yeah.
which,
Yeah.
wait, I was going around, and then there were like some clearance shirts, like just for sale, and I was just, and it was like $1. They're like, hey, $1 per shirt,
okay.
and I went in and I saw this shirt that was like soft, and look at it. It says. I'm like, it's like trans affirming, and it says ora. I'm like, this is perfect. I'll take it. $1? Sorry. Go ahead.
Hells yeah.
I interrupted you. Go
No,
ahead.
you're all good. You're all good. No, you're asking about like what I charge and how that works. So I'm not in freedom currency, I'm afraid. I'm in GDP or GB, whatever we call Great British Pounds, GBP. There you go.
Yeah, that's fine.
So
Let me
£20
look at the
for
conversion
private
rate.
lessons. I think it's like $27. I think something like that. Yeah, £20 for private lessons, and then the public lessons. So the one that you would have seen at the start of this stream, that's free at the moment. They're going to be going up though to £15 for the publics and $35 for the privates.
That's pretty cool. Tell me about your
Hells yeah.
channel. You know, I do want, so like, I do have people who are listening, and there's going to be more on this channel. So, yeah, tell me
yeah.
about your channel, you know.
Yeah, so the channel is, I'll be honest, a bit of a mess right now. I'm working on it. But yeah, essentially, so my main thing, and what you'll see as almost all of the channel, is trans voice lessons, gender affirming voice lessons. So like for your audience that don't know, trans people, so testosterone is a thing that you are hopefully all aware of.
By the way, keep talking. I'm stepping away, but
yeah.
I can hear you. So go ahead.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, so testosterone is a thing that anyone that goes through like male puberty, so any AMABs, you will have testosterone going through you in puberty, and that's where a lot of your puberty changes come from. One of those changes being your voice. If you are AFAB, but then take testosterone as part of a masculizing HRT program, then your voice will also masculize as well as everything else. But those changes are permanent. So everything that happens in terms of your voice changing as you go through puberty, that's all permanent. So for trans women specifically, HRT will do nothing for your voice. For trans men, totally fine. Testosterone will change your voice, and again, that's that permanent change. So also for anybody that is like legitimately needing to detransition, they also have this situation of if they've masculized, then their voice is changed, and that's irreversible in terms of the anatomy changes. So to change a masculized voice, you have to learn to do it. You have to do that through voice training. So my voice started off over here. This is what my voice sounded like for the past, before I transitioned, before I learned to change my voice. And this is what I've learned to do through vocal feminization. There's a whole process to it. But yeah, my channel is all about teaching people how to do that. You can masculize a voice, you can feminize a voice, you can androgynize a voice, you do whatever you want. So yeah, that's kind of what I do here. And then when I'm not doing voice stuff, I'm just kind of hanging out with chat, really.
Do you have a donation link or?
Oh, sure. Yeah. So I do it all on Ko-fi. So ko-fi.com/transnetwork.
You gotta have that in your description. You gotta have it into your.
I should.
Throw
Wait, do I
it in
not
your
already?
description. It's not there. I don't see it.
You are super correct.
But let me look.
Let
Let me see if I can find it. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna make a conceited effort.
It should be in the stream description at least. Either that or I am trash.
It's not. Oh, there it is. There it is. I found it.
There we go.
I was just being stupid.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
All right. Let me hide my Chrome real quick.
I tried to send it to you, and then I fucked it up. But if you've already found it, then that's fine.
All right. Let me just do a. I'm gonna do a quick. I'm gonna send you a one time. Okay.
Chat. Yeah. Sure. Thank you.
Only because I crashed your thing and you've been very cordial. So hold on.
No, hells yeah. I'd love to hang out and stuff. You're content for me right now.
All right, so it's 10 euros. So British pounds, I think that would be like what, $12? All right, well, here you go.
Yo, thank you. That's like that's a donation. That's not like a little tester.
Yeah, here we go. Let me see if I can. Come on, do it.
I'll let you know if it works.
Let me see. Sorry, give me a sec.
No, you're all good. You're all good. I'm not gonna.
God, and I gotta dox my name. If you see my name, do not.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
It should just be your username.
Okay,
Kofi,
good.
So you can change that to whatever you want.
Good. Well, hopefully, let's see.
It'll show up in my PayPal, I guess. But
all right.
I promise not.
Yeah. Don't do that, because if people get my name, I'm very, very easy to find. Very painfully easy to find, and so okay. So anyway, I donated. There you go.
Well,
okay, so
huge thank you for that. That's super, super generous of you. Thank you.
So, somebody told me they're like your voice is perfect to feminize, and I'm like, what? I don't know if that's the case. I don't know. I don't know what's involved.
So I would say any voice is perfect to feminize, really. There's a bit of a idea that some people are anatomically better set up or whatever, and really I find that the most relevant factors are just how much does a person really practice, because nobody practices as much as they should. I didn't practice as much as they should. Nobody does. I don't care how much willpower you have. Nobody practices as much as they could be. But also just random things that people run into, and everybody's a bit different with that. You might muddle one thing up with another thing, and that might just happen, and somebody else doesn't muddle those things, and therefore person A is a slightly slower than person B, because we have to then detangle that. But it's whatever, everybody varies by quite a lot.
So what is the general process? How does it work? What are some techniques?
Yeah. Okay. So all right, we'll be going quite in depth here. You ready?
Okay. Yeah. Go for it.
Okay. So what testosterone actually does is there's three main things. Inside of your we'll move my mic so you can see my neck a bit better. Ugh. Can we do this? Shadows are being annoying. Well, there we go. Okay, so can you see, first of all, on my neck here, everybody has this, but it's very prominent on my neck. I have a very slim neck, I guess. This little tube here. You see that?
Yeah.
This tube here is called my larynx. Okay, it's think of it as just a box of cartilage. When people say the voice box, that's what they mean. Your Adam's apple, by the way, is part of it. So that's an easy way to.
Why don't I have an Adam's apple? I never had an Adam's apple.
Oh, testosterone exposure, I guess. Get fucked. Should have had more tea. It is in there. It probably just isn't sticking out enough. Or enough for your satisfaction, I suppose. I'm sure if you feel up and down, you'll feel a bump somewhere.
I don't care. I just lean heavily into it. I just call myself the soy boy liberal. I'm the disgusting soy boy liberal, the guy that you argue with on Twitter. That's me.
Well, we're gonna get you a super masculine voice by the end of the stream, okay? Okay, so we have this inside, kind of near the bottomish, not bottom area, I guess. Inside your vocal folds. That's how you make sound. So they're kind of two little flaps, and they open and close really quickly. And yeah, that's how sound is made. So air comes up through your lungs. That air, as it travels, it enters your larynx. Your vocal folds kind of chop it up and get it vibrating. And sound is vibrating air. So your ears pick up the vibrations in the air, tell that to your brain turns that into sound. So literally vibrating air equals sound. Okay. So we have that vibrating air. That then continues to bounce around the rest of your vocal tract. All right. Your vocal tract being vocal folds to all the way up your throat, out of your mouth, your nose, all of that whole space. That's your vocal tract.
Okay.
Right? And they bounce around. So first of all, vocal folds, they start to thicken up. And as they thicken up, that kind of changes the way that air vibrates. So we go from a sound like this, where it they would have been thinner, to more of a sound like this, where we have this kind of like heavier, thicker kind of a sound. We could describe this as like buzzier or thicker. Heavier is a common term. There's loads of things we could call this though. Like whatever that sounds like to you, the difference between this sound right now and this sound right now, this is that thickening of the vocal folds. Okay?
Okay.
We commonly call that vocal weight. Then we have our other factor. The vocal folds will lengthen a bit, which affects pitch a bit. Pitch isn't actually that relevant to gendering. It's a common fallacy. Then we have the other big thing of your larynx. The whole structure starts to descend downwards, which makes your voice sound more like this. So the change of this versus this sort of a sound, that's the larynx changing. So all feminization or masculization is we basically, I teach you how to lower your larynx or raise your larynx, and I teach you to thicken up your voice or lighten your voice. So if I want to go from like here over to masculine, then I will lower my larynx to produce this kind of a sound, and then I will thicken
How the
up
heck
that
do you
sound
lower
and
your
add a bit more
larynx?
weight, and now I have that kind of a thing. Yeah, so all of these things have to be learned to do.
Yeah, because I have like a tabletop role playing game that I'll do, and I can't do female voices at all. So I just do
It takes
I'm just like, oh hello, like that's it. That's all I can do. And for the male voice, I could do it great, right? I like a nice raspy kind of a hello, welcome to my shop, kind of a voice.
Yeah. So it sounds like you're trying to imitate like some vocal weight stuff. You're trying to have like a really buzzy sound of a masculine, where you're having like I guess this kind of a sound, or like this kind of a sound for this really, really buzzy sound, versus you're going kind of like, kind of like lighty, kind of gentle. Yeah. That's what you're trying to do there. So you have in yourself noticed vocal weight there.
Okay, good.
Practicing, get good at it.
Well, I don't know. I can't.
You've got some other stuff muddled in there that you've done accidentally, but you'd learn in time if you wanted to. But yeah, that larynx change, that's the big one. That takes a really long time to learn, like months and months.
All right, somebody just commented on my channel. They said First Amender's guest is hot.
Hell yeah. I disagree, but sure, I'll take it.
Sorry. Okay. Continue. I interrupt a lot, cool. My apologies.
No, you're fine. But yeah, the big one is that larynx one, like you pointed out. And it is really difficult to learn. But over time you can learn to do it. It's the sound change of like, if you get to like boxes or something and just tap on them, you'll notice you get kind of a similar note, but it still sounds really different. So like, if I grab my ukulele and just give a little tap. And then if I also grab my bass guitar, bring it around the mic, you can hear the note there.
Yeah.
It was actually really similar. It still sounded really different. That's that change. So when we have a larger space and a sound existing in that larger space, it kind of takes on that space. So when our larynx descends, now we have more space there. If you think bottom of your larynx to your mouth, that's more space being created. That changes the sound and kind of gives it that darker kind of a tone, or that larger kind of a sound. So like if you're thinking of like, what would you do if you were doing like a giant impression? How do giants sound? Like a cartoon giant or something?
Fee, fi, fo, fum.
Yeah.
Really, really.
Giant.
That was perfect. You have this really big sound.
Yeah.
Fee, fi, fo.
That's you dropping your larynx. You look into the camera, you'll probably see it happening. That was you masculizing a little bit. And then like you would, smaller is harder because you've probably not done that before, being, I assume, AMAB. We would learn to do that through things like playing with whispers.
Oh no,
I'm because when you're whispering,
I'm cisgendered.
Yeah,
I'm just
I figured from the he him and
yeah.
But
anyway.
When we're whispering, that can be a really useful way to play with that larynx height. We tend to call it size because it sounds bigger or smaller. But like if you whisper, the movement or like try to change pitch during a whisper, what's actually happening isn't a pitch change at all, because when we're whispering, remember, sound is made by the vocal folds opening and closing.
Okay.
If they stay open, then they can't do that and you can't make a pitch. And when you're whispering, that's exactly what's happening. So when I whisper like this, you're not hearing pitch. It doesn't exist. So if I go over to here,
None of this is a pitch change right now. This is all.
that larynx moving up and down. If I even try to do this so you can hear me and see, you can hear, watch that, you can see my Adam's apple, which is part of my larynx. And if I stop moving it, it moves off.
Oh shit.
Which is making your voice like this.
Oh
And then if I
shit.
just move that
Back again.
I'm learning
it's moving all the way
something.
back up. How's yeah?
That's
and that's the process
crazy.
basically. That's like
Okay.
a snapshot of what you would. So if you were getting
So
lessons
you
with me,
like
you'd
you
spend the
basically
next 6
practice
months learning to do that.
heightening your
Or like a year.
larynx is basically what you're, or I'm sorry, raising the larynx. It's like
Exactly. And
So
it's
if
a
I
bit more
push it
complicated than that when you get down to it. Yeah, don't push it up. Don't push it up.
okay.
I guess for those that are trying to learn at home without lessons, don't push things around. Like
Okay.
you have muscles for that. You don't push things, you'll choke yourself.
Okay.
There's a technique out there called swallow and hold. Stay away from it because you'll injure yourself. And yeah, for those that are like looking to get into it, find someone to like. There's loads of free resources out there to just get a basic introduction. Hell, if you go onto my channel, scroll through the lives, you'll find, if that was a playlist, the workshops that I've done, there's like, I don't even know how many, a bunch, I guess. Watch one of those. That'll give you
This is
like a really-
fabulous. I love
I
it.
spent like 4 hours going into it. And yeah, so like if you don't have the money for lessons, then you can learn on your
see.
own. It just takes longer.
I can already tell you what you got to do to make your channel even better. You gotta have
Don't tell people to do things for free. Tell them to
no,
do things
yeah, well, yeah, you gotta have your thumbnails. We gotta up
Yes,
your
I do.
thumbnail
I do.
game. And
So here's the situation for YouTube. I need to like make videos and like actually go through all my fucking live streams and
Yeah.
turn some into the videos instead of just having a shit ton of live streams.
yeah,
Yeah.
I've gotten
100%.
I've gotten a lot better. Like I used to hate editing, like when I first started, but then as I have like edited a tiny bit, I started like just editing a little. I'd be like, all right, I'm just adding an intro and that's it. And then it started getting into like, well, there's a lot of ums and uhs and I'm going to cut that out. And then I started like learning shortcut keys and like, and like fast forwarding a lot of the content. So like I can like take like a 2-3 hour long, video and have it done in like an hour and a half. Like it's crazy,
Yeah.
like how fast it can actually get done once you start getting like a work groove on.
Yeah.
That and combined with like as soon as I hit that render button, like okay, export, render, okay, it's in. Oh, it'll be done in 20 minutes. That's when I'm making my thumbnail. I got Photoshop up. And thumbnail, and I'm just and I usually take like a picture of myself, like I don't know, something like crazy, like like whatever,
YouTube
just
thing, like,
oh,
you wouldn't believe what this person just did.
you know,
Kind of expression. Yeah.
and
No, I get it.
that has helped, and thankfully, like my channel, it has been not growing fast. It's not like crazy fast, but it's growing. It's
I looked at you just a moment. You were freaking. You've just debated a 220,000 YouTuber, subscriber YouTuber. Like, come on, that's pretty fucking.
Thank you.
That's growth. You know,
I appreciate
You've
that.
got contacts and shit. You've networked.
Yeah.
Like, that's
We'll
fucking
see.
cool as
Yeah.
fuck.
Well, we'll see what happens. Cause like, that's one thing is like, I do think I should probably push myself out towards, trans YouTubers, mostly because like, God, man, they're some of the most hated, most misunderstood people. And it's like, when you actually talk to like a lot of trans people, they're super cool. They're like super cool about it. And they're not like,
we're kind of just like normal, like everybody else.
yeah.
Like,
And it's like,
most
it's like,
demographics.
why
We're just
are
like
you,
one of them.
why is there, I mean, the entire internet is just like, don't trans my kids. But meanwhile, I'm going to take my kid to to Catholic school, and that we're in the youth network. Yeah, I'm sure there's no abuse going on there. Like, bruh, what is wrong with these people, dude? It's freaking wild.
Yeah. No, I think the best. I mean, you have to be like working with an honest, like interlocutor. I can't say what word
They're
right now.
never
Interlocutor.
honest. I'm just gonna
Whatever.
be. I'm gonna just tell you.
Listen.
It's so
I try
rare.
to be like hyper good faith. You get the odd one.
Yeah.
But like, if somebody is open to changing their mind legitimately and is wanting to actually have a conversation, then the best I've seen for like discussing trans stuff with, like, especially with like conversions, like transition stuff, or like especially with like kids and stuff.
Yeah.
The best I've seen is like, what do they think about the government getting involved with you and your kids and your doctor's decision on your kids' healthcare? Do you want the government getting involved in that?
Yeah,
Because like, that's their whole
for
thing,
that.
you know?
It's an obvious no.
And then you can like, we've just had COVID where they went a little bit insane about the government being involved in your healthcare decisions. So you can like, it's such an easy avenue in.
That's a good point, but
like,
I mean, I've brought up
personal, like, do they have kids?
Yeah,
stuff like that.
I've brought up things like the WPATH standards of care, and just trying to bring up like empirical basis behind like my arguments.
Big science.
I've actually avoided talking about the sociology, because these guys, they can't handle anything that is even remotely tied to sociology. So I've just been stuck on just discussing the endocrinology, the neurobiology. I've showed people, for example, like the neurobiology behind trans people. It turns out they actually have, trans people observingly have different brains, and it's over 99% of self-affirming trans people have differences in the subcortical volumes of the brain. And I've brought this study up probably about 100 times now, and it breaks right-winger brain. They can't do it. They're like, no, it's got to be a social contagion, and they cannot explain these studies away, and it's wild to me.
Okay, because in my mind I was thinking that it wouldn't work just because like they don't actually care about science, and so it's a relevant point.
Oh yes,
but if that's working, then like hell's yeah.
Well, I mean, occasionally you end up with people who are more rounded, because I mean, I think I debated what was his name? This is how little I think about these people. What was his freaking name?
Sure.
Alex Stein.
Oh my God. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, this dude.
How did that go?
Yeah, I mean, like, I've shown him why don't I'll share you a short. I'll give you a short here. I'll share my screen, do it. And I'll give you a quick short so we can see it real quick. All right. Do you see my screen? I hope it.
Yeah, I'm just seeing if I can make this so that my viewers can see, which I'm pretty sure I can do if I just spend a minute moving things around. There we go. And
here we go. Here we go. This is. Let me remove that. All right. Here we go.
Cool.
Ready?
He's right. You can't. It's like arguing with somebody that just doesn't have, any sort of grasp of simple logic.
I mean, I'm throwing you the basic studies. I'm showing you evidence-based research, and your response this entire time was just ad homs. It had no basis in logic.
I showed you the studies, bud.
I never implied
I showed
that
you the
sex
study,
changes.
buddy.
It doesn't.
I showed you the study, buddy.
No, you showed me grok.
I showed you the study, buddy.
You showed me grok.
Buddy. I showed you grok. AI smarter than your dumb ass or sickle cell anemia, sick, lonely ass.
This is what I'd expect from Alex Stein.
It literally feels like this. Like, it's just like I'm surrounded by morons.
He's right.
Here, there was another one. I
feel like that's his whole shtick, though. Like, Alex Stein is basically just, he'll give it a go, and then when he inevitably loses because he doesn't know shit about shit or even shit about debate,
no, he'll
just kind of like shout at you.
Yeah. So here's another
That's-
example. Like here's where he gets $100 super chat. Here we go.
Got a $100 super chat, Joshua Aguilar. Josh Aguilar.
No.
You will never get a $100 super chat, you bitch first offender. You will never. In your thousands of
let's
years, you
move
can
on to
stream
the
for
next one.
1,000 million
I hate to do
years.
this.
You will never get a $100 super chat.
Okay, I hate to do this, but we have to go to the next one.
By the way, FYI,
Jesus
just for
Christ.
fun.
I
don't
Oh,
know.
I got a
Man's
$100 super
fucking
chat,
nuts, isn't he?
Joshua
And then
Aguilar.
here we go. This is it.
Josh
I'm sorry.
Aguilar.
No.
You will never
Here we
get
go.
a
Here we go.
$100 super chat.
Wait, what?
I'm smoking a cigar outside.
Yeah, I don't. There you go. There you go.
I thought that was the funniest thing
I mean, it's
ever.
good bait.
Yeah, I just you know,
It's a good way to farm subs.
yeah, it's very funny.
No,
anyway,
that's sick. That's sick.
but I just want to let you know, if you ever decide to go on Modern Day Debate, just FYI,
Yeah.
you are going to get a lot of hate, a lot of hateful people.
yeah.
They're just going to show up
yeah. And that's-
they're
yeah,
going to
that's
say
the-
some
that's
hateful
the
stuff.
speed of
And just so you're aware, because Modern Day Debate has hosted a lot of Crucible members, there's a lot of people that come from the Crucible where it's like they genuinely, they want like a Christian nationalist world to exist, and they want it
Yeah.
to cater to that.
Yeah.
And I just want you to imagine what that type of person is. A lot of the times they're young, they lack life experience. They say, you know, women
No,
should
for
stay
sure.
in the kitchen, women deserve no rights, all the horrible, nightmarish things.
The classic things.
Yeah, and you know, and you know, they'll bring up stuff like race statistics, like oh, black people commit most of the crime, ridiculous stuff like that. The, stuff that's been debunked so much that
Yeah, yeah. And
you
like,
know,
I'm chill facing those things. It's
Yeah.
like, I basically, yeah, like if there was a world where I could engage, but then they don't come and join my audience, that
Yeah.
would be great. But like, obviously that's never the reality.
I mean, just
And, like,
be
you know,
aware.
you gotta deal with.
If you open the floodgates, you know, honestly, it do you good.
Yeah.
But just FYI, you know, if there's any amount of like, I don't know, like anxiety or like you're worried about how people see you, don't do it.
Oh, that's I think, fine.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
If you,
Yeah,
ha-
it's-
but
it's-
if you
it's
have thick
literally
skin,
my entire and only concern is like for the rest of my audience and just like keeping their space as somewhere that they can have for learning voice, because really that's what we're all about.
Yeah.
You know, like TransNetwork, as the name kind of implies, is just we do shit to help
Yeah.
you with your transition.
Well, you could even
and,
bring up, like,
I can definitely
news.
see how that could be.
you could talk news.
Pardon?
Like, yeah, you could talk like pro-trans
Yeah, yeah,
news and because there's a lot of news out there for, you know, it's specifically trans people, you know, and
yeah,
and,
yeah. There's been
you know,
there's
an
UK
entire-
has been a hot spot for news at the minute.
oh, that's got to be awful.
Not all of it
God,
most
the
fun,
UK's
but
awful.
It's a little bit fucky. It was like fine, and then like, well, it was good. It was fine. And then
Yeah.
like 5 months ago, it wasn't fine. It was
Yeah.
like no longer fine.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, April came, and
I'm so
it
me
came.
personally, like I think that like the stats regarding trans individuals and trans affirming care is there. And a lot of people, they say, well, there's no long-term study, but it's like, dude, we have studies that are like 2+ years long. And it's like, how long does it need to be? Oh, it's gotta be 10. It's gotta be 20 years. I'm like, well, it's only a matter of time before that gets released. And then that's where you're probably going to start seeing more of the trans affirming care side kind of win over, because there's just so much information that is readily available. And right now there's like a right-wing wave where they're just like, we just deny the existence of these studies. And it's all, I believe as time goes on, I don't know, we're going to see 2030, 2040. It says, hey guys, you guys remember when we did those like weird Jim Crow laws, but for trans people?
Yeah.
Like that's what it's going to be like. I believe that.
Yeah.
I do.
I mean,
like,
if we look at it as sort of like a pattern through time, like what gay people was like a thing before, and now nobody
Yeah.
gives a fuck. And like even if you're on the right, like if you say that you hate gay people, people are going to look at you weird. Like, nobody's going on Joe Rogan and being like, well, I guess there's a great example. Ben Shapiro goes on Joe Rogan, and him having an issue with like Dave Smith being gay is an issue, and like Joe has to talk about it because like it's weird, and even amongst the right, it's weird. Why are you against gay people? And so like I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be the same with other trans people. It starts off, we're all freaks on Jerry Springer, and then it's like, oh, these are like people, but we hate them, and then eventually it's like, okay, it's cringe to hate trans people. Like that seems to be the cycle. It just takes a while, you know.
Where do you stand on, say, the sports issue regarding trans individuals? Do you have any thought on it?
Yeah, it's a complicated one. I'm sympathetic to both sides on it. I think this is the one thing where it's like, okay, sure, this is a valid discussion. Because like, it's so complicated. For most trans people, it's irrelevant. Because for most people, it's irrelevant. Because
Correct.
most people aren't spending their lives training. And
well,
so,
yeah,
like,
and then for
minor
starters,
changes,
and for starters, just FYI, ain't none of these right-wing chuds ever watch a single women's sports anything ever. They literally don't care. They're like, all right, Buttercup, well, back to your, whatever, nobody watches sport. And then they're just like, now it's like a giant problem. But here, I'll tell you my take, but go ahead and continue. Sorry.
No, go for it.
Okay.
Oh, I was going to say like, so like where it comes to like kids, again, like, this is not the top level of sport. What are you talking about? Who cares?
True.
Like, yes, you want some like competitive like thing, but like, which team's the fat kid on? Because that's affecting things a lot more than anything else. Like all those little things. So like this isn't that level, so it's not relevant. I'd say the only place where this conversation even has any place is literally like the top of competitive sports, in which case, okay, it will vary case by case. There will be situations where like, if I had been training all my life in a particular sport and then started my transition and I'm still training through the transition, then I'm going to be at a further place
at an
in
advantage.
terms of the physical elements. I'm going to be at an advantage compared to a cis woman that's had all other things equal. So I think that's a relevant thing to point out. I don't really know what the solution is, because on one hand, like, sure, okay, if you're saying there should be like maybe a separate trans division, I can understand. That's going to be a difficulty just because of like amount
There's
of
not
people.
enough trans people to do that.
Realistically, is just not enough. Realistically, it'll just end up with trans women not being in sport, which sucks. There's also like the issue of trans men. Like, everybody talks about trans women here. What about the trans men? If we're saying that
there's trans women trans men that actually have won some competitions. They don't even they don't talk about that.
But even if we're saying that, like, oh, trans women, so you should be in the men's because that's what you are in terms of your biology. Does that mean you want the trans men with the women? Because they're going to be at a way bigger competitive advantage than the trans women were, because they're on testosterone.
So
like, they're on it right now.
Here's what I've kind of broken down. What I believe it is. Okay, and it took me a while to kind of get to my position, but I had to look at some very, very specific use cases for me to consider my position. So I'll tell you what it is. So I believe that trans women, they should be able to compete in the women's sports. Trans men should be able to compete in the men's sports. Why? Okay. So I am aware of the physical advantage of certain trans women, depending on where they have transitioned. If they transitioned, pre-pubertal, hormone blockers, HRT at 16, none of that is going to be relevant. But I'm talking like you have transitioned in your 20s, that's going to be different. It's post-pubertal. And you're going to have a natural advantage. And so here's the thing. Understanding that the existence of trans people exists as early as at an embryonic stage, it is a hormonal difference that causes morphological changes in the brain itself. This means they have a genetic difference from that of other people? Well, guess what? There are tons of people that have genetic advantages that allow them to compete at very high levels. You're going to tell me a guy like Shaq doesn't have a genetic advantage in their height and their strength, in their, like, it's a literal wall. Have you seen what Shaq looks like drinking a bottle of water? It looks like a grown man just holding a juicy juice, like little tiny, like juice cup. Like, it is insane, like a full bottle of water. So I'm just like, and then same thing with like Usain Bolt. Do you think Usain Bolt does not have a genetic advantage over other runners? Yeah, he freaking does. He does, right?
The swimmer.
Yeah,
I don't
Michael
remember his name.
Phelps. That dude's got webbed feet.
Yeah, Michael Phelps.
He's got webbed feet.
He has something with his lungs. He's being diagnosed with it. He actually has like a thing.
So
that gives him a massive competitive advantage.
So under that basis, right, we don't like say, oh, your lungs are too big, you can't compete, or oh, you're too tall, you're too big, you're like 7 foot tall, and so you could just like reach up and dunk, and so you can't compete because you could just reach up and dunk. That's not fair to the other players. No, dude, we celebrate that. They're like, dude, you have a clear advantage. So I want to bring up one person that I use as an example. So I want to bring up a person named Caster Semenya. Do you know who Caster Semenya is?
No.
Oh my God, it's incredible. This person here. I'm gonna just post it on Chrome so people can see it. Hold on. Sorry, I'm just moving stuff. What the hell did I just move? What the fuck? All right. So Caster Semenya is a. We actually don't know if they're XY. I suspect they are XY. But basically, from the get-go, they have a something that happened to them at an embryonic stage, where instead of having ovaries, they have fully functional testicles where there are ovaries.
Sure.
They're internal testicles. As a result, they received a steady dose of just testosterone their entire life. And if you look at this person, they look like a man. But guess what? They got a vagina. There's like they have passed sex testing, and they have a very clear genetic advantage over other winners or over other women. They got gold multiple times. And they were made to undergo sex testing. They passed the sex testing, and then later on they had revoked her ability to compete without her having to undergo feminizing therapy. But what's wild about this is that Caster Semenya is actually completely comfortable with their body. They love their body. They have no issue. They don't want to. And I'm like, wait, hold on. So we're going to like force somebody to feminize themselves so that way that they can compete. What are we doing?
Yeah, that's a little bit, and I think that's where the argument gets like just impossibly tricky. Like, I feel
it's not like, for me. It's not impossibly tricky. The trick is we acknowledge that the being trans, that existence is a genetic anomaly, and knowing that it is a genetic anomaly, we do not discriminate against people on the basis of a genetic anomaly. Period.
I think the argument you can run into there that you've got to be careful of, and I don't know the response, to be honest, is by that same logic, what is even, well, like, why even have men and women's sports at that point? If we're saying that none of the like identifying factors of why you would like any of the differences
because
between
women
men and
bisex
female
in
are relevant,
general,
then like
because women bisex in general have are less performative than men by sex. That's fine. I don't have an issue with that.
But you're not dealing with the general. You're dealing with the extreme. So you're dealing with the exceptions.
Correct. And so it's like, okay, well then I mean, me personally, I'm just like, okay, well, I think we need to like, it's a play it by ear situation. I think it's like, okay, if you are, say, a trans woman, it would be affirming to be like, okay, well, just lower your testosterone to a certain level. And if you have an 8% advantage because of your, I don't know, muscle density, freaking insert bone density
bone
here,
density is the classic
you know, but there are other women, biological women, who have this. And they can compete.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, probably.
It doesn't make any sense. Just let them freaking compete. It doesn't. And I don't. Dude, they banned trans women from chess tournaments.
Yeah,
what?
that one is crazy.
What are you doing? What are we doing? How stupid are we?
Details, but like, I have no idea.
What's the point of that? That's just idiotic.
To me.
I'm like, what advantage do women have? I watched a woman crush
Why even
Magnus
are there
Carlsen.
women's and men's chess? I don't understand. It's like, what's
okay?
What?
I
Chess?
googled this. I googled this because I'm like, why? It doesn't.
Okay, where does this come from?
Okay, so it actually comes down to that men in chess are really freaking toxic. They're super toxic to women, and they make it a really hostile atmosphere for women. Yeah, because there's this idea that women are like of lower intelligence or are less capable of like tactical whatever, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. There is, by the way, zero empirical basis behind that. It's just complete nonsense.
They'll just be, and I can see how, having been in a lot of nerdy spaces before, it does attract
girls.
It's
like this
it does.
Yeah, imagine you go into like a LAN party, there's a bunch of guys there and they're all playing video games, and then the girl shows up and it's like, all right, Buttercup,
there's cool people there too,
like,
but just
so that's why there's the separation. So I'm not against, like, I do want it to be a comfortable space for women, but then that would include trans women. Like, dude, and to be fair though, like, it has been like just universally condemned by the chess community in the official, so people are not so it's only a matter of time, right? We're still in the dark tunnel, but maybe it'll get better, you know.
Yeah. I feel like if you're wanting a change in that direction, chess would be the good place to start. Because, like, I don't know how anyone's going to defend. Like, the only way you could possibly defend that, the only way you could defend that is by making some argument about women being stupid. Like, I don't see any other way you could make the argument of, like, separating. Like, it just, you can't make a non-misogynist. You can't defend it without being like flagrantly misogynistic.
Yeah, no,
I
agree.
Cis women even.
I agree.
There's just no way. How the fuck are you gonna do that?
I completely agree.
So like, it's definitely a good place to start, I'd say. Yeah.
Well, good talk. I mean, I'm on the other side as like one of these people that is just, God, I get so much hate watchers, man. It's wild. Yeah, I'm trying to work on my community where it's like it's more positive, but this is kind of the nature.
Do you have
like
a Discord and stuff?
I do. Well, actually, it's just a notification server. It's not intended for anybody to like go in there. I mean, if you want the notification server,
I was just saying, like, if you're wanting somewhere to like help yourself build like a positive community and stuff, that might be a way to do it. Have somewhere for them to go, you know.
I did promise the owner of the Discord on Modern Day Debate that I would not compete against them in any way, because I can and so I was like, okay, I'm not gonna make my own Discord. I used to have my own Discord. I got it to about 2,000 members, and I got news for you. It is it got too much. I was like, it was really poor for my mental health. I'll send you though if you want the notification server. It's just very minimal. It's just like, hey, here's a discussion text, and I just ping you when I'm streaming. That's it. That's all it does. So it's very like hands-off approach, because before, when I was running my own politics Discord, I think I mean, again, like, I would get messages at like 3 o'clock in the morning, like, we're getting raided, and I'm like, oh, jeez.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
and,
politics server's got to be rough. You
oh,
gotta
it's
have staff for
horrendous.
that.
Oh my God. I just,
Yeah.
anyways, because of the nature of what I do, I've just hands off. I don't know. Maybe one day,
That's fair enough.
but no promises there. Anyway,
No, it's fair enough. It's fair enough.
It was nice talking to you.
Yeah, lovely meeting you. Thank you
Yeah.
for shooting me a message.
Absolutely.
You
Yeah.
have this role. You have this role now. So like, if you ever see me streaming and I'm in that channel, you can just hop in whenever you want.
Sick. Great. Thank you. I appreciate that.
nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. No worries.
Did I just get a sub?
Fab. All right.
Med's Mouth just subscribed.
Hopefully.
Thank you for the subscription, homie. Thank you. I appreciate
yeah.
it. I think somebody else had subscribed. Like I saw the number go up, but Streamlabs like just works and then it doesn't work.
yeah.
I hate it. Why
Yeah.
does it do that? Maybe I need a better
Or like it has like
thing.
a several minute delay or whatever.
Yeah,
it's
like you
like
went
that.
through. You use Streamlabs as well, right? Yeah.
Stream Elements I use, but yeah, same
Yeah.
issues.
Oh my God. Anyway, all right. Well, I'm gonna
To
leave
everybody
you
that
to
has
it.
just subscribed to First Amendment, thank you for subscribing.
Thank you.
do that
I
more
appreciate it. Oh, and the sound
yeah.
plays twice sometimes for some reason. I don't know.
Hey, there you go. You'll get a double notification. You will
Yeah,
get the
great.
best opportunity. Now is the time to
Only
subscribe.
the best
You'll get the best
notification.
situation.
Only the best. It's so good. It happens twice. Anyway.
Yeah, how's it? How's it?
All right. Anyway.
All right, well,
thank-
lovely meeting you.
Yep.
Yeah.
You have yourself a great rest of your stream. I'm gonna play some Metro.
Yeah,
Or I'm sorry.
thanks.
Why do I keep saying Metro? Stalker too. I'm playing Stalker. It's because
Stalker too. Nice. Nice.
Anyway, thank you very much. Have a great day.
All right, have a good one. Have
Yep,
a good one.
bye-bye.
Good luck with your next debates.
Bye.
All right, bye.
All right, y'all. We're done with that. And I'm going to delete that. And then we're going to turn on the phone calls. I'm turning on the phone calls. Do not disturb is now off. Call in. Call in. What are you doing? Call in. If you want to have a discussion, we can have a discussion. I'm right here. Let me see here. I gotta start branching out more. What am I doing? Why am I like not branching out and talking to people? Like, doesn't make any sense. Let me see here. What's people messaging me? What is happening? Why are people messaging? Don't stop it. Wake up, work hard, eat. Okay. I'm getting messages. People are sending me stuff. I don't freaking know. All right. We are taking calls 202-998-5218. I am going to load up. We're going to play some Stalker 2. So let's load up Stalker. Stalker 2. Stalker 2. Stalker 2. You get to watch how long it takes to compile shaders. I usually compile shaders prior to me starting the stream. And so now you get to see how long it takes to even pull this freaking thing up. It's small. I don't know why it's small. I'm going to make it big. All right. You are on the line with First Amender. How you doing? All right. They hung up. We are taking calls. 202-998-5218. Let me make sure that my settings are good. Headphones are good. Everything's good. Yeah. Do you guys like the earbuds instead of like the big giant headset? It seems more stylish. Seems better. First Amender, I'm going to help you with the branching out. It says Snake the Turban Head. You're on the line with First Amender. Hello?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing? Who's calling? What's your name?
Oh, I'm Andrew. Andrew Earthrise from Louisiana.
Okay, Andrew. What do you want to talk about?
Well, I was watching what you were talking to the other person. I think you were talking about chess.
Yeah.
But Yeah, I'm not too sure. I was just wanting to talk. So I was watching what you were talking.
You may want to mute the stream, by the way, because you're going to hear yourself.
Yeah, I hear it twice.
Yeah. I would mute yourself, or mute the stream.
Yeah. So I was wondering. I suppose when I was listening, I heard you talking about like how you mentioned that chess was segregated, but I don't think it's segregated.
It is. There's a men and women's league in chess.
Hmm.
Did you want to add anything to that, or?
I see that it's an open. It says it's open for men's. There isn't a formal men's league. I see there's a specific women's league.
Yeah, there's a men and women's league.
But there's no specific men's league, so women can go to the men's league too.
Let's take a look.
Yeah. So if women can go to that, why do women need a separate league?
I mean, I brought up the reason why it's the reason is that oftentimes men can be very, very toxic, especially towards women in competitive atmospheres, and so basically to like reduce like overall harassment, there is a separate women's league.
Oh,
which I understand.
How do men harass women in a chess tournament?
Yeah, I mean, if you could imagine, let's say, if say you're talking about like a video game tournament, for example, it's mostly men, and it's like if there is a woman, one of the things that's pretty common is just sexist remarks, or treating them as other, and it's me. I don't like that, so I understand the necessity behind it.
Oh, are you talking about like not locker room talk, but for me, when I talk to men, a lot of times I have kind of an aggressive standpoint, or not an aggressive standpoint per se, but it's that, for example, when there is competition, you want to bring down the morality of the other team so that you can get a lead.
You mean the morale, not the morality. Morality and morale are two different things. I'm assuming you're talking about morale?
Yeah, to weaken the morale of the other team.
Yeah.
So that our team can make a breakthrough.
Seems like, I mean, depending on the context, but to me that sounds like an unsportsmanlike conduct.
Well,
like making it a hostile environment for your opponent, so that way, like.
Yeah. That's what we call. I don't want to use the bad word. I don't know if they have the, but it's the BS talk, is what they call it.
Okay.
It's when you're doing it,
but it's
you're
like
not
it's
doing
one thing
it
where it's
malice.
like you're doing it to like, I don't know, in the spirit of competition. I feel like it's a different thing to like attack someone's identity on it. Like, take for example, like, what if, like somebody was getting upset or making fun of somebody for, let's say, they're in a chess tournament and they're making fun of somebody for being black. That would be really messed up, right?
Yeah.
So why would it not be messed up if it's done with a woman?
Black people in a chess tournament.
Huh?
I don't think they're going to be making fun of black people in a chess tournament.
No, I don't think so either. I'm just saying, as a hypothetical, if they did make fun of them for, being black, that would be messed up. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I think
that's also the same thing for. I think that's the same thing for women. It's messed up.
Yeah, but the thing is, when there's a difference between like a very light video game and then going to a actual in-person tournament to play chess. Like when people are doing it online, you're usually dealing with people who are, I suppose, a bit immature. They're just trying to unwind. And when it comes to that, a lot of times people are just, they'll drink a bit of alcohol, or maybe maybe they had a tough day at work. And a lot of people, especially, I suppose, video game players, they're going to be people that, I don't want to say they don't have too much going on in life, but usually activities like that are low effort. And so when you get low effort, these low effort environments, it's a lot easier to get into that kind of talk, but it's purely competitive from what I see, because you don't just see random people saying, they don't say things like that. They wouldn't go to a tournament in real life and do the same thing. They do it because it's low effort and it gets a reaction.
Okay, but it's just, I'm just referring to like how men treat women in terms of a competitive setting, and it doesn't sound like you disagree with that.
Should men be soft with women in their words?
Well, maybe not attack them for their identity.
How would a man attack a woman by her identity competitively?
Go back to the kitchen.
If you're doing a mental sport.
Why are you here? Go back to the kitchen.
I can't see that happening in a chess
You don't see that
tournament.
happening? It's really common.
No, I can't see it happening.
Yeah, that does.
you'd be
Well, just
banned
FYI,
instantly.
that definitely does happen.
You'd be banned instantly if someone told you. If they said,
Well,
hey,
I agree with you. They
is
should
telling me
do
that I
that.
can't
It's
do
very unsportsmanlike conduct. But the point is that it can be very aggressive, specifically towards women. Simply for the fact of being a woman. And it's like, wait, they're a person too. Why are we treating them like trash? But men, they get the privilege of not getting that flack in return.
I think it's more that women aren't inclined to give back the same kind of
That's not true.
response.
Reverse it. You can have instances where there's nothing but women, and then there's a man, and then a man gets discriminated for being a man. That also happens, right?
Yeah, but
it's simply
not
the fact
same
of
thing.
there being more men or more women is how it works.
Yeah, but it's a different social dynamic when you're dealing with, like, if you have a group of women and one man, you're going to have a female group dynamic, and it's going to be one where there's a lot of trying to equalize a lot of things, where there's not a competitive
Well, it's incredibly
environment.
it can be incredibly
I still
antagonistic
do.
to a man in that kind of scenario. It's the same thing, but in reverse.
I don't believe that. I think a man,
think so?
a woman's group is going to be a lot different to how they're going to treat a man.
I agree with you,
How
yeah.
a man's group will treat a woman.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, because we do have a difference in how we socialize. I don't know if it's because of this new. There's the internet that's separating a lot of people based on interest, activities, and it's easier to get into these groups, but there's still a difference of interest, and
Okay.
so it's that these kind of environments that we get into, the activity usually dictates how people act. And men, we are very, very competitive. I feel a lot of joy when I can crush a man and just bring him down to the very depth, and then I'm able to rise above him. I feel very, very joyous when that happens, because
Okay.
it's saying, hey, I won. But women don't think the same way. You know, they're not so overjoyous when they
there are masculine men masculine women that are definitely like that. They do exist.
Yes, but for the most part, they're not.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, we could.
I'm just saying that they it is true that there are women that are more competitive. That's true.
Yeah, but when they do get competitive and they go against men who, like I just mentioned, how I think, when they go against someone like me, it's very difficult if you're not on the same level of aggression, and to get there, to get to that level of aggression. And it's not a bad thing to be aggressive, but to get there, they have to put themselves in a different frame of mind than most female interactions that they're used to. It's not the most easy thing for women to get into that mindset. And there are women that obviously do get into that mindset. We have a lot of women that get into the military, get into the militia, the police force, and these are competitive women. And we can see that, but it's going to usually be when they're doing that, or when they get into these roles, there's going to be a bigger or a lot more men, because there's a requirement of aggression to complete these duties. Same, I suppose it could be said for competitions, but also for the workforce too. Do you agree with that? Do you agree that there's aggression that's required?
I don't know. I could probably imagine a scenario where a person isn't aggressive. They just keep a cool head and they're just really good at their sport. I mean, I don't think aggression is required. Maybe like what you're looking for is like people with a competitive mindset. But I don't think like having a competitive mindset and aggression are the same thing. Does that make sense?
What would be the difference between being aggressive and being competitive?
Well, I suppose liking the spirit of competition. That would be a competitive mindset. There's probably various factors to having a competitive mindset versus not. Like me, I'm not very competitive. Like I don't really care if like somebody's better than me at something or whatever. I'm just like, okay, well, whatever.
Have you ever had an instance where we'll say that it was almost like a little war, because we don't usually in the West, we don't have to deal with warfare unless we enlist into the military. But have you ever had an instance where you were so competitive, the other side was so competitive, and then you lost? You were the one that was destroyed, and it was such a heavy loss to you. Have you ever had that experience where there was just this soul-crushing, emotional, just loss like that?
Yes.
So you.
I mean, when I was younger, I was a lot more competitive. Around playing video games and stuff, I would like join tournaments, and heck, I would get second place, first place in some Smash Bros tournaments for fun, just small little local ones. But yeah, I mean, I was very competitive, but as I grew older, it's like, okay, well, why am I so into this? Like, is it just like to prove myself? Like what? And I'm like, there's probably things that are of greater value in life than proving yourself that you're better in some video game, And so like it stopped being a priority. Like I prioritize more like learning or understanding perspectives or, thinking about different worldviews and hardening your own worldview. That has been more interesting to me as I've gotten older.
How old are you now?
I'm 36.
A good bit of wisdom. But when you learn and when you expand your mind, what are you using it towards?
I would have to say like garnering greater understanding of truth.
Is that the sole goal?
Yeah. Yeah,
More
I think
truth.
so. Yeah. That and I want to see the betterment of humanity in general. And so I strive for goals that are specific to that.
What would you see as a better humanity? Would it be to remove that aggression, or to remove? I suppose I don't remember what the lady's name with the pink hair. Would that be to remove the toxicity for a better world?
Well, designing a world that is less antagonistic and allows people to pursue the goals that they find valuable. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's like all sorts of barriers that I think that just exist in society, that like they're barriers that I feel ought to be torn down. Like they just exist. Yeah, like they just exist because insert culture here. You know, like it doesn't actually exist for any real reason. It's just, like for example, why are women not in executive positions? Like another example, why are women not in IT? You know, it was largely marketing ploys in the 80s that caused men to be the people interested in computer technology. Even though in the 70s and the 80s, there was plenty of interest among women in computer technology. And now that there's nothing but men in those fields, they often cater to, other men. And so that's the end result. The end result is that there's just more men in that field, and there literally is no reason why. And one of the most frustrating examples that I've talked with about this is the Jordan Peterson really dumb argument that and this argument drives me insane. People go, men are interested in things, and women, are interested in people, and so that's why women are interested in people more than things. And I'm like, dude, this is one of the dumbest arguments I've ever heard, and I can disprove it very easily. Like, women and men were roughly equal in terms of technology throughout the 70s. It was only until roughly in the 1980s you can actually observe advertising started becoming more male-centric. And by more male-centric, like they would literally have like, take a look at like this new floppy disk drive, and have like a sexy, scantily clad woman, next to it. And it's like, yeah, women don't really, weren't really like super, into that, but men were into it, and just more. And then there came like the video game craze, which only like exacerbated more just IT, men getting into IT, and video games were largely ignored as far as a community among women. And again, like at first, like video games, like very old video games, like I'm talking like late 70s, early 80s, the video game systems were designed as like, this is a family computer. Like, this is fun for the whole family, and they would have equal amount of men and women. But then as time went on, it was mostly catered to boys, and so you ended up having more boys being interested in that. But when you look at, say, for example, the legal field, there was equal amounts of men and women in the legal field, and it's still the same. It's still the same thing even today. Same thing with doctors and the medical profession. There is an equal amount of men and women in even commanding roles among the medical field. But in IT, there's just, for whatever reason, this sudden shift roughly around the 1980s where you started seeing a decline in women in it. And so, you know, and the only thing that I was able to attribute it to is the shift in the way that things were advertised. And so the idea that it's like, oh, women are not interested in things, they're interested in people, is just complete nonsense. It doesn't make any freaking sense.
With most women, I suppose there is something to be said about the advertisements and to whom we are advertising. But even now, would most women see that as a viable option for a long-standing career where you spend years and years doing it, working your way up that corporate ladder? In the information technology sphere, is that something that you see a lot of women, if they were advertised to more, do you see that as a lot of women getting into it?
Yeah, I think so. I think if it was catered more towards back into like, oh, it's for the whole family, then yeah, it would result in more women being in the IT field.
For me, when I think about IT, I just get the image of, I don't know, I see a guy sitting over a keyboard and typing. I think when we deal with women, a lot of times they would feel isolated in that kind of environment unless they were constantly speaking with someone, like I suppose in a call center. But I think at least just the social aspects, it's hard. It's a hard thing to get into because you have to be isolated in it.
You don't.
You don't.
And again, this also doesn't acknowledge the fact that women were in fact in the tech space roughly around the 70s to early 80s, and then a sudden shift. Something happened. Why did women stop coding?
And that was in the 80s.
The 70s and 80s, yeah. Equal amount of men and women typically, and it just reduced substantially.
I'm not too sure about that era, other than that there was the war that was there, the Vietnam War, and that ended, I think, in 76. Yeah. But
I'll pull up some raw data on the women in computer science. But here I'll show it on my live. By the way, my live is roughly about 12 seconds behind, so you have to bear with me on that if you have my live still up. By the way, are you subscribed?
Yeah, I see. It says, not yet. I just found your stream when I was
consider
on
subscribing,
the YouTube.
dude. You know, if you like to, I don't know, argue with woke content, then that's me. Anyway, so here we go. So you could see right here, there was a NPR story called "When Women Stop Coding," and so you can see this graph right here, where you can see that there's a medical school, law school, as well as the physical sciences. You have roughly equal amount of men and women, whereas when it came to computer science, it just reduced. Something happened around, 1984. Where all of a sudden it just started to become more and more male centric.
Computer science.
Yeah.
That's the degree. There might be a factor that it might be a factor more than advertisement, but that's interesting. That women were doing it and then they started moving away from it. Maybe it's on that track that you were talking about when they had the family computers and then moving it more towards the novelty of children entertainment, or more rather boys entertainment.
Yeah, well, here I'll show you as an example, so you can see some historical photos of like what it effectively looked like back then. again, you could see instances of computer games, for example, here, where it's like, hey, whole family is involved, fun for the whole family. They always were like, they wanted the most amount of customers. So they were like, okay, well, we're going to also include women in our advertising, and it used to be less kind of male centric. But as time went on, you started seeing, well, for one, there being more men, and it even getting to the point of even sexualizing women. Like, here's an example here of a versatile, dependable, compatible, maybe even sexy. Call it what you want. We call it the Penril modem. So you could see it's just an example here. And here's another instance where, more and more became, in favor of a male centric kind of an advertisement. And heck, you can even pull up when it came to video game ads, more and more catered towards men and away from, this is like fun computer time for the family.
I wonder if I don't know what men were using the computer for back then. I'm not really sure what people used the internet, the computer for before the rise of the internet. I think it was something that you had to program, and it was a very difficult.
Well, they had games on it. They had, powerful calculators. There were ledgers and Excel spreadsheets and stuff that you could use, word processors, being able to print documents digitally. Those were things that you typically could do prior to there being, the internet. But people would often share software amongst one another, having free software as well as paid software. But yeah, that's effectively what it was.
Would you say it was more catered towards work back then than today?
No, I mean,
just,
it had
everything.
There were computer games for as long as that there was a personal computer, there were games to accompany it.
Yeah, but those games weren't the same as going outside and throwing a football.
Yeah.
Like, for me, when I think about that, I think of how the kind of person I would sit down and play a video game in those times when there was not much technological development in the field. I think a lot of times it's the kids that have a bit of trouble fitting in society. They can't go out to play the sports because the people aren't inviting them to play the team, or they don't want to do it. They'd rather do something in a cerebral capacity. And so they'll sit down on the computer and do it. But when they do that, they're not gaining any of the social status. There's not any of that. There's not much competition that needs to go into it. But for that time, I'm trying to think, how that changed in the mindset? Because it seems like there's one side, it was used for a business tool. It's used for a lot of business tools. And then the other side, you have it as recreation, some sort of recreation or entertainment at a very primitive stage. And there's a lot of creativity that can go into it, but there's two domains, at least from what I'm hearing. Would you say that would be correct?
I mean, I don't know, like, if there was like only two domains. There was software that was available that anybody could grab, and and some of it was designed for entertainment. Others is it's business purposes.
But is it the kind of entertainment that would interest most of society, especially women? I don't know if the entertainment aspect really factored into it, because back then, I'm just imagining most
there was
people
lots
would
of
go
entertainment.
outside if you're. Yeah, but even then, most of the time, you're gonna be. They'd rather. If I were a woman back then, I'd rather be on the phone or go to the mall or go to the cinema, hang out with friends. I don't see myself sitting on a computer most of the time, especially
depends
back then.
on your interests, but there were certainly women that were interested in coding.
Yeah, but even back then, I'm thinking about just the social stigmas around that area. That era.
No, there wasn't
today,
social stigma. There's social stigma now.
There's social stigma now for women getting into IT.
Correct.
For women getting into those kind of, I guess that's what information technology is, IT.
Yep.
Oh, I don't know. Where do you think that stigma came from? Is it because of all that
advertising?
Is it still advertising? Because I see people.
Well, it takes a long time for it to basically be undone. But I do think slowly but surely it can be undone. Because there's nothing inherent about like IT and men. Like it's not a thing.
Yeah, but we just had the transgender movement that happened for the past 5 years. I suppose it's been happening since 2016, but in the past 5 years, we've had so many people, especially children. We've had so many people that have become transgender because they've been advertised to, and they see that this is a lifestyle that is that they can get into it. It's not something that people can shy away from. They see, hey, look, Susie.
I reject that it's
John there. They can become.
I reject that it's a social contagion. I don't believe that.
I'm not saying it's social contagion, but that kind of advertisement has changed so many people or so many systems in the last.
I don't see how it's like if you like have an advertisement like affirming trans people, like that makes a person trans.
Well, it's because of the social acceptance around it. People are saying,
yes, when people are
in
socially
this role.
accepted, they are free to be themselves. So it's not that they're growing; it's that they're free to exhibit who they are.
Yeah. So when I'm thinking along that lines, it's socially acceptable for a woman to be in information technology too. In the same way, it's socially acceptable for her to be.
So
become a man.
I myself am a systems administrator, and exclusively any IT company or IT that I worked for, it was exclusively men, and I find very, very common you would have men making remarks of women in IT. A good example is I had this coworker. I hated this guy. This guy's a freaking asshole. I did not like him at all. He was sitting there on the phone trying to deal with some support call, and they were talking to a woman on the other end, and his response to what was going on with that woman, he was like clearly getting frustrated in the call, and he had said, "I swear, women in IT just don't mix," and it's really, really common where you have, IT managers. Those are the people that hire people in IT. They have that kind of mentality that it's like, oh, women can't handle IT. They get that classic Jordan Peterson idea that it's like, oh, women are interested in people, not things. That's not the case. We've had women programmers. We had a ton of women programmers. It's only like relatively recently where women started falling away from that.
Women programmers.
Yeah.
I have to look into what they were doing before that, because they might be. I guess that data you showed was about the degree, people getting the degree in it. do women need a degree to get into information technology today?
You don't necessarily need a degree to get into information technology, but it certainly helps to have a degree.
So, would you say it could be that the data behind it? I don't know if people are going to school to get a degree in information technology today, but do you think people are doing other forms of education? That might be the mitigating factor, because I'm thinking those other fields like technology, not technology. I'm saying medicine. There was I forget what the other two were, but there was the doctors that were there, and then the other two, you require a degree to get into those fields because it's a very, very demanding career path. Engineering, I suppose, too. I can't remember the other three or the other two that were on there, but doctor was one of them. Maybe during the 1984, maybe what happened was people started not needing the degree to get into it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think of a logical explanation, because I just can't take it that women aren't getting into it. If they're truly interested in that field, they'd be going into it.
Well, there are some women that are going into it. I just think that there's now a hurdle of sexism that exists in the IT field.
Oh, it's the attitudes
Right.
of the coworkers in the field.
100%. 100%.
Are these people married?
Sometimes.
Do they have wives?
Sometimes.
Oh.
It just depends. Like, I mean, if you think there aren't like sexist people that are married, I'm sure there are.
Yeah, but when you get married, you're gonna have to really love someone to do that, or you're just easily overtaken. Not overtaken, but you easily get into things. If you're married and you don't have that kind of commitment, you say, I really love this person. I want to be with this person for the rest of my life. I can imagine that they'd be sexist, but most of the time when you're dealing with someone, when you have someone you really love, you're not going to say, oh, I'm going to put them down just because they're different to me. You don't attack.
Well, but that
that's
happens all the
on your
time.
team.
That happens all the time.
Yeah, all the time. I think all the time is more for the people that are lonely and they're resentful. They say, I wish I could love someone. I wish I had this kind of relationship. I wish
I don't know what
were in my life.
what the psychology behind it is, but I just know that there's a lot of sexism in the IT industry, and it's not good. We should strive to solve that problem.
1 in 3 men hasn't had sex for ever. Ever. 1 in 3 today. They're frustrated. These are some frustrated people because they don't have the social skills to get out there and talk to women, and so they take their anger out or their resentment to other men, and they air out that dirty laundry. I don't think they're going to say that to a woman's face in real life because they'd be shamed. They're going to be torn down. People are going to say, that person's, like you said, that person is an a-hole.
Yeah.
But when they feel like they're in a comfortable location with other men, and we do have a way of operating that's different because we usually don't prioritize other men's emotions. We prioritize other men's efficacy. We say, if you're productive and you're doing what you're supposed to do, you're what is the word? Not competitive.
Yeah.
You're competent.
Well,
in
I mean,
it.
that would be
We are
another
going to
instance
respect
of, it would be a form of sexism, but this time on the men, and me, I want to live in a society.
Well, they're not entitled to anything.
Well, sure we are. Men are entitled. I mean, I think it's okay if a man is emotional. I think it's fine.
No.
Yeah.
An emotional man is a liability. That's dangerous because we have. Well, I suppose if you're in a virtual space or digital space, it's not too much. But if you're dealing with an emotional, uncontrolled man in a world situation, I'm going to have to put myself up to defend whoever that raging bull is going against. And that is a dangerous thing to be in. When you're dealing with another man, he doesn't know what he's doing with his body strength. I've had to, we all get into situations where we have to be physical. But when you're dealing with an adult, grown man, that's like, that's another predator that's out there that you have to fight, and you have to win. Because
I guess I wasn't referring to like, I don't know, like a person like raging out. I was mostly referring to like revealing your inner emotions, not bottling it up.
I'd tell him to bottle up, because if he's sharing his emotions with us, that means that he's too not too soft, but he's too. We have to think about his mental state if we're working. Is this person emotionally stable today, or do I have to start talking to him like a baby so that he can get to work? When I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking this person needs to be productive.
Yeah,
now.
I would fight against this, because I feel that people should be able to be themselves, without risk of being torn down for it, simply for their gender.
Have you ever done ROTC or done a military auxiliary or been in the military?
No.
Yeah, I suppose for me, I'm thinking from a military perspective.
And I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't want to, mostly because I feel like this is going to come off as insensitive, but I feel like that I don't like the idea of people spending their time effectively fighting for like an oligarchic class that ultimately doesn't care about your life, and you're going out there making them billions of dollars. Like you're throwing your life away for an oligarchy that doesn't care about you.
Yeah. In the past, it was a lot easier to get men to actually fight over land because they didn't have the information. They just they call it a casus belli.
Like, well, there is instances, right, where like, of course, like I honor my soldiers that, like obviously you need a fight for freedom, but then I start to question like that freedom in and of itself, specifically where it's like, okay, well, we're going to take these Hondurans and look at their, like, I don't know, like their socialist policy, and we're going to like enact an authoritarian leader, and we're going to, use CIA tactics to ensure that whoever is there has no chance of survival. It's like, I have a hard time kind of justifying stuff like that.
Yeah, well, they justify it because that's the casus belli, or the justification for war. They'll usually say something like, they did this evil action, or we have to protect these people, or it's for, like you said, liberation, freedom. A lot of times it isn't about that. They're putting that as a smoke screen so that you can fight to do it. But
well, take for example in the United States, we took we put in a dictator in Chile. It's like, that's probably not cool, right? Like, don't you agree?
Yeah, well, sometimes we need to get political interventions if they're doing something wrong. I don't know.
I think if you have democratically elected, if you have a democratically elected socialist, that just let it happen. See what happens, right? Why not?
Yeah, but some democratically elected people get into their power, and then they become a presidential dictator.
All right, great, maybe, but but probably not bring in a dictator to stop a dictatorship.
Yeah, but at least the dictatorship's on our side. That's the difference.
What is our side? What do you mean?
It means to our interests in the region, usually, I suppose,
Can a
for
socialist
Chile,
not be like assisting, like a socialist not be assisting to the United States nowadays? Like I feel like the USSR is done. Like we don't need to like be so worried about this anymore.
yeah, but
You know,
we still have to
why are
worry
we
about
still-
other countries' interests.
Yeah, but why are we still like needing to use like, I don't know, propaganda and trying to tear down democratically elected, you know, places? It's just, anyway, I have a problem with it. So we have been talking a while. I'm going to give you the last word and then we're going to move on. Okay.
Sure. All right, thank you. What's your name?
First Amender. You can just call me First Amender.
Hey, well, thank you for talking, First Amender. I wish you a wonderful day, and it's a pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely. You have a great day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was Andrew, everybody. Let's see here. 15501. Discussion of, I don't know, random topics, I guess. Women in IT. And war. Okay. Don't go anywhere. Hang tight. I'm gonna go quickly grab myself some food. I have like a salad here, so I'm just gonna BRB for a bit. But just give me a quick second. It won't take me long. I'm just gonna use the bathroom, grab food. I'll be right back. All right, here we go. Dame tu comida. Dame tu comida. Ay. All right, we are taking calls. 202-998-5218. Comment and debate. The soy boy liberal. Here I am. I ain't running. I'm here to debate right-wingers, right-wing chuds. Change my mind. That's not my show. What am I eating? I'm eating some salad. It's a salad. Why? Because it's a diet day. But here you can see it's like a Southwest salad. It's got a little tiny bit of cheese in it. It's nice. Okay. All right. Call in. I got the numbers running. Want to debate a soy boy liberal? I'm right here. Hell, I'm even eating a salad. I'm fulfilling the desires of right wingers where they're like, yeah, that's a soy boy. Oh. Yummy. Call in. I'm taking calls. What, you scared of a soy boy liberal? Don't blame me. Stephen Marsh says, holy cow, that was rough. I'd like to know how the socialists plan to control that proto-fascist bunch of clowns masqueraded as an Abrahamic religion. Are you referring to like the Christian nationalists movements that's happening in the U.S.? Byronic Manimal says, I'm new here. Had an extra day off, and YouTube is dead, and somehow this popped up. Hey, welcome to the channel. I'm a really small YouTuber. Super small. So, people liking and subscribing and, you know, that's fabulous. I even, once in a blue moon, get a super chat, which that's incredible. I've been looking at how expensive video cards have gotten. Bruh. Holy crap. Ah, they're expensive. Terry M says, do you have soy in that salad? Dude, I wish. I can't get enough soy. I need more soy. Call in. Where's the right wingers when you need them? 202-998-5218. Trans women are women. There. I gave you a topic. There is no God. There. I gave you a topic. Call in. Let's see how you do. I need more soy in my salad. This is a very tasty salad, I must say. What is GJM even typing? That dude is a true troll. James Miller says, first should start doing segments in his shows. That would be cool. I don't know what to do, though. I don't know. Bobro says, you could look at the news while you eat your salad. Not a bad idea. Let's do it. Let me get this table out of the way, and we'll do just that. Why not? James Miller says he needs a hot co-host who has a vagina. I do have a co-host on my Thursday shows. Thursday nights we do. I'm with my buddy Daniel Hume. Now, hot, I suppose it just depends on who you ask. Crunching and munching on a mic. I don't know what to tell you. What? I'm hungry. I'm not stopping the stream just because I'm hungry. All right. Let me pull up some news. Let's pull up some news. Hey, we're getting a call. Look at that. See? We didn't need to pull up the news. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey there.
Hello.
You hear me?
Yes, I can. How you doing? What's your name?
I'm Terry M on there.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Oh, Terry.
Terry.
I'm the Terry M. Yeah, on there.
What would you like to talk about, Terry?
Well, just and like I said, I'm not the kind of guy that gets into yelling debates, but I just like to hear both sides, which it sounds great. And I'm on the. I just don't know when people think trans should be in women's sports or vice versa, but you never see it vice versa, and there's a reason for that because they get their butts kicked all the time.
Sorry, my mouth.
Oh, did I lose you?
It's full.
Are you
No,
still there?
I'm here. My mouth is full.
Okay. Got it. So yeah,
Wait,
so you
but
do think
that's
that
wrong.
trans
There
should
are
be
trans
in
men that have
women's
won
sports.
competitions.
Not in a pro sport event or style like that. There's no way. Once again, if you have a logical mind,
Again, I'm
there's
telling
no
you,
way
there are
a woman
trans
beats a
men that
man.
definitely did compete at a professional level.
Okay,
and did
let's
win.
see. Well, can you name some?
Not off the top of my head, but I can Google it for you.
Okay,
It does
well,
exist.
I mean,
We've
you
done
can't
it before.
well, I can Google lots of things. Just like these scientists say, oh, puberty blockers is no harm to children. Just like I can find, puberty blockers are very harmful to children. So, you can find stuff on both sides, but you might find an outlier somewhere, in something, but it's an outlier. It's not the norm, and it's not
being trans is not the norm. I agree with you.
You're right. And also that was, being trans, that used to be called a mental disorder, correct?
In the DSM-4, there was gender
like
identity
5 years ago,
disorder.
They used to call it, gender dysphoria, right?
No,
But now this the
gender
left society
dysphoria.
wants to
Stop
start
for a
calling
second.
it something
Stop.
Okay,
Stop.
go ahead. Sorry. Okay, go.
Gender dysphoria is just referring to the negative feeling from being the opposite sex as your gender. It causes a significant amount of distress. But having gender dysphoria is not the same as being trans in and of itself. There are, in fact, trans people who have no gender dysphoria, however, have gender euphoria upon affirmation of their gender, with no gender dysphoria at all. So that's why there's a distinction in the current
DSM-5. That's normal? Do you think that's normal?
No.
Okay, you're right. So is that still a mental disorder then?
No.
Well, what are you talking about? You can't have it both ways. It's not normal, right?
So
it's abnormal.
So
correct?
a mental disorder is not categorized by normality or abnormality. A mental disorder is categorized by a significant distress that causes inability of you to function in one way, shape, or form. Some sort of brain condition that causes that. So being trans in and of itself doesn't. Hold on.
Mental disorder.
Hold on. You got to be able to have a back and forth.
All right. Sorry. All right.
So being trans in and of itself doesn't actually cause that. However, the negative feeling associated from having the opposite sex of your gender, that is categorized as a mental disorder by DSM-5 standards. So understand that transness, abnormal or normal, does not mean mental disorder. Do you understand?
Well, once again, it's a play with words, and one way of saying one thing sounds great for this, and then another way sounds it. So no, I don't agree with you on what you just said.
Okay, it's not a play with words.
But
it's a very rigorous
diet.
Hold on, dude, you got to let me talk. It's not a play.
Respond too.
You did respond. It is not a play with words. It's the DSM-5 TR, which is an extremely rigorous criteria and statistical manual of how to diagnose mental disorders across psychologists throughout the world. You have hundreds of psychologists that contribute to this who are leading in their field, in their respective fields, providing diagnostic criteria. So it is not just like a play on words.
Once again, we can argue with your scientists say these scientists say this. How come the UK and Europe is banning puberty blockers in children?
Because there's a right-wing agenda pushing against medical establishment.
In Europe and the UK, you're kidding me, right? Europe, the biggest liberal bastion. You're saying it's a conservative right-wing conspiracy doing that?
The UK, yes. The rest of Europe, no, and Europe doesn't reject it.
How about Sweden?
What does Sweden do for that? Let me look at that. Hold on.
No, I believe, if I recall, that they've also banned that. I could be mistaken, but there's no way you can call the UK a conservative bastion. There's no way. What's their prime minister? I don't even know what their prime minister is now.
Hold on.
Sure.
Okay, so they basically have adopted a cautious evidence-based approach where Sweden's national board issued updates and guidelines recommending that puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and mastectomies for minors are restricted in exceptional cases due to uncertain scientific evidence regarding long-term safety and benefits. It is not an outright ban. It is individual clinicians retaining professional judgment and offering treatments when clinically justified. So this is already far, far more accepting of trans individuals than multiple states in the United States.
Well, like I said, I mean, they're saying that they don't know what happens technically with children in the future when they get put on puberty blockers, is what they're saying.
No, that's not what they're saying. How much of this have you read? Like, have you read any, like,
so it says
endocrinology on this topic?
Lack of evidence for their benefits and risks of harm, such as permanent infertility. So, you know what? They have slowed it down, and they have almost stopped it. So I don't know. And UK has done the same thing. When you say the UK,
well, the UK, there's a right wing thing going on there.
So, well, okay. And what about Sweden?
But the science is not on their side.
Except in an extreme case, Sweden lets it through. But other than that, just some kids saying, "Oh, I need puberty blockers," or their parents saying that. I mean, that's not true. So once again, you can find stuff on your side. I can find stuff on my side that contradicts each other. And so I guess a lot of this just comes down to like either common sense like men should not be in women's bathrooms changing with them. What do you think about that? Do you think a guy's ding dong should be out in front of other women if they don't want it in a woman's bathroom?
I don't know what bathrooms
you're
going to. I don't know what bathroom you're going to.
Haven't you heard all these stories of women athletes having to change with men in their bathrooms, a trans man?
Yeah, it's fine. It shouldn't be an issue.
You think that's cool?
Mm-hmm.
You think that's cool, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That's disgusting. Well, so you're thinking just about the trans, how they feel. What about the women in that bathroom? Does it matter how they feel?
Yeah. Most women don't care.
Well, it doesn't sound like it. It doesn't sound. Why doesn't he go change in multi-gender bathroom? Why does he have to be in there with the women?
Because sometimes there only exists men in women's bathroom, and trans people have to go somewhere.
Yeah, you're right. They do have to go somewhere. So they have to undress in front of women? That's disgusting.
I don't know where you're going.
No,
you're undressing in front of women and men.
Let's see, changing in and out.
Are you referring to a bathroom, or are you talking about a locker room? Those are different things.
I'm talking about a locker room.
Yeah,
or
okay,
a bathroom.
what's the problem?
No, they're not really
They're just
things.
changing into their clothes. What's a big deal?
What about a woman in that locker room that doesn't want a dude with a dick changing in front of them?
Then wait for them to finish?
No. Once again, there you go. That's your typical liberal stance. Oh, the women should have to change where they go and how they do stuff, rather than a guy being in a girl's locker room.
If you're uncomfortable, just wait.
It's disgusting. No, have the trans waiter go somewhere else.
Let me ask you this. What
you're doing is you're showing that whatever the women feel.
So trans women, right?
I
just want to be clear, right?
Hold on.
Hey, chill. You're going crazy. So a trans woman, right, should be going into the men's. Correct?
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
A woman that is trans.
A trans woman should go to the men's, correct?
Are they a biological male or female?
Yes, they're Oh my God. Dude, you don't even have your terminology straight. You can't even figure this stuff out. A trans man. Okay, I'm going to help you out. Hold on. Stop talking.
A trans man
Stop
is
talking.
So
Stop
I know
talking.
What I'm talking about.
No, you don't, because you sat there wanting clarification on something that's already understood. Trans man just means that they were born biologically a female and they have transitioned to a man. So when I say trans woman, they would be biologically a male that transitioned to a woman. Do you understand?
Well, yeah, that's what I thought all along.
So I just want to be clear. A trans woman should not go in the women's bathroom. They should go in the men's, right?
Oh, well, yeah.
Locker room.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So just to be clear,
Now, is that how you believe? Is that what you believe?
No, I don't believe that. This should go in the men's.
Yes. Okay, got you.
What I have here on my screen, that should go in the men's.
I don't have your screen up, sorry.
There's a 12-second delay if you open it up and mute it.
Yeah. I was watching you on my phone, so then I called you on my phone, so I wasn't next to a computer.
Yeah. Well, I'll give you a moment to look at it. That should go in the men's, right?
Hold on, brother. Let me get up here. Let me mute this. Hold on. Okay, go ahead. I can't get it pulled up right this second.
I'll describe it to you.
Well, what did you pull up on? What did you pull up on the screen? Because I can't see it.
I have in front of me. This is a trans woman who passes 100%. If you saw this person on the street
when
somewhere,
you mean passes 100%,
like you look at them and you think they're a woman.
Yeah.
Okay. You look. They pass.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of people out there. Yeah, that totally look like that. You couldn't tell the difference.
Okay. So I would imagine somebody that's like that, it would probably make more sense that they go to the women's bathroom because they show no exhibition of being a man.
You're putting the trans feelings in front of the women's feelings. You're doing it again.
Most women don't agree with you, by the way. There have been Pew research on this.
I don't agree with that whatsoever. That is.
I have pulled up the stats on this. I'm not making this up.
Well, and once again, it depends on where.
And again, but at the end of the day, right? Even if I showed you, stop talking. Even if I showed you those stats that most women don't give a crap, you still would not concede the argument. So whether or not women care or not care is independent as to whether or not you want to be a transphobe.
Hey.
You actually don't have an argument here because just by looking at it,
Trump win?
Well, I love the pivot, dude. You should be a basketball player. That pivot was fucking amazing. Great work.
Well, no. Tell me why did Trump win?
Because
of
morons
race,
like you voted in.
America's a racist country.
Because morons like you vote him in.
Because America's racist.
No, because morons like you vote him in.
You want to pivot. You don't want to say why he won. He won because your liberal policies suck. Nobody likes them. Nobody likes the immigrants coming in here and us having to pay for them. Illegal immigrants, I should say. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants
argument.
Women or men.
Do you know what an ad populum argument is?
Nobody wants men in women's bathrooms. That's why Trump
Do you know
wins.
what an ad populum argument is?
No, I don't.
It's where you appeal to the population of people in order to address your point, but it doesn't actually explain why it must be that way. It's a fallacious argument.
Why? It's because of how most people think. It's how Americans think in America. What those things what I just told you about. See, liberals think, it's not that they don't like our policies, is we just don't get our word out and explain it well enough.
Oh, man.
And we love it that you guys keep thinking that way because you're going to get your asses kicked all the time in the future. Keep thinking that way. Why is Newsom now changing his stance now on getting law enforcement on the streets now to mirror what Trump's doing?
Yeah.
Why do you think that? Nobody likes your guys' policies. That's why you're getting your butts kicked all the time.
Well, we'll see what happens during the midterms, and I'm sure you will definitely be correct. I'm sure everybody really loves what Donald Trump is doing and everything that's happening, and people just hate liberal policies. Oh,
is it going up? Is his popularity going up?
No, it's going down.
No,
the latest stat shows that there's a huge disapproval rating of how Trump is handling numerous issues. So you will be sadly mistaken. Hell, why do you think Republicans are trying to go out of their way to gerrymander, for example, Texas to get them 5 additional congressional seats in the House? The reason why they're doing that is because they know they're going to get freaking crushed. You guys are going to get crushed, and I promise you that. Anyway, I'm going to leave you. I'm going to give you the last word. Go ahead. Have
kicking your butt. Why? Yeah. You know who did?
No, I mean because it's ridiculous. Go ahead. I mean we keep gish galloping the same thing.
Well, no.
We're gish galloping completely different points, right? Because we were talking about trans people, and now we got to talk about Democrats and Republicans. Well, okay, now we got to talk about Donald Trump. So I'm going to give you the last word, and then we're going to move on. Go ahead.
Okay. So gerrymandering. Do you think Democrats gerrymandered anything in any state?
Of course.
They're the ones who wrote the book on it. And now your guys are all upset that Texas did that?
I'm just going to let you...
literally wrote the book on it.
Okay.
And now it's an awful thing. It's just, that's how you liberals are. So anyways, well, hey, thanks for the conversation, and I'll keep listening.
Good talk. That was Terry, everybody. Let's see. 2:23:29. Phones are open. 202-998-5218. I hope you found that somewhat interesting. Give me a moment. Oh, Sorry, give me a moment. Just looking at some stuff. Just going over some stuff here. Apologies. Was getting messages. We are taking calls, 202-998-5218. If you want to discuss with the soy boy liberal, I am right here. That call was a little, in my opinion, a bit belligerent. I was expecting... This is like really common, specifically among right-wingers, where they like to gish gallop point after point instead of actually addressing what has been said. That happened multiple times in this conversation. I tried to stick to one topic, but, you know, the right-wingers cannot be helped, right? They got to bring up all sorts of unrelated topics, you know. Also, I think, like here's the thing, right? Like, I think, as an example, let's say that I enter into, like, I don't know, a Discord where it's, like, all... you know, flat earthers, you know, and I sit there, I say, okay, the earth is round, and I just get absolutely lambasted by all of the flat earthers there, right? They're like super angry, you know, and they're like telling me how I'm wrong and blah, blah, blah. And then, you know, they make the argument, well, most of us, you know, we've done our reading. We know what we're talking about, and you're the minority here. And it's like, well, that's not really an argument. It's just most people believe in that thing. It doesn't make it true. And it doesn't matter if there's, say, for example, let's say there's 1 million flat earthers and 1 round earther. The 1 round earther is still correct. I kind of want to check out this boat, though. I was like going to a... Yeah, we're gonna check out that boat. GGM, Terry M, you can look up that yourself. Google percentage children going from HRT to cross-sex hormones. These people are absolutely vile. I don't think so. I mean, I think it's medically efficacious and it's perfectly okay for them to decide to do that. Anyone that doesn't agree with it, use hostile or fascist or racist. I didn't call you a fascist. I didn't call you a racist. I did call you dumb, though. And I do believe that right-wingers are quite dumb. They don't really think properly. Rain says, what do you mean, HRT, to cross-sex hormones? I'm assuming that they're referring from hormone blockers to hormone replacement therapy. That's what I would assume they're talking about. Terry, really, should 10-year-olds be able to buy beer and a gun? No. They should not be able to buy a beer and a gun. Yeah, I mean, I'm not arguing that children self-diagnose. I think you should follow WPATH standards where it's evidence-based care. And I think that there needs to be approval of a psychologist, a doctor, and the parent, as well as the child, to agree to that. So parent, doctor, child, they all have to agree. These are all consenting people, and there needs to be informed consent in order to apply hormone blockers to give the child enough time to reconsider should they change their mind. And then we can have hormone blockers for like a couple of years till they come up with fully informed consent to hormone replacement therapy. And that's what the WPATH standards argue. And I'm on that side, right? And I believe that position is quite conservative in its position. It's not just willy-nilly giving you, people who ask for it drugs. No, you actually have to fulfill a set criteria that is well defined and evidence based. So that's where I'm at with it. Ooh, buckshot. Tyrium says, well, how about you do the same with beer and guns, and the doctor says it's going to help him, then let him have it. Okay, but doctors wouldn't tell you that beer and guns is going to help a kid. Let's see. Rain says 10-year-olds are allowed to buy guns right now, by the way. Just FYI. Yeah, I don't agree that a 10-year-old should be able to buy a gun. Seems pretty obvious to me, but that's neither here nor there. What is this boat? It looks cool. Is there anything cool here? There's probably something cool here. I mean, look at it. It's a freaking whole-ass boat. Can't open it. I bet you're supposed to do something here, but... and why not? Well, because it's harmful to the child. The child will likely harm themselves. But again, like gender-affirming care isn't harming children. It's actually helping children. There are some children who genuinely need gender-affirming care. There are children with precocious puberty, for example. You need hormone blockers in order to address that. If you have puberty at 8 years old, it's quite embarrassing, and it's socially ostracizing, and causes a lot of psychological damage on children. And so what people do is that we give them hormone blockers to ensure that they live a normal life, and then when they're of age for puberty, we get them off of hormone blockers. In the instance for trans youth, I'm concerned of it ever being a social contagion, and so I would say, hey, you give them hormone blockers for the next couple of years to decide with informed consent whether or not that they want hormone replacement therapy, and when they fully understand the consequences, and what is entailed in hormone replacement therapy, then I'm perfectly okay with provided with doctor supervision. Hormone replacement therapy. It seems to be a pretty conservative position and a logical one at that. Treating precocious puberty is not gender-affirming care, you lying tard. No, that's a part of gender-affirming care. Gender-affirming care is just providing a hormonal care based on a gender. For example, if you have a child who ends up having gynecomastia, which is, let's say you have a boy who is growing breasts in their puberty. What you do is you apply masculinizing hormones, and you have progesterone suppressants. This enables the child to live a relatively normal life. But this, by all intents, is effectively hormone replacement therapy on children. But I would venture to say you'd probably be perfectly okay with children who have gynecomastia that they should be applied hormone replacement therapy. And honestly, it would be kind of cruel to force that child to, I don't know, live their life as having breasts and go through middle school with boobs as a boy. That would be very embarrassing. Is that dogs? Damn it. There's multiple dogs. I don't want to deal with these dogs. There's too many of them. Rain says, who are you talking to, Terry? Good point. This is what I mean, man. You talk to people who are like anti-trans, and they cannot change their worldview. I can provide the information, but they never change their worldview. They were saying, okay, that's an outlier because it doesn't fit our agenda. Those aren't mental disorders. Yeah, neither is being trans. I already told you this. But again, they don't explain it. They don't explain it at all. They revert back to their position, and they never change. Never change. That is every freaking right winger I ever have to talk to. Every freaking time, bro. Every freaking time. These dogs die instantly with this gun. Can't tell if they do. Same with you libs. Yeah, but you didn't provide me any information that I don't already know. You just said some transphobic shit as if like it's anything new that of what I've already addressed a million times over. You didn't even know whether or not a trans woman is born a male. You didn't even know that. You needed explanation. You're like, oh, is that a man or a woman? And I'm like, dude, you've precisely read 0 on this topic. You actually don't know anything. You're just talking, right? You listen to some fucking right-wing YouTubers, and that's how you have formulated your opinion. You actually have no idea what you're talking about. I recommend to read some relevant endocrinology, or you could read some neurobiology, or you can read the psychology, or just, I mean, you could read about just general biology, that all of these fields affirm the existence of trans people. So it's like, what did they discover that right-wing YouTubers don't seem to know anything about? Who the fuck cares? This doesn't matter in the real world. Yeah, in the real world, there are trans individuals, believe it or not. It's not fake, not make-believe. It's a real thing. GJM says acceptance will continue to drop as it will remain, and it should be an ostracized subculture. I disagree. I think we're going to look back at times like this and not look at it in a positive light. I mean, there have been instances where trans individuals have been subjugated historically. For example, that happened during the Nazi purges. There were actually discovery of trans individuals as well as trans experiences throughout the 1940s, and they basically just referred to it as just, you know, like a perverted Jew science. And they just they shut it down, and people who were confirmed trans, those people were some of the first people to go into concentration camps. And so this idea that and it's like when we look at those times in history, we don't look at those times in history as like a positive thing. And if you think that we're going to look at, you know, what's going on right now in a positive light, I got news for you, bro. You're on the wrong side of history. You will be wrong. Is there anything here? Terry M says, oh, here, now we go now to somebody that doesn't believe in trans or Nazis. I'm not making a comparison to Nazis. I'm saying in the past, when trans people have been subjugated, it's not really a good time in history. People don't look at it as like, wow, that was a wonderful time. We loved that. We love that part where we subjugated a minority of people. Since when is that ever the case? Like, you could look at, you know, Japanese internment camps, or, you know, the Jim Crow laws. It's never a good time in history when you're subjugating a minority, period. It's not a thing. We are taking calls, by the way, 202-998-5218. Feel free to call in. Let's take a look here. We got 258 meters to go to my next destination. We've been collecting all sorts of goodies. Though, now that I think about it, how far are we from, like, a zone that can... This has places to sell. This place has a technician. All right. I think we're good. We're kind of far, but, yeah, we'll be all right. Just make sure that when you call, you don't have points that he can't argue against, or he'll tell you to get off, or he'll say you're changing this. Call back. Why don't you call back? No, I just didn't like the gish galloping. Don't gish gallop. Stick on one topic, right? Again, you weren't addressing the topic. You just had to bring up Trump or whatever nonsense. Let's take a look here. We got responses from Bobro and GJM going at it in the side chat. How about that? Oh shit. Hold on. Taking calls. Taking calls. If you want to call in, feel free to call in. 202-998-5218. Woo! What do we got here? That's an electric one. He's spooky. Dead. No problem. No problem. Poltergeist organ. There's an area over here, roughly 8 meters. Let's see. Must be an area inside somewhere here. Got to be a way to jump up. Hey, why don't you look up European countries that have blocked purity blockers, and you'll find that there's a lot. All right, let's pull it up. Let's take a look. Let's see. Okay, so when I'm looking at these, the United Kingdom, they banned prescribing puberty blockers via a court ruling. And in Scotland, Scotland's included in the United Kingdom in that ruling. For Sweden, the Karolinska Institute, Karolinska Institute stopped offering puberty blockers to under 16 in March of 2021. And for those that are 16 to 18, it's only within approved clinical trials. And then the National Board of Health and Welfare advises treatments only in exceptional cases, noting uncertain scientific support, and that there is no total ban. Clinicians can use their professional judgment in the cases that are deemed warranted. For Finland, there's a psychological support prioritized. Puberty blockers are allowed, but in exceptional circumstances following thorough evaluation. In Denmark, hormonal interventions have dropped. Guidelines now favor counseling and multidisciplinary assessment before any medical treatment. FYI, that's my position. Norway recommends classifying puberty blockers and hormone treatments as experimental, citing insufficient long-term evidence. However, there are recommendations not formally implementing any bans, continuing current guidelines, permitted treatment with caution. In France, they are advised the greatest reserve in using puberty blockers due to risks like bone weakening, fertility issues, and growth concerns. But the care is still offered with parental consent and multidisciplinary oversight. They have proposed banning a Senate committee banning it, but no such law has been enacted as of 2025. In Belgium, medical professionals have called for reforms to follow models like Sweden and Finland, considering hormone treatments as last resort. In the Netherlands, the parliament has commissioned research into long-term impacts, however, no bans yet. In Italy, in December of 2024, Italy created a national bioethics committee recommending puberty blockers only after psychotherapy fails and only within clinical trials, and urged a national registry of stronger evidence-based. There is a draft law currently requiring an ethics committee and approval of data tracking, but it is not banning the treatments. So the idea that most of European countries disagree, that's actually not the case. The only one that actually does disagree would be the UK. All right, there you go. I gave you the information you wanted. How do I get up there? I need to get up there. There's got to be, I don't know, a way to jump on this. Am I jumping from there? That seems like a long jump. All right, hold on. Ah, found it. Found a spot. Yeah, here we go. Ooh. Ooh, what do we got here? Got some of that good stuff. Oh, it's terrible. No sea protection. No, I'll take the sea protection, bro. Lots of sea damage happening. All right, well, I'm basically out of spot. Like, if I loot any more, I will be done for. So we're just gonna travel back. We gotta travel back to the Icarus base, and then we're gonna probably head south here and go on the long trek. Yep, let's go. Got a long way to go. We are taking calls 202-998-5218. You want to debate with the soy boy liberal? I am right here. I will hear out your argument. I will listen to you. We can have the discussion. Do you disagree with me? Do you disagree with me with all this trans stuff? Hey, I'm right here. Ready to hear you out. Oh my goodness. Damn it. What? I died? What? I died? When was the last time I saved? We're taking calls. 202-998-5218. You know they don't know the long-term effect of puberty blockers, correct? Well, so the problem with that is what you refer to as long-term trials. If you're talking about, I mean, there are long-term trials that do show efficacious benefit, but they're like 2 to 5 years long. However, you know, there's no like 10 or 20 year long study, but I think you've got a big problem on your hands, because what's ultimately going to happen is the thing that is already very likely to be understood, is that they're not going to really see any really significant long-term negative outcomes. In which case, Sweden will not have any position to hold, and neither will any of these other countries. So it's only a matter of time before that argument no longer holds. Again, it depends on what you consider to be long-term. Most studies, when they're like 2 years plus, they are long-term. And yes, there are 2-year-long studies, but they say, well, that's not long enough. It needs to be longer. It needs to be 10 years, 20 years. It's like, okay, well, you know, it's going to take time for us to do that, but, you know, we're more than happy to provide that if that's what you need. Thierry M saying, is that you spouting gibberish? I feel like I made a cogent statement. Just because the thing doesn't agree with you doesn't mean like it's wrong. Like maybe, I don't know, reconsider your worldview. Like, bro, what? These freaking dogs, get away from me. I don't want to fight you. I don't want to fight dogs. Bro, these dogs. Oh, God, I need that shotgun. Ah, reload. Damn it. Heal. One down. GGM says it's literally experimenting on kids and saying, yeah, again, it's not really an experiment on kids. It's observing what we have found so far. And there's tons and tons of clinical trials that shows efficacy. In my opinion, the drug should be good in the long term. This drug should be good in the long term. Just believe me. No, I mean, go ahead and have the clinical trials. I just think that what's going to end up happening is, you know, there will be a time where you observe a very strong, rigorous, long-term study that is not going to be on your side here. It's only a matter of time before it does happen, because we have had 2 to 5 year long studies that show efficacy, and you know, they say, well, that's not long enough. Okay, well, fine. I mean, what do you think the difference is going to be 10 years from now as opposed to 5 years from now? You know, it's only a matter of time before you lose that final bastion that you have. Right? Most European countries don't agree with you. Terry M says, and let's experiment on our kids. Dude, I'm telling you, they can't, they cannot move from their position. Terry M says, you have no idea. You're talking about dude, you haven't read anything on this. I have actually read about this topic. I know what I'm talking about. Jesus. It's very annoying. Very annoying. right? They sit there and look at some YouTuber for their information as opposed to like, I don't know, actually reading about the topic. They don't know what congenital adrenal hyperplasia is. They don't know what, androgen insensitivity is. Hell, he didn't even know what the heck a trans man and a trans woman was. They didn't know what they were biologically. He needed me to clarify it. Oh, here we go. This is what I mean, man. The pivot. Terry M saying, did you get the COVID shot? Dude, why are you all like this? Are y'all just like, I mean, I swear it's like, I should have like a teddy bear that has like a pull string. I should just like record like, I don't know, 6 or 7 phrases. Like, I don't know, like, let me think. Hold on. Like, I don't know. Like, I want to like make a bear, right? Like a little bear that has like a pull string on it, and I'll call it like the Republic Bear, and it'll just be like pull the string, and it's just like there are only 2 genders. Pull the string. Are you not vaccinated? Pull the string. Guns don't kill people. People kill people. They're not sending their best. Pull string. If you raise the minimum wage, prices will skyrocket. Pull the string. The 2020 election was a hoax. Pull the string. The climate is always changing, and it was hotter back then. Pull the string. It's cold outside. So much for global warming. Dude, I need to make this as a product. I'm going to call it the Republic Bear. You can buy your own Republic Bear on what it's like to debate a Republican. You just pull the string, and you just get those responses. It's going to be great. It's good. It's. Would you buy it? Would you buy? Yeah. Yeah. The last. What about Hunter Biden's laptop? Where's this light coming from? Weird. All right, well. Whoa. All right, let's see. She does drinks. This one I'm going to keep. This is really, really useful. I just can't use it now because it has a maximum radiation. So I need like something that will give maximum, not that. And where are these? This, and this. Honestly, since I'm on a long trip, I might as well Keep the bandages. Keep the health packs. I think I'm good to sell. I can sell these. I don't need those. Sell the vodka. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. And then we're gonna... Alright, so we got that. And then I should repair my stuff before I go. Is it possible to repair my stuff here? Is there a repair guy? There is a repair guy. Sick. Repair guy. That's what we need. Alright. Repair. Repair. That's expensive. I'm gonna make myself some more soda water. We are taking calls, 202-998-5218. I'll rush over if somebody calls. But I'm going to make some soda water. It won't only take a moment. I'll get another bottle just like this. All right, BRB. Call in. Debate the soy boy liberal. Check it out. I got soda water. See? It's got bubbles. I make my own soda water. So then I just take some Mio and then I got, boom, orange soda. Yeah. All right. GGM says, here's a report from AP News saying LGBTQ people in the United States see lower social acceptance for transgender people than those who are lesbian, gay, or bisexual. A new Pew Research Center poll found. Yes, that's correct, because the whole trans thing has only really come into vogue until roughly 2015. But it's only a matter of time before this gets, like, it's as if it's like most people are not accepting of of gay people, and I'm doing like a poll in the 1970s, and it's like, therefore what? Like, no gay people? Like, do you see the problem? Like, the logic doesn't really follow. Like, this is a losing battle, historically speaking. It's only a matter of time before people wise up to it. We are taking calls though. 202-998-5218. You wanna argue? Terry Maines says your show sucks. Okay. Call in, make it good. Gay acceptance is also falling, by the way. Yeah, there's a lot of like right-wing hate. I agree with you. But if you think that like gay people are going anywhere or trans people are going anywhere, I got news for you, man. They're not. GGM says, ending propaganda. What is a woman again? Are you talking about by sex or gender? Dude, I gotta get that freaking Republic Bear, bro. Just pull the string. What is a woman? Define a woman. Gonna go get that guy his briefcase. Let's do it. Let's see. Traveling. Oh shit! We go all the way over there. To be honest, I was planning this trip, so I think I'm gonna go this direction instead. We'll take care of that later. Who argues that there are women by gender and by sex? I do. I'm doing it right now. I just did it. Terry M says, you mock what you cannot answer. I did answer it. By gender, it is an internal sense of feeling female. In terms of sex, it's XX chromosomes, 18 years or older. That makes them a woman instead of a girl. And typically possessing of secondary sex traits and primary sex characteristics such as large gametes, fat placement instead of being around the belly, more around the hips, around the chest. There you go. There, I just did it. That's a woman. Terry M says, a woman, whatever it is, there's no definition of woman. A man can have a baby. Yeah, there are trans men that can have babies. Yep. Pete says, yawn, a Brit. GGM says, no one gives an F about someone's internal feeling of identifying them as a woman. You tards made that up, and society does not use this method. Well, it does, because there is the internal sense of your sex is dictated by internal hormones. And it actually affects you even as early as an embryonic stage, where there can be exhibited literal morphological changes in the brain. But again, I've explained this to you and shown you the studies, and we've done this over and over, the same old song and dance. I'm telling you, man, I got to get a Republic Bear. In fact, how much are those recorder pull strings? I gotta find a pull string recorder thing, bro. Is there a pull string recorder? Where do I find this? Let me see if I can find something. A Teddy voice recorder. I need a recordable. What about like I want like a pull, but hold up. I want it for like a pull string. Oh. All right, hold on. Let me see here. Downsides: only play factory set recordings. Audio is scratchy and they aren't recordable without heavy modification. Okay, maybe I can't have the pull string, but maybe digital pull string voice box. Oh my god, I need this. We got to do it. We got to make hold on. What is this? What am I looking at? Pull string monitors, pull string recordable voice. What is this? Hold on. Recordable voice box for teddy bear. Recordable voice boxes for teddy bears. I need this. $30 seconds. No, dude, it needs to be longer. Like 70 songs. Let me see here. Voice box, personalized stuffed animals, 30-second voice recorder. I'm looking, man. I'm looking. See, it needs to be like a randomizer. Right? Where it will do like random, like, I don't know, I'll have like 15 phrases. Hold on. Connecting to download, easy to use button. 3 seconds. You hear a beep, start recording. No need to keep the button pressed during the recording. Once you release the button, you'll hear 2 beeps and it will stop recording. Recording's up to 16 minutes in length. Stuff has 6 playback modes, and you can change the playback settings to suit your preferences by connecting a desktop computer or configure the TXT file. Good for birthdays, anniversaries. Does it allow for multiple? I need to know more about this product. Supports downloading DIY audio. 60-minute recording time. USB rechargeable. All right, hold on. Turn on the switch. Okay. Transfer. Hold on. Parsing of configuration file. Okay, let's see here. 6 playback modes. Key press interruptible. Key presses are not interruptible. Push button. Hold cycle. Loop cannot be interrupted. Play pause. Play stop. Okay. Random play. Yeah, I think this can do multiple. Oh, man. Guys, we're going to make it a reality. We're going to make a Republic Bear. I need this. Okay. All right. All right, now we got to pull up a Republican bear. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my god. Oh, but that's so expensive. Why is that $40? I gotta find a Republican bear. I'm gonna look up a Republican stuffed animal. There's gotta be like a good stuffed animal, and I can like, you know, I could probably like take it apart, sew it back up. And that will be it. God, some of these are expensive. I'm looking. Ooh, we're getting a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Yo, I actually made it on. How's it going? How's it going?
Going good. What do you want to talk about?
That's good. I was just watching one of your live streams like a little bit ago, and one of the things that got brought up was like wealth and how rich billionaires are, and like how there's several magnitudes above how rich we can like physically comprehend that they're in a whole nother world.
Yeah.
Right? That was kind of your point?
Yeah.
To some extent, I kind of agree with what you're saying.
Okay.
I don't think Donald Trump would quite fit that category. I think he's a small fish in a big pond.
You think so?
For most of his career, for most of his career, he wasn't even a billionaire. It was only until recently that, like, he got anywhere close. And even then, he's still kind of in the low billion. Whereas you have...
Is he a multi-billionaire?
Like I think he's a multi-billionaire now. Last I checked, he was somewhere at like 3.1 billion, which, don't get me wrong, that's
that's insanely rich.
Yeah, still more than what we could comprehend. But then, you know, compare that to someone like Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg.
I suppose
Bill
so, but
Gates,
like
George
those are,
Soros, those kind of guys. My point is, I do agree a little bit, but he's a small fish inside of a big pond.
No, I don't think he's a small fish. I think he's a big fish.
He could be bigger, but the way I see it is...
I mean, it's like you're just like comparing like, you know, ridiculously wealthy person to even more ridiculously wealthy person. Like, they're both super wealthy. I'm just simply talking about like the people that they can afford a giant yacht and staff it with 50 people the entire year, and in order to service like a family of 5, and they only use it like maybe 1 month out of the year. Meanwhile, out of those rest of the 11 months, it's constantly taken care of. That's the kind of wealth I'm talking about. And does Donald Trump fulfill that wealth? The answer is yes, he does.
Yes, he does. And I think your point in pointing out that wealth is more than anything I've ever seen, or like you will probably ever see, is, you know, very, very crucial and important. However, with that being said, I think the main problem is there's no sense of obligation rather than just pure wealth. Because if you look at someone like Henry Ford, who was magnitudes on magnitudes on magnitudes of wealth above the average citizen, he was, without union pressure, the first guy to give the $5 minimum wage. He subsidized housing in Detroit, all out of his own paycheck. And why did he do that? He had
so more people could buy his product.
Yeah, and also to take care of his workers, and also to oppose what he believed were Jew-controlled unions. And, you know, you can disagree with that last part all you want. Me personally, I'm not a fan of that statement. But the fact is he saw himself as an American, his workers as Americans, even black workers, which was uncommon at the time. And that motivated him to actually take care of his workers. That sense of obligation and kinship is what motivated him to take care of workers. Whereas someone like nowadays, your average billionaire who doesn't even live in America as much as they live in like some private house in Europe, they don't really see themselves as part of anything bigger. It's that just adds another layer of separation from the average person. And I think a much bigger one than just pure wealth alone. You understand what I'm saying?
No.
Okay, well, then let me see if I can put it concisely.
You're saying that they don't have that they don't care about their particular country they're born in?
Yes, they have no intermediate.
No, I agree with you. I mean, there are yeah, this is what I'm talking about, is the ones, billionaires that are able to afford giant yachts. They could just simply up and leave, and wherever they're at, and go be on be at a yacht club in Malta, in the next like month or so. And so, like, if everything goes horrible in their home country because of their terrible policies that ultimately benefit them, but make life a living hell for other people and destabilize their own country, it ultimately doesn't affect them in any negative way. They just up and leave to another country and they're good to go.
Yes. I will make a quick nitpick.
That's a problem.
Eventually it will affect them.
Well, but it wouldn't, really. I mean, they could just up and leave. Hell, you have some libertarian billionaires that try to do seasteading, right? They literally just want their own country where they could just have no rules or whatever.
Yeah. The feasibility of that is a little rough because, like, even Liberland, like the oldest one of those little projects, is, let's just say, shaky at best as far as, like,
I agree.
Actual sustainability. However, that's just a nitpick. I just think, the inordinate amount of wealth is theoretically a problem. But I think the bigger problem is that lack of identity, that lack of connection to the rest of the culture. And, like, wealth does play a part in that, but I think just the general way society is set up also plays a part in that. Where if you take a step back to Henry Ford,
I mean, I don't have any care or identity towards United States culture. I just like trying new things.
Yeah, and I think that would mean, if you were to say, wake up tomorrow with $1 quadrillion, or however much you want to go, pick a number, it would be harder, not impossible, but harder for you to put yourself back in the shoes of an average American, because you would just enjoy trying new stuff. And that's okay. I'm not saying, like, you can't ever try new stuff or anything, but the lack of connection adds a degree of separation even now. Now, with wealth, you could just scale that problem up way, way higher. And that's what I think wealth does, is wealth just magnifies the problem or magnifies the benefits. Where someone who is truly wealthy but a good person, again, for better or for worse, Henry Ford, I think, was an all-around decent guy. He was a little rough with his kids, but decent guy. His wealth allowed him to basically build the city of Detroit. It allowed him to lift millions of blacks and whites out of poverty and make sure most Americans could afford a car. That's awesome. But, someone like Jeff Bezos or Mark Zuckerberg, well, I'll use Jeff Bezos. You know, his inordinate amount of wealth doesn't really benefit the average American that much. And so, rather than just tackling wealth, we should tackle the closed off, separate little world that these people live in, and integrate them into American culture, historically American culture. And we, as a public, need to start creating that creating an American culture.
So what would this American culture look like to you?
I think the American culture of the founding, the one that led us to this greatness, would be probably the best, which is a pan-Protestant culture. You know, we're a Christian nation, and not just a Christian nation, but
Have you ever
specifically
looked
a
up the
Protestant
Treaty of
one.
Tripoli by any chance?
Wasn't that when it was Jefferson signing a treaty with the Barbary Pirates, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm vaguely familiar with it, but refresh me.
Where the founding fathers signed and agreed to the statement saying explicitly that the United States was not founded nor considered to be founded a Christian nation.
Yes,
It was designated even from the
would be
get-go,
familiar with that.
from its creation, not a Christian nation, not a Protestant nation, but a secular one.
I am familiar with that, and I am familiar with Thomas Jefferson, who was a deist, his thoughts on the matter, but his thoughts are vastly outweighed by the other founders, such as John Jay, the first Supreme Court Justice, who was a devout Episcopalian or Anglican, take your pick, and he upheld the right of states to institute their own established churches. And also James Madison, the fourth president after Thomas Jefferson, also an Anglican, said that our Constitution and government is for
none of this
person.
matters. I'm pointing out that the Treaty of Tripoli, signed by the founding fathers, explicitly saying that it is not founded on not Thomas Jefferson. That was something that was passed by the Congress and the House, so that would have involved multiple founding fathers. The majority believed that the country is a secular nation. And the Treaty of Tripoli doesn't go away by saying, hey, some of them were believers. I agree with you that they were believers, but they still believed in a secular nation. So this idea that we should found it on, or it was founded on Protestantism, that's incorrect.
See, here's the thing. That just wasn't the understanding as evidenced by every other founding father. And I just looked it up. My bad. President John Adams. It was, however, authored by Joel Barlow, a Jeffersonian Republican, which he was a fan of the French Revolution, and also an atheist. So if you're taking the word of a minor president and a treaty that was signed
again,
not president,
it
not
was
minor
signed
president,
into law.
It was signed into law by John Adams.
What? No, yeah. But that was the current president. But in order to have that article show up at the president's table, they had to draft that. People had to agree to that.
Yes. And the guy who authored that was Joel Barlow. And who was it directed to? The Muslim Tripoli Barbary pirates, who were targeting American and Christian shipping specifically because in the Quran you can do that to the infidels. You can plunder the infidels. So do you think there could just be a possibility of that particular clause being put in for political reasons, while not necessarily being endorsed by the majority or the majority of American people or even the majority of the founders?
I swear, no matter how many times I disprove this, it's never enough. The U.S. Constitution. Stop. The U.S. Constitution makes no mention of Christianity or God, other than the dating formula stating the year of our Lord. The First Amendment explicitly prohibits Congress from establishing a religion, protecting freedom of religion. The founders drew heavily from Enlightenment ideas such as Locke, emphasizing the concepts of natural rights, reason, and a very clear separation of church and state. You are correct in saying that some founders are Christian. Many of them, however, they're deists, religious skeptics. So you already mentioned Thomas Jefferson, Ben Franklin, James Madison, Thomas Paine. Those are also part of it. The Jefferson himself even created the Jefferson Bible, which specifically was done to strip out miracles and supernatural elements, leaving effectively only Jesus's moral teachings. And again, I have to mention it again because it's not addressed. You can't hand wave it away. The Treaty of Tripoli was ratified unanimously by the Senate, and it was signed by President John Adams. It says very clearly, again, ratified unanimously by the Senate, agreed to this statement: the government of the United States of America is not, in any sense, founded on the Christian religion. It says it as clear as day. You cannot make this go away.
See, I'm glad, real quick, I am glad you brought up John Locke being influential on the founding, because he had some very interesting words to say about those who were not Christian. He said, and I quote, "Lastly, those are not at all to be tolerated who deny the being of God. Promises, covenants, and oaths."
He was a philosopher in the he was a philosopher in the 1690s. Everybody was religious. This is not an argument.
Yes.
Right, but again,
yes.
You're acting as if again, the idea that the United States is founded on a religious argument, that is incorrect. That is not the basis. I gave you the basis.
Except it was widely agreed by the founders.
Wrong. I literally, dude, I am going to once again tell you. I am going to stop talking. Stop talking.
James Madison.
Okay, I have to. I'm muting you. I'm muting you. You're getting muted. You're getting muted. I'm muting you. Nobody can hear you. All right? Nobody can hear you. We can only have a conversation that's a back and forth. All you're doing is pivoting from the reality of the Treaty of Tripoli. It was ratified unanimously by the Senate. That means the founding fathers, when they had the Senate, they did agree with the article that was written stating specifically, very clearly, the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion. There is no amount of fact that's going to make it go, well, John Locke was religious. Okay. Also, the Treaty of Tripoli. Well, there were a lot of Christians. Yeah. Also, the Treaty of Tripoli. You cannot make this go away. Okay, your turn.
Okay. Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Can they hear me? Okay. So it wasn't just John Locke wasn't religious.
Dude, holy shit. He can't address the Treaty of Tripoli.
No. I'll get to the Treaty of Tripoli. Just, I want to note that it wasn't just John Locke is religious. John Locke specifically thought atheists couldn't work in a representative form of government. So that is important. However, the Treaty of Tripoli, as it is signed, yeah, sure, that I'll grant you all that. And I'll even say, sure, whatever. There is definitely Article 11. As the government of the United States is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion, as it has in itself no character of enmity against laws, religion, or tranquility of Muslims, and as said states never entered into any war or act of hostility against the Mohammedan nation, it is declared by the parties that no pretext arising from religious opinions shall ever produce interruption of harmony between the two existing countries. Once again, this just seems to be a little bit of politicking, because with the Muslims,
it's not. It's
you are
explaining.
allowed to pillage.
It's explaining
right there in Article
how
11.
how we have a very clear separation of church and state. That is true.
No, it says we have.
Dude,
no
it's the
character of
first
enmity
freaking
against the
amendment.
laws, religion,
It's in the
or
First
tranquility of the
Amendment.
Muslim. What does the First Amendment say? And this is where I'm going to bring it back, our good boy John Jay. It says Congress shall make no law establishing religion. But as per the opinion of the first Supreme Court judge, John Jay,
hold on.
that did not violate the
Congress
state's right
shall
to
make
establish
no law.
their own churches.
Oh, Jesus, fuck.
Yes.
Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or the right of the people to peacefully to assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievance. So that's the First Amendment. Okay? It's written right there. It is not in any way founded on Protestantism. I have no idea where you got that from.
So let me ask you a question real quick. If it is so clear and the founders were so adamantly not atheists, well, not in favor of establishing a Christian religion in any
No,
sense.
establishing
There was
it
no-
in term
there was meant
in the
to
form
be-
of government. You realize
Okay, in
that the
government, in
founding
government.
fathers
My bad.
wanted to walk away from they specifically wanted to walk away from the old world because that they observed it had largely been taken over by the melding of religion and politics together. So they said specifically, they were like, well, there's people feuding all the time over whatever religion that they have, and they're implementing it in their laws. Considering the fact that people have differences in what they believe in, maybe we should do something where we design a government where it doesn't actually respect a particular religion. It just allows people's religious existence to be there. And that's it. And that's what they came down to, that conclusion. And that's the same exact conclusion that happened under Locke. The same thing. Okay? So the idea that it's founded on the
I'll say
Protestant religion, nonsense. Nonsense. People are feeding you bullshit. Right? And you should not be buying into very clear bullshit.
Let me ask you a question. If it was so clear that they did not want religion, specifically Protestant religion, entangled with government at all, why was it that Massachusetts did not disestablish its explicitly Puritan church until 1833? And then Connecticut, it kept its till 1818.
Well, I don't know, but the First Amendment, I can acknowledge that even existing, and observe that doesn't really dismantle the First Amendment, nor does it dismantle the very clear separation of church and state. If you're talking about things that would have happened prior to the inception of the United States, then I agree with you. I mean, I'm sure that there were Puritan movements, and then trying to establish that into their colony law. That wouldn't surprise me at all. But I'm telling you right now, in the United States, the way it functioned was a very clear separation of church and state. They made it very clear. So you can't make that problem just simply go away.
I just find it odd, and this is the question I'll pose to you, that despite what you believe, the founders explicitly rejecting the Christian character of the nation, as per the Treaty of Tripoli and the First Amendment, why is it that basically all of New England, because also Connecticut, New Hampshire, and those were the only New England states. You also had Massachusetts, so Boston. Why is it that these New England states were able to fly in the face of the First Amendment and the Treaty of Tripoli for so long? Why is it that they were able to go against what you believe?
Because I think there's a lot of religious nutbags that think that the United States was founded on the Christian religion. Right.
Okay,
and
so
even to this day, right, we sit here and we go through instances like in the 1950s where they wanted to put "In God We Trust" on the money, and they were successful in doing so, even though that in and of itself is unconstitutional. It just was pushed in there in order to push the Christian narrative and not a more deist perspective of originalists in the Constitution itself. To me, and so the idea that the United States was founded on the basis of the Protestant religion, complete nonsense. It's written in the First Amendment. It's written on the Treaty of Tripoli. It's very clear the Founding Fathers did not intend that.
Okay, so one thing real quick. These atheists who write, or people who are not disposed to having a Christian nation, write the Treaty of Tripoli, write the First Amendment, but they're also simultaneously religious nut jobs who allow these states to keep established churches specifically entwined with the state. Up until the
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
In the face.
Is the United States? I'm just going to ask you very clearly. I'm just going to ask you this very clearly. Very clearly. Was the United States founded on the Christian religion? Yes or no?
Little complicated, but
no, it's really not. Here, I'll read it once again. We have the First Amendment and the Treaty of Tripoli, and it says the United States is not founded on the Christian religion. So I'm going to ask you very clearly, was the United States founded on the Christian religion?
In order to give concessions to the deists.
Can you just please answer a yes or no instead of giving me a long spiel?
I mean, I don't
please
know.
Give me a yes or no to that.
You were kind of deflecting.
Yes or no? Just answer the question. Yes or no?
Would you be so kind as to answer why these atheists and these secularists who ran the government allowed New England states to keep established churches if we weren't founded on the Christian?
This is a whataboutism. Yes or no?
I think this is also a whataboutism because you've deflected.
Was the United States founded on the Christian religion? Yes or no?
That is important. That is
holy crap, dude. Holy crap. He can't do it, guys. He literally physically cannot do it. All right. We're going to do it one more time, right? One more freaking time. Okay, one more time, because I swear these freaking right-wingers and their stupid nonsense, it doesn't stop, okay? The U.S. Constitution makes no mention of Christianity or God. The First Amendment explicitly prohibits Congress from establishing a religion, and it protects the freedom of religion. The founders drew heavily from Enlightenment ideas that emphasize natural rights, reason, and specifically a separation of church and state. Many of the founders were deists or religious skeptics, and they even tried to avoid things like miracles. The Treaty of Tripoli, which was signed in 1797, 20 years after the United States had been founded, that you have the founding fathers there in the Senate specifically signing a document that says the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion. You're going to tell me that you cannot answer the question, or that it is complicated, whether or not the United States was founded on the Christian religion?
I'll give you a simple answer, since clearly you kind of crashed out a bit. Yes, it was founded on the Christian religion.
Okay, all right. You're in La La Land. I'm going to give you the last word, but go ahead and that'll be it. You are anti-reality. I don't know what else to tell you.
Okay, bro.
Yeah, I'm going to let you have the last word. Go ahead.
All I asked was, why did all these atheists just let a bunch of religious fanatics keep established churches clear to the 1830s?
Because of the founding of the the founding of the because the founding of the colonies often had people like Puritans who were even more extreme than the Catholics were. Yeah. So they look at that as like, okay, well, they kicked them out, and so there's a lot of religiosity put into the founding. But the actual United States, in and of itself, the United States was specifically designed to have a separation of church and state. So the idea that it is founded on religion, that's not the case. It's the exact opposite that's the case. But if you want to, yes, the United States also has a long history of dealing with religious nut jobs. Yes, I agree with you.
As per the actual First Amendment, it was against Congress, specifically the National Congress, establishing a religion. It was not against identifying as a Christian nation, or even
it's not identified as a Christian nation. It's a secular nation. How many freaking times do I have to point it out to you? You guys are anti-facts. I can't do it, dude. We're done. We're done. You can't, you still, even after a knowledge of the Treaty of Tripoli, you're still like, oh yeah, it was definitely a Christian nation, even though it explicitly says the opposite from the founding fathers. Fuck me, dude.
Hey, if you're just gonna out about
because it's like, dude, I'm showing you a red wall, and I'm like, look, take a look at the wavelength. Do you see how the wall is red? And you're like, the wall's not red. It's more like mauve. Like, dude, like it's so ridiculous. Like, it's the obvious. And obviously you seem to know some amount of history, so I don't see exactly how that you can just reject basic facts.
Because things are a little more complicated than just reading a quick little text from a treaty with Muslim pirates, and then extrapolating that onto the whole character of the United States at the founding.
I mean, if you're asking whether or not that there's Christian inspiration, I wouldn't disagree with that, but that's not what you said. You said that the United States is founded on the Christian religion. That's not the reality. That's false. That's just false.
I will clarify a little bit that we made one too many concessions to the atheists.
Oh, Jesus, fuck, dude. You wanted to be more religious.
More explicit? Yes, I think we should have been more religious.
No, I think what you're going to do is that you're going to create... Okay, here's what ends up happening when you do this, okay? And this is the case with any theocracy. Doesn't matter what theocracy you pick. The end result is that it causes the innumerable suffering of a minority of people. That's what happens every single time. And whether that's just a tiny minority to a large minority to a large majority, it's inevitable. Whether it's women, LGBTQ people, people who are not your religion, it happens or people who are not in your specific sect. There's even this idea that, hey, if it becomes a Christian religion, all of a sudden all the Christians are going to get together in kumbaya. But the problem is that Christians don't even agree with one another. They sit there and they have entire sects themselves. And then it's like, okay, well, then who's going to be the dominant Christian sect? At what point do we sit here and look at other theocracies like most Middle Eastern countries and observe that they live horrible life standards? And even it's so bad where it's like you had instances like, I don't know, the golden ages of Islamic culture, where they effectively gave more rights to women in comparison to that of their European counterparts, which allowed their economies to grow significantly. It is in fact subjugation of people that causes people to suffer more. And you arguing your theocratic worldview is ultimately making life worse for a lot of people. And I think that you need to wake up and realize that.
Quick question. Do you think that Britain from 1688, the Glorious Revolution, to 1829 was a fair, not perfect, but fair country? It didn't necessarily set up concentration camps or anything, right?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't know what this has anything to do with what I had said.
Because at 1688, the Church of England explicitly made it in law that you had to be an Anglican to be elected to Parliament, to pass laws, to be a king, to hold any sort of office. And that was not repealed until 1829. And even then, it was only Catholics allowed in. That's a pretty strict theocracy. In fact, as a holdover from...
Yeah, do you think that that's a good time in history?
Strict religious
Do you think
rule.
that was a good time in that history?
Was England necessarily?
All right. This goes back to my same argument.
Camp.
This is back to that you are
created...
causing the innumerable suffering of a crap ton of people. Nobody looks at those times as, wow, that was a great time to be alive. Like, no, dude.
Well, it wasn't a great time because...
No, because there's fucking tons of suffering because of stupid religion.
Religion
has literally destroyed so much of humanity, dude. It is insane. I'm actually, what I find astonishing, right, is that we can observe that there are people that believe in this quote unquote God, but the reality is that we can't empirically show it to exist in any way, shape, or form. And there's plenty of portions in the Bible that literally make no sense. There's parts of the Bible that argue in favor of slavery. There's parts of the Bible that say that that you're supposed to marry a virgin who has gotten raped by the aggressor. They're supposed to marry that virgin. There's very strange verses just peppered throughout it, and people have burned witches at the stake. They have destroyed scientists and scientific thinking in order to favor a dogmatic worldview as opposed to one on the basis of facts. We have mixed it with our politics, causing innumerable suffering to many different people. And here we are in the United States, where people like you argue for a Christian theocracy, which ultimately will mean the destruction of people like me, LGBTQ community, and half your population, which is women, and I think it's a fucking piece of shit. And people who argue in your favor are just making life worse for a lot of people. And and y'all are never going to be satisfied until you subjugate more than half of the population. That's the end result. You and I are just axiomatically opposed to one another. I want there to be less suffering in society, and you're perfectly okay with suffering as long as it pleases the thing that we can't empirically prove to exist.
No, suffering won't happen in a religious society. Things will get better.
Except that doesn't happen in any theocracy. Secular systems live higher quality of living standards than any theocratic system. Period.
Are blasphemy laws a mainstay of a theocratic system?
Yes.
Would you say? Okay, well then the U.S. Supreme Court didn't rule blasphemy laws were unenforceable until 1952. That means until 1952, you could be charged and convicted under a blasphemy law. And yet, the 19th century and early 20th century...
Well, according to you, that's a good thing. You like the idea that there were...
Yeah,
do you think that we should have Do you think that we should have blasphemy laws?
Yes.
You're
Every
a fucking
society will
idiot,
have
dude. You're a
blasphemy law.
fucking idiot.
Can I
What
say
a
the N-word
fucking
right now?
asshole. You're a fucking asshole.
Can I say the N-word?
Blasphemy laws, dude? What's next, bro? Do you go after, I don't know, Dungeons and Dragons and go after like magic and whatever freaking nonsense? Dude, it's make-believe. Dude, in your book, there's a fucking talking snake. Can snakes talk?
I actually play Magic the
Hey,
Gathering,
shut the fuck up. Can snakes talk?
Can I say the N-word?
Can
Or is
snakes
that a
talk?
blasphemy law? No, but Satan can.
All right, well, first of all, it doesn't even state in that book that was Satan. Can donkeys talk?
No.
Yeah, but there it is. Did Balaam's donkey
Yeah,
not
so
talk
God
to him?
made Yeah, Balaam's
Okay,
donkey
so
did
it's
talk to him, I
fucking
mean,
nonsense.
That's it.
And you want to subjugate half the fucking population.
Usually happen, guys.
Yeah, it doesn't happen.
Okay, cool.
Donkeys don't have the vocal cords necessary to make speech. That's not how donkeys
And so,
work.
Theoretically.
No, not theoretically. It physically doesn't
okay.
have the
I'll
vocal
go back
cords
to the- I'll go back to the-
necessary
I'll go back
to
to-
make speech. It's not possible.
And so the God of the world, who supposedly created everything.
Which, by the
Couldn't-
way, we can't
couldn't
empirically
wave his
show
hand.
at all. We
Yeah,
can't
sure,
empirically
sure.
show its existence at all.
Sure.
None. Zero.
Sure.
Not a single experiment has shown any unknown source of force or anything of God commanding fucking anything at all. Even the tiniest freaking thing, from a cell to a whole person. Nothing. Planets. Nothing. We don't see anything no matter what freaking scale we get, and yet you want to implement blasphemy laws. Go fuck yourself. You're a monster. Yeah. You're what's wrong with the United States. You're what will make United States fall. The United States will become the theocracy of fucking Christianity, and people like me will go in concentration camps. And I want to let you know that I'm perfectly okay with the idea of LGBTQ practicing their Second Amendment right. Go fuck yourself. You're a monster.
Sir, that's very hurtful. No, I'm just kidding. Real quick, before I go, let me just ask you, is it a de facto blasphemy law that I can't say the N-word without severe societal repercussions?
That's not a blasphemy law. And also, there is no law that prevents you from saying the N-word.
Okay, so what if I made it so that, let's just say, we don't put a blasphemy law on the book.
What was your name, by the way?
Societally.
What was your name?
Like my account name?
Whatever your name is.
Or my real name?
It doesn't matter.
Okay, my account name was Mr. Awesome. I think that was in the chat somewhere.
Yeah.
You could probably see that. But
You want to implement blasphemy laws, bro. You've lost the plot. By the way,
Could I change it to,
under a blasphemy law,
could I
right?
change it to-
We should get rid of Magic the Gathering because the reality is that it's got too much blasphemy in it, right? It's got all sorts of gods and stuff that there's only one true God. That's a blasphemy.
No
What a
blasphemy
fucking
taking God's
asshole.
name in vain. So,
What a
if-
fucking
real quick,
asshole,
what
bro.
If I didn't want blasphemy laws, like, could I change?
You
my
literally
opinion and
said
say,
you
I don't
wanted
want
blasphemy laws. Are you now changing your opinion that you don't want blasphemy
yeah,
laws?
But I see. I will change my opinion. I want a culture that will enforce the taking of God's name in vain as hard as it enforces people saying.
Yeah, go
the
fuck
N-word.
yourself and fuck your God. How about that? I don't like you and I don't like your God because you ultimately, in order to live the life that you want to live you basically need to subjugate a whole minority of people. You're a monster. You're everything of what's wrong in the United States right now. And you're the reason why people like Trump got elected. You make life worse for a lot of people. And I don't like you. I think you're the problem in the world.
All right, Sark. Well, GG, man. I don't know where to go from there.
No,
But,
I wouldn't either. You're a terrible human being.
I prefer the term based as fuck, but I digress.
Yeah.
Godspeed.
No,
Greg,
you're a
sir.
terrible person.
Godspeed.
Yeah. I hope they get in a car crash. So I don't have to listen to them again. Holy crap. Oh, good God. Guy wants blasphemy laws. Phones are open. 202-998-5218. I am ready to hear out your arguments. I want to hear out your arguments. Hopefully you're not as a horrible person like that guy. You know, just maybe be less shitty to people when worshiping your religion. Dude, I am getting wrecked. Dude, how many of those enemies do we have? Jesus, I'm taking too much damage. It's C damage. I have to... Is there any C pills? I don't have any C pills. Bro, this is bad. Dude. Ugh. Hide behind a tree or something. Alright. Xandercat says fascism is absolutely sacrilegious, blasphemous, evil, nonsense, bullshit. I completely agree. I hope that you grow up to be a better person. I don't know what to tell you, man. You lack empathy towards regular people, and it's really a shame. What did I get shot by? Dude, this is so hard. I shot the shit out of that mind flayer. I think I need to just bust out the freaking grenades, because he's just dealing so much damage to me. Let me see if I can find him and just like throw a grenade at him. There's too many enemies here. All right, where'd he go? Is he coming? What am I getting hit? I'm getting hit by another enemy. I just need to kill that thing. Where is he? There he is. Shit. Take it. Come on, is he gonna die? Is he still not dead? I think I got him. Yeah, he's dead. We got him. Shit. Alright. We killed him. So we should be able to finish off these guys. Alright, I think we're good. Alright, we did it. Alright, someone call me. Do me proud. Empathy is a selfish emotion. What? What? Like we're gonna look at empathy as like a negative thing now? Dude, we're so backwards as a society. We're so effed. Dude, if we think that it's like, oh, you don't... Alright, by the way, if you guys wanted the invite to the notification channel when I'm streaming next, this is it. Join the notification Discord. You know what would honestly be really cool if it started getting boosted and I can just call it discord.gg/@firstamender? That'd be really cool. All right. Z-Raid says, Amender, do you believe hate speech is real and should be prohibited by law? I think there's like a level. There's a level of hate speech which I think should be illegal. I think like if the loathing and contempt is so bad that they basically can't live their life and it's like something that they cannot control. Yeah, I think that should absolutely be regulated. Yeah. Empathy. You make it about you. You help people to make yourself feel better. No, it's just being able to understand other people's feelings. That's empathy. Empathy is just, but you saying that is making me go, oh crap, this guy actually has no empathy and doesn't understand it. Also, screw controllers, bro. These controllers, dude, these guys suck, bro. I throw grenades at them until they're dead. These guys suck. We are taking calls, 202-998-5218. Call in. Call in. There were a couple calls in between. People were like, ooh, I want to talk to First Amender. And then, you know. Shit. I guessed your point pretty quickly, but I know how Amender he is, so he probably ignored the actual point. Z-Raid says, I figured it. I'd hate speech is wrong, and you'll say it's wrong, and you should say it's no better to say F your God, regardless of who you're arguing with. Yeah, I don't think like saying fuck your God is hate speech. You're not God and your identity is not God. It doesn't prevent you from worshiping in your Christianity. You can go be a Christian. I should be able to say fuck your God. Yeah. But like the problem that I have is like there's instances like, you know, LGBT people where their very existence is at stake, and it's their livelihood is increasingly hostile to the point that they basically often have to go into hiding in order to exist. And it's like, okay, well, they can't live their life. And that would be an example of like, you know, okay, if it's like an incredibly antagonistic atmosphere and just creates dehumanization of trans people, then yeah, I do believe that there should be hate speech laws based on that type of discrimination. 100%. Oh, oops. That's not what I wanted. We're getting a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
It's snaketurbanhead, brother.
Is what?
It's Snake, brother. Can you hear me?
It's Nate?
Snake.
Snake?
Yes.
Okay. What do you want to talk about, Snake?
Well, I'm just calling in to congratulate you on another excellent show.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
It's always excellent, you know, all the time. And I'm looking forward. Are you at Debatacon?
No. Why should I go?
Not this one.
I don't know. I'm not that
do.
big, man. I'm just tiny, man. I'm a tiny YouTuber. By the way, are you subscribed?
I think I didn't I
Did
tonight? I believe
Yeah.
I just subscribed to you.
All right. Anybody who's listening right now, you should be subscribed. Please subscribe. I'm a very tiny YouTuber, so any amount counts. 1 subscriber, 2 subscribers, I'm in heaven. All right, go ahead.
Well, you know, brother, I think if you just, I don't think you really have to beg for subscribers. I think what's going to happen is this, and actually I'm predicting it. I watched all your debates, and I was like, okay, this guy has a star factor in this arena.
You think?
I noticed it, man. Oh, I don't think I know it.
Oh, man.
I know it. Like, you know, when people are saying, oh, well, Andrew Wilson, what's he have, like fucking 220,000 subscribers or whatever
Yeah,
you're
with the
talking
Crucible.
about? Yeah, you're going to exceed that in less than a year. I
Oh,
guarantee.
bro, no way. I don't believe that.
Yeah,
That'd be
yeah,
amazing.
man.
I mean, that would be really
but
cool.
let me
I
tell
just
you
don't
why,
think I'm
man.
there.
But
All right, go ahead.
Well, it's because you're fucking humble about yourself, you know. And I noticed that about you. You speak about controversial shit, but to yourself, you're humble about yourself, you know. But you're a brilliant motherfucker, man, and you're an amazing debater, and you're hilarious, dude. I watch content all the time, and I hook shows up between people. It's a hobby of mine just because I want to see interesting shit happen.
Mhm.
And you're one of these people that blows my mind every time you get on the internet.
All right, well, hopefully, we get something good because, I don't know, like me personally, like, I feel like the popularity is like a secondary thing. I think like,
Yeah, but here's the thing about you. When I'm talking to you right now, it's like I'm just talking to a good, nice person, right? But when you're in debates, dude, you are fucking relentless. I mean, I never seen anybody like the only person that is like the way you do it is Craig McNeil, I think.
Craig McNeil.
I mean, and for Fight the Flat Earth, he's fun to watch, you know, when
Yeah.
he debates.
Yeah,
And,
I do like
and
him. Fight the
I
Flat
was
Earth. I like him.
establishing a connection. Yeah, I was establishing a connection with him because I was like, okay, like this guy's funny as fuck. I need to get this guy's name out there more, and I really want to get that debate with him and Witsit on the internet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I really want a lot of people to see that shit, and I'm like,
Well, didn't
I
they
gotta
they actually have a debate?
yeah, but you know, at Debatacon, it's going to be Witsit versus Craig.
Okay.
And so I contacted Craig and I said, I'll help you out, man, because I know all these podcasters. I want to get as many people involved as possible to help you out, because it's epic, right? Because with it, it's so full of shit.
Yeah. Well, and then I don't know, when it comes to like the flat Earth discussion, it really is just like, it's like, why are people talking about this? Like it's very clear that obviously, like, the Earth isn't flat, right? Like I don't need.
Well, I know nothing is. Right? I mean, you know what I mean, Amender. Now listen to this. This is funny, and I got involved because I like when people talk about different things and different ideas and stuff, and I want to research what they're talking about. So here's what I found out, man. The first sign of a retard is this. I'm not meaning a mentally handicapped person, but an idiot that's bullshitting.
Mm-hmm.
What they'll say to you is they won't say research. They'll say look into it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's like anybody that tells you to look into something rather than research it, you have to understand there's a mental defect there already.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, for sure. I agree with you there. That's true.
Yeah, and then after that comes to all the conspiracy bullshit, right?
Yeah.
So that happens all the time. And the other thing is this, all these people that really hate on trans people, they really hate on gay people, bisexual people or whatever. It's like they don't have any friends that are those people, you know?
Yeah, no, I agree. And a lot of the times, like what I find is they don't do any reading on the subject. They just listen to some, something online or Twitter or whatever.
Yeah. But you know what I see?
They don't actually
you're so
read about the topic.
You're so well. Yeah, exactly. You're so well researched on what you do. You're trying to teach dogs how to use remote controls a lot of the time, man. Like you know what you're talking about in these discussions, and they don't. What's that Dunning-Kruger thing that everybody talks about, and and you'll run into that if you go deep enough in flat Earth, and if you can think, anybody can think like in terms of geometry and scale, that you'll start to see you run into people. It doesn't matter what you say to them.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally like trying to teach a dog how to use a remote control.
Yeah, no, I agree with you to an extent. I don't know if it's like at the level of like it's like a dog. I think it's probably like.
Well, but it is. It's actually worse because they're worse than the dog because
you think?
If we assume they have the choice to be otherwise, right? If we assume that they have the choice to be otherwise, they are worse than the dog. But if they don't, they're not.
I mean, they just kind of like double down on they like double down on a topic, even though that it's like, I mean, it's something that's just been addressed before, and it's like I could sit there and explain it to them, and then within that moment, they'll say the literal opposite of what was just explained. Take, for example, when I brought up, trans being a mental disorder. And like I brought up, well, there was gender identity disorder that changed to gender dysphoria, but not all trans people have gender dysphoria. And it just doesn't match the diagnostic criteria for a mental disorder, according to the DSM. And it gets completely ignored. Right? They just go right back to it's a mental disorder. Like they didn't hear anything of what I said. And I'm like, what is going on? Like, I don't understand that mentality. Like they have like almost like a block. I don't know how to address that.
You can't, because idiots here's what you. This is what I said earlier in the chat. Idiots, right? They lack intellect, and they coagulate based upon herd conformity. So they're all going to stick together, and it's not because they're thinking; it's because it's comfortable for them. And somebody like you, who's a revolutionary thinker, is an extreme threat to their homeostasis.
I think I'm just some random schmo that likes to read.
No, you're not a random schmo. Listen to me, man.
Dude, I
studied
am. I promise you.
I've studied philosophy all of my fucking life, and I fucking listen to shows all the time. And you do something that is very unusual, and you're very good at it when you debate people. And the way you stay calm is incredible. And
I wasn't calm that last debate. I wasn't calm at all.
Which one?
This last
the
debate.
guy that was just on.
Yeah, I called him a monster.
Yeah, I know. That was weird that you went crazy on that guy, but I'm saying,
fuck these people, man. They're terrible.
You deal with a lot, though, in the
Human
position
beings.
that you're in, and I've seen you on platforms with huge names, and you hold your ground like nobody else.
Oh,
that guy was an idiot. Well, that guy was an idiot that you were talking to, but he was not like a mean guy. I think sometimes what people do when they're super smart.
I mean, they were sitting there arguing for
theocracy,
right? Like, and let's be honest, right? They're going to want to take away rights from all sorts of women. They're going to want to force them to be stay-at-home mothers. It's like, okay, well, you're already subjugating half the population in order to kind of live the world you want to live. And it's like, I'm not aware of any society where, a subjugation is going to result in a better outcome.
Amanda, this is why you're legendary, man. And this is why, I've been trying to build a network of people that are really unique and trying to go in a direction and make something happen for a fucking long time. But the reason that you ring the bell so hard is like your honesty, right? You're so honest in these debates when you're dealing with these like really conservative people, like even like Andrew Wilson, and you the way that you debate, it's like you're a boxer or something. It's very unusual.
God,
you let people kind of you let people put themselves in positions where you're knocking them out and they don't even know how it happened.
Oh, you think?
You have you have this crazy debate style, and I've seen you do it to that Andrew Wilson. Remember when he was smoking constantly? Like, that's one thing that was like obvious, right? Like, he's just smoking so many cigarettes and shit. It's like, what the fuck? He's smoking a pipe, he's smoking cigarettes. I'm like, holy crap. If I smoked as much as he was smoking when he was talking to you, I would have fucking probably died of lack of oxygen.
Yeah, I would have said. I think I said, dude, imagine the smell in that room. Oh my god.
You did say that. That was hilarious.
Oh my god! Imagine the smell. Oh, it's got to be awful. And you know what? Like, I've mentioned this before, but here I'll just show you, just for the sake of the stream. So I used to work at like a computer repair place. And I would fix people's computers. I was the guy that, took care of your computer. And hold on. Let me see if I can. So,
but the funny thing, brother, is it's the way you get these conservative people pissed off is so funny.
Yeah.
And
so like you can tell. When somebody is a smoker in their house based on the computer, the inside of the computer. So I'll show you the difference between what a regular dusty computer looks like versus smoker computer, right? There's a big difference between the two. So here, I'll just show what I'm talking about. Where is it? Hold on a sec. Where is it? Just give me a sec. Sorry.
No problem, man. This is the most amazing shit
All
of
right,
all
all right.
time.
So here we go.
This is okay. This is what we have to clip, brother. I'll share it with everyone.
Yeah. So here's like, this is what a regular dusty computer looks like, where, and mind you, right, this is a very dusty computer. It's very, very dusty. And, you know, dust is what kills hardware. And so it's a good idea to dust out your computer maybe like once a month or so. That's usually what I do. I take an electric vac on it. But a smoker's computer is just apples and oranges. You could actually take like a can of air or, you know, an electric vac and, you know, blow out this dust with ease, you know, because it's just dust. Now, a smoker
What happens to
computer
the smoker's computer, man?
is very different, right? So you'll notice that the smoker computer has like, it's like a brown, kind of a yellowish dust on it. And the dust, sadly, it does not come off with a dust vac. You actually have to get in there, you know, and physically remove it with like your finger or a brush and remove it that way, because this type of dust is sticky. It's sticky from all of the tar and the nicotine. And it is the most disgusting, smelly, nasty thing that you can imagine. It's awful. And it's like, I could just imagine the inside of his computer looks like this. I can imagine it.
Thank you.
And he's got to like take apart the whole damn thing and run a brush through it in order to fix it.
First, can I tell you something real quick, man? Just so you know, man.
Yeah.
Please don't change your voice, dude. I like the way you sound.
Oh yeah? Okay. Well, that's nice of you. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. You're welcome. And I don't want to fuck around with the computer either, man. Like, I was like, God damn, you're right, you know? Your computer is like your lungs.
Well, I mean, it just, with all that tar mixed in with the dust is, it's really gross.
Yeah,
and
it's
I'm just
terrible.
imagining the inside of just, you know,
The raspiness, right?
yeah, the inside of his computer is just got to be horrendous, man. It's got to be bad.
Yeah, it's like the difference between one's persona and who they are.
My headset, my earbuds just told me I'm low battery. Let me hang up. I gotta change my headset. We're gonna change my headset, and then we're gonna continue streaming. All right. It was
All
nice
right,
talking
you're
to
a
you,
rock
Snake.
star, brother.
Yep. Thank you. I
You
appreciate
too.
it. All right. It said I have low battery, so I'm just going to change to a different headphones. So hopefully it doesn't cause too much problems, but just give me a sec. All right, hold on. All right, that's correct. Let me make sure this is correct. What else? Oh, the open phone, make sure that's good. Ooh, another call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, brother.
How you doing? What you want to talk about?
Frankly, I was going to say, I've spoken to you before.
First, can I get your name?
On X, I go by knowbody with a K. But you can search me under drunk.
I remember you. We talked in DMs.
Yes, sir. We absolutely did.
So what's up? What do you want to talk about?
Shit, dude. Frankly, we can talk about anything that you want to talk about because I'm an idiot. I meant to fill this up and put any water in. My bad, dude. Frankly, like I said, we can talk about anything you want. I want you to understand one thing, first of all, very clearly about. You're not going to be able to classify me as a leftist or rightist or, conservative or liberal. On your end, from where you're coming from, believe me when I say I understand every single point of view that you have. I understand it. So I guess, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm listening.
I suppose if I'm going to try to outline what we talk about here, I guess I could put it best saying I've been studying the planet. Yeah, I'm terrible.
No, you're good. You're good. Just just realize, man. Like, okay, imagine that we're just you came over to your friend's house and we're just smoking some cigars and whiskey together. And that's it.
Dude,
We're not.
right on. Okay. I have spoken to you before, but the first time that I spoke to you, I believe that I pissed you off, and that was not my intent. I frankly, what I did was I unloaded a bunch of ideas onto you, and I unfairly used your platform to spill a bunch of my ideas, and I shouldn't have behaved that way. And looking back on it, I may have been correct, but it was not the right way to go about it. So what I wanted to say, first of all, right now, is that like I said, I'm not left or right. I'm something else entirely. My position is that I can explain exactly where I'm coming from in a better way than I did before, because I've had some time to refine what I said. So my position, once I say this, you'll probably remember me. I'm the guy who, okay, so hang on.
Wait, are you the mushroom guy?
Mushroom guy? No.
Darn.
Wait,
Okay.
mushroom?
There was a guy who was talking about how he wanted to combine computers with mycelium.
Oh, no. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fuck, no. That's, maybe he's onto something or something. I can't judge him.
They're not.
That's not me. What I'm coming to the table with is a little more practical, and it's, for some reason, it's a simple concept, but it's really hard for people to understand this.
Okay.
And even when they do understand it, they don't perceive it.
Should I get my notepad out?
That's up to you, man.
All right. So what do you? So like what is it?
Okay, so when I say this, you probably might understand who I am. I'm the guy who called out Andrew Wilson and bet him $10,000 that I could make him rage quit.
Okay.
Remember that?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So the reason why I came to you is because Andrew Wilson, the titan he is in our city, even compared to you, he's huge.
Yeah.
So I came to you because I'm not in a position to choose left or right in order to progress my ideas and what I think could change the world, and I have yet to find a person who can negate anything that I'm saying and how it couldn't change the world. So
Okay.
right now you're speaking to a very, very intelligent person, and I wanted you to know that Andrew Wilson actually did come around in the end, because I commented on a few more things of his, and he, I think he thought better of it, that because at first he was like, well, put up the money or else I'm wasting my time. But then I was like, if you really stand on your ideas and you're an intellectual who will defend your point of view, the money is really not what it's about. So, and I also told him that even if he had won the bet, I wouldn't expect him to pay me. I mean, $10,000 is a lot for me, but it's not undoable. And a lot of his little trolls that, you know how these guys have these little simps that'll follow them and, try to troll whoever calls them out.
Yep.
Yeah, so they came at me, and it's probably logged on an X space because it's exactly where we spoke. It would be entertaining for you to hear, and if I can find it, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
So my position is not left or right. It's just a simple solution. Now, what you have to understand about the planet is that it's not religion or ideologues or ideologies or anything that drives the planet. You have to understand, just take the universe as just a simple simplicity. The same way the sun gives off heat energy, the earth gives off, living creatures as a form of energy. We're just we're moths on a rock. We're the result of certain chemicals at a certain temperature. That's it.
Okay.
What's amazing about that is that we are humans. We are the universe pondering its own self. So at its most simplistic level, where this gets political, well, not even political, but so you have to understand, people, when they say that
So
they're religious,
pause for a second. I am listening, but if you see me step away, I can still hear you. I'm just not able to respond right away because I have to step away for a second. But continue. I am listening.
Okay. Absolutely, no problem. So I'll keep talking. So essentially, the first thing that people need to understand when they're trying to develop their worldview is that perception, prioritization, and their worldview itself are, all three of those are symbiotic. The better one gets, the better the other two get. So the better you understand the world, the better your perception will get, and the better your perception gets, the better you understand the world. And the better you understand the world, the more you prioritize what's happening here, regardless of politics, regardless of whose side you're on, regardless of Trump or Kamala, whatever the fuck. It doesn't actually, none of that matters. What truly matters is a simplistic view of exactly what's happening here. And I posit this idea. The world has been enslaved economically for a very long time, especially since 1913, with the establishment of the Federal Reserve. There's a quote by Thomas Jefferson: "If you allow private banks to control the issue of your money, the corporations and banks that will grow up around them will continue to deprive the property of the people until they wake up homeless on the very continent their fathers conquered. That's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
To some degree. It might not be word for word, but that's exactly what he said. And I took that and I viewed the world that way. And it was an epiphany. An absolute fucking epiphany.
Okay.
So, I understand that, well, I will say this. I've been studying geopolitics, history, political commentators like yourself, all kinds of different things for a very long time. And I am really, really good at learning from things.
Mm-hmm. So have you done any research on various economics topics?
Everything I just told you, and I'm going to give you another concept to back up what I'm saying, because I can back up every fucking thing I say, always. I can back this up with reality. So there's a publication by the Federal Reserve itself. It's called Modern Money Mechanics.
Okay.
It was produced in 1995, 97. There are earlier publications from like 1992, but it was out of the Atlanta branch, I believe, of the Federal Reserve. The publication. This is the Federal Reserve, for better or worse, admitting exactly what I just told you. So I would like to explain to you the concept, because if you read this publication, it's purposely made for layman's they won't understand it. It's purposely made that way, and this secret has been closely guarded for a very long time. They'll tell you what's going on, but they won't word it in a way that you can understand. You're being stolen from every single fucking day, and I can prove it.
Okay, well, let me ask you this question. Why do you think it is the case that virtually every single modern economist, be it European, not European, in the United States, they all seem to agree that they want there to be like a central reserve and banking system, and it's on the basis of fractional reserve lending?
You asked me that question last time, and I told you. Do you remember what I said?
No.
I said because they're paid to.
Oh, I reject that. That's a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, you remember that now? Yeah, no, listen, like I said before, I did come at you with a jumble of ideas, and that was not fair to you at all. I should not have done that. This time I would like to be a little more organized in what I'm saying to you. I want to give you a simple concept to explain what the Fed released in Modern Money Mechanics. This is a publication. This is documented. It's there. Okay. I'm not lying to you.
I mean, all Modern Money Mechanics is arguing is that the amount of money that's being put out by the Federal Reserve, it effectively, you can have a lot more than that because of the way the fractional reserve lending system works. My concern that I'm having is that there's a reason why we have a fractional reserve lending system.
To explain that.
What?
I defy you to explain to me why there's a reason why we have that, because I know exactly what it is, and I can tell you right now, and it would save you a lot of time.
Go ahead.
So, let me start with a simple concept. A simple fucking concept that anyone can understand. Even your listener, anyone. Anyone can understand this. And I am not wrong. So, if your population, let's simplify this. If your population is 1,000 people, I come along in my position as the Federal Reserve, and I say, how are you going to conduct commerce if you cannot measure human time and laboring energy? As I said, back to Earth produces its own form of energy, just like stars. All planets do.
No, Earth
so-
does not produce its own energy like stars.
Yes, it absolutely fucking does. What kind of atheist are you?
If the sun ceased to exist, all life on Earth would disappear.
Oh, of course, you're absolutely right. Earth's energy relies on the sun, but it also does produce its own energy at the core. But that's not what I was talking about. You're correct. Maybe I should have stipulated it relies on remaining at a certain temperature with certain chemical reactions. Carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, all those things that lead to life. Like I said, moss on a rock. If you want to simplify it.
Okay, so
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I don't. We're moving away from it.
Okay,
Here's the thing.
Either way,
when we have fractional reserve lending system as opposed to like a gold standard.
No. Please listen to me. Please listen to me, because I guarantee you what you're about to say is a waste of time. I'm going to tell you a simple fucking concept. Now, if you have 1,000 people, a group of 1,000 people, it doesn't matter if they're a country, a tribe, whatever. If I come to them and I take over the means of the production, a quote from Rothschild, give me control of the creation of a nation's money, and I care not who makes its laws. That's what I'm talking about, stems from that. And he said it for a fucking reason. By the way, so 1,000 people. So I come to them and I say, how will you conduct commerce? And they come to me and say, we would like to base our commerce in money. And they say, we would like to base it on population growth and production. Essentially, we'd like to base it on our own economy, which is what was originally intended for America. Well, I come to them and I say, no, you can't do it that way. What is happening is that I told those 1,000 people, I will lend you $100 to use in your commerce, and you must pay it back to me. But here's the kicker. You owe me that $100, and you also owe me $8 more on top of it. And no matter how valuable that $100 gets in your commerce, no matter how much you grow using that, no matter how much 1 cent, it doesn't matter how valuable it gets. In order to pay me back that extra $8, you must pay me the entire 100 back, meaning you will have no money in your system. But also, you have no hope of paying back that extra $8 because you have to come to me to borrow more to pay that extra $8. You will never stop owing me, no matter what the fuck you do. That simple concept explained in the publication Modern Money Mechanics, produced by the Federal Reserve itself, which the Federal Reserve produces the world's reserve currency, which is the United States. I'm not stupid, dude. I am far, far beyond anyone else you'll ever talk to. I've been doing this a long time.
So the problem with your argument is that there are tons of advantages regarding fractional reserve lending. Problem number one is that there are multiple advantages to this, right? Lending is able to expand the money supply beyond just physical cash in circulation. It makes easier to fund things like businesses, mortgages, consumer spending, and growth. It also allows for there to even be an efficient use of capital. If banks, dude, I let you talk for like a really long time.
Okay, but you really did not grasp what I said.
Hold on.
You're not arguing against this is the problem when it comes to left and right.
Right. Tell me why fractional reserve banking is bad. I have my hat that's blocking.
I just told you perpetual debt is built into the system. I just explained how.
Mm-hmm.
You refuse to believe that you've been lied to your entire life. That's your problem.
I've been lied to. I got my hat on to help with the removal of lies.
Listen, I have a lot of respect for you. I really do. But please, address what I said, not what you historically think. Address the concept that I just provided.
You don't actually have to take out a loan from the U.S. from anybody. You don't have to have any debt whatsoever. It's your desire as to whether or not that you want to take out a loan. Saying that you owe $100 versus $108, and then you're talking about inflation, and you're saying it doesn't matter what that inflation is, you owe that $108. Well, if inflation is very high, then paying off that extra amount would be very little in comparison to actual inflation. And so sometimes when it comes to the amount that is going to be coming at you, it could actually be easier to pay something off than it is harder. The issue is that under the current modern systems, economists favor fractional reserve lending because, for numerous reasons, right? They can, for example, adjust things like interest rates and reserves to help stabilize inflation, employment, and growth. If you observe prior to there being the Federal Reserve, you actually had huge destabilization that occurred, these just giant swaths of the market, and it was just seen as, hey, this is just the ebb and flow of markets. But like the recessions and depressions that occurred prior to even the 1920s is numerous. There's many different instances. I can provide you, for example, what depressions and recessions were like prior to there being the Federal Reserve. And when we observe the results of the Federal Reserve, it has indeed helped stabilize the currency of the United States. And it is also the case that it has that things like the Eurozone and providing the European dollar, the euro has also led to great stabilization efforts. I mean, we can sit here and talk all day as to like, oh, they're scamming us, we need to stop the Federal Reserve. But the problem is we used to do this. We had the gold standard, right? We operated under a gold standard for a very long time. And the problem is that money supply can only grow as fast as gold reserves do. And the problem is that if you have an economy that grows faster than gold supplies, then what you have is you actually have a problem with deflation. And it actually causes what's called a deflationary spiral, right? I'm telling you economically what happens. This is why economists favor fractional reserve lending than stuck standards such as the gold standard. This is why most countries don't do things like gold standards.
Guys,
So I reject your argument.
you can reject my argument all you want to, but you have to disprove my initial concept.
I did.
Which is backed by the Federal Reserve's own publication.
I'm saying that the issue that you're concerned with is a non-issue. It's better to have fractional reserve lending than it is to not.
$37 trillion in debt.
Yeah, I mean, well,
not
I
an
mean, if
issue?
you're talking about debt, I agree with you. We should make the rich pay more, and then we should put less money into the military-industrial complex. I couldn't agree with you more.
About this whole time, dude. Really? What do you think I've been talking about?
I think you have been talking about wanting to remove the fractional reserve lending system in the Federal Reserve and have yeah. So I know what you're talking about.
Say it has served us fucking well?
Yes, it has. Yeah, you can look at the
Oh
2008 collapse as a really good example.
Moron.
What? No, that has more to do with the fact that when Republicans get in office, they give tax breaks to the wealthy, and when Democrats get in office, they want to spend more money. So it's like it just depends on which one you choose, and it's effectively creating an unsustainable metric. But I mean, again, we're nowhere close to effectively even defaulting on it. We could actually operate not a deficit. It's totally doable. We've done it in the past. We can do it again.
Listen, I don't want to spar with you on the history of private banks issuing money, because I believe that you don't truly understand the concept.
I do understand the concept. I've read a lot of economics textbooks. I read a lot.
Listen to me.
I know about what I know what I am talking about.
Read Modern Money Mechanics, a production.
Yeah, and
by
I
the
explained to you
fucking
modern money
itself.
mechanics, and
I don't care
okay.
what economists say.
All right, then
You're
I guess
stupid
you
for
got to
listening
be
to
in
them.
non-economist land, and you got to be in, like, I don't know, tinfoil hat world, and I am going to be in
Okay.
reality world,
Okay,
where I
disprove
actually
what
have
I
to
said.
argue.
Disprove what I said. Disprove what I said.
I'm saying it's a non-issue. I don't need to disprove what you said. I'm sure it's true,
you fucking
but I
kidding?
don't believe that it's an issue.
Explain how it is you. If I lend you $100 and you can't produce any more money, and I say you owe me 108, otherwise you're continuously, perpetually in debt for the rest of your life to me, regardless of what you do. How much
You don't have to take out a
value
loan.
you produce.
You don't have to take out a loan.
Yeah,
You are not
fucking
required
do,
to.
because
Where?
I'm the
Where are
one
you
who
required to
makes
take out a loan?
currency.
Where are you required to take out a loan?
Creates the currency, dumbass.
What? Yeah, but you're not required to take out a loan.
Yes, you are, because
Where?
you can't possibly pay back the fucking interest.
What interest?
do
There's
it.
no loan. All right.
You got.
I am born. Okay, I am born, and then I live to, I don't know, 85. I don't believe in banks. I'm not going to deal with banks. I'm not going to take out any loans. I'm just going to work for my
That's
stuff,
relevant.
and then that's
How
going to be
is
it.
this
All
relevant?
right. At what point do I
explain
need
how
to take
that's
out a loan? Where do I need to take out a loan?
You need the money that I produced in the fucking first place, which you.
No,
owe
I just
all of it back
work,
to me.
and then I earn money. There.
Instead of debt
That's what I do.
return.
I
You
work,
understand
and then I earn
the
money.
concept of
So where do I need a
currency. You
loan?
understand
Where do I need a
why-
loan?
Understand? why
Jesus Christ!
Jefferson
Can you just
said,
answer me?
I
How
gave
do you
you
how? Where do you need a loan?
answer.
Nobody. Where do you need a loan?
You, dude. Oh my fucking god! I just explained this to you.
You didn't.
If there were no debts in society, there would be no money.
That's not true. Where did you get
That's
that?
absolutely fucking true.
Nope.
1947, the governor of the Federal Reserve. That's a direct quote from him.
No. So there's an amount of money
but
that gets released as like the raw is a raw amount of money, and then it goes through the fractional reserve.
Make me the fool. Make me the fool.
Yes. Well, you
Make me
have
the
the
fool.
Federal Reserve, which released, say, for example, $1.
No, prove me wrong.
You're actually incapable of having a conversation. Holy shit.
Jesus Christ, dude. I gave you.
Go ahead, continue.
literally gave
I'm gonna let you educate everybody one more time, and I've got my blocking hat on, so you can teach everybody. Go ahead.
Here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. I don't dislike you. I think that you're making an honest effort. But what makes me think that you're not making an honest effort is when a man approaches you, thinking you're an intellectual, thinking that you know things. When they approach you with solid fucking shit and you don't bother to try to debunk them or debase them. When I literally called you out, when you don't do that, that makes me believe that you're dishonest.
So I did. And you'll remember again that I brought up the advantages of fractional reserve lending and what are the problems with the gold standard and why why it is a good idea to have a fractional reserve banking with fiat currency. It allows there to be elastic money supply, tools of stabilization such as inflation targeting, crisis bailouts, stimulus. You can have support for credit economies. Business and households often rely on loans. We use fractional reserve lending instead of the gold standard because it allows money supply flexibility. It supports credit-driven growth, and it gives governments tools to be able to manage recessions and booms in the economy. The gold standard is able to keep money stable, but at the cost of frequent depressions, banking panics, and economic stagnation. And this is observational. You can pull up on Wikipedia list of recessions and depressions, USA.
I don't give a fuck what you read on Wikipedia.
You can see right here, right? There is tons and tons of instances of substantial economic inequality, and it took a very long time in order, like, hell, I mean, when you look here, 1836 depression, a 32% loss in business activity, 1839, 34%, 1845, 1846, 5.9%, 1847, 1848, we got a 19.7%. That's because the gold standard is not consistent. It's shit. It's shit. We want to have a modern monetary theory that actually can apply the giant economies that sustain us to this day.
I gave you a simple
So yes, I did. I addressed you directly. I addressed you directly. I did.
No, you didn't. All you did was read a bunch of Wikipedia bullshit.
No, I pointed out the problem of your argument.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You did this shit.
All right. Well,
holy fuck.
I guess you win the debate. Darn. I tried.
I don't want to win the debate, man. I don't want to do that. I just want to get this message out to people.
Got it. I mean, everybody was listening. Does everybody get their tinfoil hat on? You better. Because they're listening.
I can understand why you'd say something like that. I really can. I'm not mad at you. I don't hate you or anything. I really just wanted to get some clarity. Like I said, please, just go to my profile and take a look. I explain every single bit of this in detail.
Where do I go? Where do I go? Tell me.
Drunken Skeptic. Skeptic spelled with an SK. C at the end.
All right. What profile? Is it your... let's take a look here.
I messaged you. You should have my profile.
Yep, I got you right here.
It's under the name Nobody.
All right, here we go.
It's under the name Nobody.
All right, guys.
Please take a look.
We're going to pull it. I'm going to pull it up. I got it.
I have a pinned comment there. I'd like you to take a look at it because I don't think that you're stupid.
Mm-hmm.
I just understand why you would come at me the way you are. I do understand that, but I frankly, like I said, I came in good faith. I'm not trying to troll you or win the debate or anything like that. I really do have something to say. I do have something to teach. And if you call yourself an intellectual without listening to someone that you can't disprove, then you're not an intellectual. You're just a waste of time.
All right. Anything else?
Well, did you take a look at my pinned comment?
I did. It's very funny.
You think it's funny?
Hmm. I do.
That's really sad, man.
Yeah, I mean, it to me, it tells me that you don't really understand fractional reserve lending or its necessity. You
Really?
Yeah,
Really,
you like
because
operate like a conspiracy theory
Oh my
worldview.
God. I'm basing what I said on a document produced by the Federal Reserve itself.
Yeah,
Where are
why
you
not
coming
read
from?
modern economics theory, modern understanding of economics,
Modern money mechanics.
modern
That's the name of the
understanding.
publication.
Yeah. No, I am saying, yeah, I'm coming from reading books on economics.
Oh my fucking God. Then you should be, you easily should be able to disprove the concept I just provided to you.
I did. Fractional reserve lending, it has resulted in better outcomes and more tools available. Yes, it has. We live a higher quality of living standard now than we ever have.
Too.
You know? Yeah.
That's worked out great.
Yeah, it has. It has.
Oh my fucking God, dude. You're not a visionary at all.
I guess
You're
not.
just a waste of space.
Yeah, maybe I'm just, I don't know. Maybe if I just wear this long enough, then I'll. Yeah.
I know you're fucking smarter than this. I believe in you. I really, truly do.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to succeed.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, I'd like to ride your success.
Okay.
But if you are too fucking stupid to even consider the fact that you could be wrong, then
I mean,
you're not.
I have. You understand, like you understand that, like I do. You know, one of the first.
That doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, it does. Sure, it does. It allows you to.
Fucking doesn't.
Here, let's try.
I gave you a simple concept. Please disprove it.
I don't need to disprove it. It's a non-issue. I've already explained it multiple times how it's a non-issue.
I just explained how it's an issue.
So
what,
one of the
$37 trillion.
So one of the
issue to you.
Yeah, no. You can actually. Well, I didn't. I have not made fun of you once. Well, okay, maybe I did with the tinfoil hat. It's kind of fun.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
So in my book list, you can see that there is a book here that I read called Real Descent by Thomas E. Woods, and it made an argument for why we ought to dispel the Federal Reserve. I used to be very much like a very hardcore libertarian. Like I was 1,000% would have been in your camp, say, 10 years ago. I would have definitely have been in your camp. However, the problem is that I did more reading. I would recommend you read this particular book. I have it right here. Hold on. It's called.
Answer this question.
Hold on.
Do you?
We got to be able to have a conversation, man.
You're absolutely correct. Please,
so I got to tell you, man, I've read. Where the hell is it? Yes. Okay. The book that I recommend to you, okay, is and this is kind of what completely changed my policies from like a very libertarian, very austerity based government, get out of the way, fractional reserve lending is bad, gold standard good. I recommend, right, because I read multiple books arguing your position. And then all it took was one book
I don't believe
in the opposite side. I'm showing you my book list of what I've read. I'm showing it to you. So I'm telling you
have
all it took. Just listen. Listen to me. Listen. The book that I read is called Austerity by Mark Blyth. The one book completely dismantled my entire understanding of like the Milton Friedmans and the Hayekians and the Murray Rothbardian arguments,
All wrong.
and all off of a single. All it took was a single book in the opposite direction that completely changed my perspective.
Yeah, you have trouble disproving a simple fucking concept I just provided.
I didn't need to disprove it. I'm telling you, it's a non-issue.
Really?
Yes, that's correct.
I just told you how you're a slave, and you
Yeah,
can't
I'm
disprove
not
it.
a slave.
Yes, you fucking are. We all are.
No, I don't think so.
I just
Not at all.
explained how.
Let me
most
ask you this,
important
actually.
thing-
Do you have an Audible subscription?
No, but I'm more than happy to make it if I can speak to you more.
Would you be willing to listen to the Mark Blith book, Austerity?
Yes.
Okay.
But yes, I'm not opposed to new knowledge. However, you have to understand. You really have. Hang on. You have to understand something very quickly.
Can you DM me your?
Oh, actually, I'll do you one better. Where is Gamora?
What?
You never seen the Avengers?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You never saw the Avengers?
Send me your message. Send me your.
Your name is First Avenger, right? You've never seen the fucking Avengers?
The
It
Avengers?
was just a quote. Yeah, the Avengers, Avengers Infinity War, where what's his head? The gray guy. He was like, "I'll do you one better." Why is Gamora?
Oh, yeah. I'm not a big superhero fan, but send me your Amazon email, and I'll send it to you.
Hang on. I like I said, I was about to say, I believe that you're being genuine. I truly believe that you think what you think. I don't believe that you're defending the concepts that I just gave you, which are 100% true, that you think that you don't need to disprove. I truly believe that you're probably stuck in some sort of cosmos of economic publications. What I gave you is directly from the Federal Reserve. It's directly from history itself. I can explain the history if you'd like. And I also
it's not necessary.
A simple concept. How often do people come at you with concepts rather than?
Can I get your
their
recipient
own-
recipient email? I'll send you this book for free.
Sure. Like I said, though, I'll read it, but come on, man, and also, like, you have to understand that I'm far beyond such things.
Message me on X.
Yeah, I did. I already did. I just opened up the messenger.
Yeah,
here.
so email.
And
I just sent it to you. I said email.
I'm about to send you a video right now. It's
Just
probably
give me your
about
email.
12 minutes long. No. I got you on X right here. Give me a sec. I'm about to send you a video, and
No, send
for
me
your
the
listeners-
email.
What do you mean email?
Your Audible email, so I can send you this book.
Jesus, why don't you just post a link to it, and I'll make an Audible later.
Because I'm going to give it to you for free. Free book.
Okay, just post a link in the messages on X.
I can't do that. I have to gift it to you. It asks for an email.
Okay, well, drunkenskeptic@gmail.com, spelled the same as my X handle.
Okay.
I don't believe me. I don't want you to gift me this book. I appreciate that you would do such a thing. I believe that that's honorable, but
Done. You got a
I
free
tell
book. It's Austerity by Mark Blith. It's not that long. You could finish it in a week or two.
Yes, sure. But when I tell you that really doesn't matter to what I just said. It doesn't negate anything I said.
I'm telling you, it may change your perspective on how you look about this.
No, it won't, because my perspective is an umbrella of that. I stand higher.
You don't know what the contents of the book is. You don't know.
Just told me.
I'm telling you that I had read so much of this anti-Federal Reserve stuff, and all it took was a single book to unwrap all of it. And the book that I just gave you is that book.
You're telling me that you used to know what I know and what I just told you.
I felt that I knew based off of the Federal Reserve saying, and I would have agreed with you years ago. But I'm telling you that book just completely ripped my idea of how things work out of the water.
No, sir. No. Listen, you're being dishonest because...
I'm not. I'm being serious with you.
Well, then that's really sad, because I just explained to you how modern economists work within the system, and I just told you how the system itself is flawed.
Yeah. Well, so
I'm about to send you a video that should change your perspective back to the correct one.
Okay, I'm sure.
No, have you ever heard of Peter Joseph? He's a leftist. He's one of the most brilliant people I've ever known. He did go a little bit woke there for a while, which, of course, I disagree with. But I don't judge people on how woke they go or whatever reasons why they did that. I was surprised to see that he did, but this video I'm about to show you is part of a larger documentary that is narrated by Peter Joseph. He's one of the most important sociologists of our time.
Okay.
His work here is absolutely groundbreaking, and it's exactly what set me on the path that I've gone down.
Gotcha.
And I want you to understand that I don't think that you're stupid or naive or anything. I completely understand that your what's happening to you is cognitive dissonance.
But I've already gone down the path that you're talking about.
You think you have, but you haven't.
Okay. Well, I was a libertarian for years.
Then you should be able to easily disprove me. You should be able to disprove the concept, the $100 and the.
I already. Well, it's not that I disprove it. It's disproving is not really the word. The word would be it's ineffectual. It's not really something to be concerned about.
How is that ineffectual?
It's
on what planet?
It's ineffectual because that there are tools that. It's ineffectual because that there are tools that modern systems are able to take advantage of in comparison to rigid money supplies that lead to vulnerabilities and crises and deflationary spirals.
That's a word salad.
That was not word salad. That was all a cogent speech. It is right there. It's totally logical. It's all there.
Listen, if my point comes from a publication that the Federal Reserve itself revealed about how it does things, if my point comes from that and yours comes from some book that some economist wrote who works within the system and doesn't get paid if he says the shit that I say,
that's not how that works, by the way.
Whose point really stands higher?
Well, mine, because I actually listen to economists and I actually read and understand economics.
I listen to the Federal Reserve itself.
Yeah, but you don't understand basic economics.
Sorry.
You don't understand basic economics.
Oh my God, you don't understand basic economics.
Really?
Bro. You don't.
All right, how do you
you
calculate?
think
Why
that-
don't you help me out? How do you calculate GDP?
How do you
Just off the top of it,
calculate
yeah. How do you calculate GDP? Very simple. Simple question. That's Econ
There are
101.
there are two answers. There's the way we do it now.
No, I'm asking
And
you.
then
How do you calculate GDP?
I just told you there are two answers: the way that we do it now, and the way that it.
All right,
should
what's
be
the
done.
way we do it now?
The way we do it now is that it's based off of a simple concept of fractional reserve banking.
You actually have no idea what you're talking about. You use
No, I
zero
do.
concept.
I do.
Zero idea what you're
I
talking about.
absolutely-
Holy crap.
I
Holy
can give
crap.
you- I can give
Wow.
you- I literally can give you a court case that explains exactly what I'm talking about. It's called Jerome. Look up Jerome Daly versus Chase Bank.
All right. Well, so I'm going to go ahead and for anybody who would like to actually know how we calculate GDP, this is it right here. This is literally within,
Enlightened.
like literally within your Econ 101, and him saying, "Oh, it's got to do with the Federal Reserve and the money, the federal," and then like literally zero idea of what he's talking about. GDP is equal to CGINX, right? It's consumption, government spending, and investment plus the net exports. That's what it is. That's what GDP is. If you did not say right away
Right.
CGINX,
If I had-
you literally have
if
no
I
idea
had-
what you're talking about. What's the difference between
If I had-
no.
what is
We'll stop with the
dollar
GDP one,
was
right?
saying
Let's try another completely separate concept. What is can you explain to me consumer surplus and producer surplus? Explain. What is it?
You're asking me to explain supply
Yeah,
and demand.
No. I didn't ask you to explain supply and demand. I'm asking you to explain consumer and producer surplus. What are those? What is that?
That's fucking supply and demand.
What is consumer and producer surplus? That's not supply and demand.
That's supply and
That
demand.
is not supply and demand. What is consumer
on
and producer
supply.
surplus?
Oh my god. I just told you it's based on.
All right,
supply
what's
and
the
demand.
difference between an inelastic and elastic good?
I would guess that elastic goods have the potential to for the market to expand on the market, and inelastic.
You
goods
literally have
are,
zero idea what you're talking about. Holy shit. Pick up okay, forget it.
probably,
Forget it.
produced
Don't
things
read Mark
today.
Twain's book.
You're not
Why
going
did
to
I
buy
give you
more
that?
of in the market.
Bro.
That's not going to expand. None of those negate what I said.
Stop everything of what
None
you're
of that
doing.
negates what I
Stop reading stupid crap that you have no idea what you're talking about and pick up Economics
Stop.
101.
You're
Just
fucking video
unironically, just pick up an
What I'm-
economics book
and
and then
also-
read the words that is said in these like textbooks.
I'm
Like
talking
just
about
do that, right?
thinking from
No,
from
you
economics.
don't understand basic understanding. It's like
Who's
it's as if that you are sitting there as like a child who doesn't understand multiplication, addition, subtraction, or division, and then sitting there arguing about algebra. You have no idea what you're talking about. You don't know what is going on. Pick up your economics textbook. That's it, dude. We're done. You literally have no idea what you're talking about. Seriously.
Like I
We're
said,
done.
I have no ill will towards you, man.
I don't either, but I think you have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm a little angry.
I don't have any ill will. I just think you don't know what you're talking about.
You can think that all day.
No,
but I'm
I
about
know
to
that.
do it.
I don't think that. I know that to be the case. For a fact, I know that to be the case.
You haven't disproven anything I said.
Dude, your answer to what is GDP
And
was,
I-
well, the fractional reserve lending. You literally have no idea what you're talking about.
Modern money.
You have
mechanics.
never actually understood anything regarding economics, whatever. How are you
money
supposed to
mechanics.
understand how the Federal Reserve works when you don't even understand basic econ?
I read Modern Money Mechanics.
No,
and
because
I
you don't
understood
understand anything about fucking econ. So how do you know what you're reading? You don't know anything.
it. I don't. What do you mean? I don't understand anything
Dude,
about
imagine, for example, again, you never learned basic arithmetic. Do you think you're capable of understanding algebra knowing that you don't even know arithmetic?
to that specific question?
The answer is no. You don't understand algebra if you don't understand arithmetic. This is the same concept. If you don't understand basic economics and all you read was something that was released by the Federal Reserve, well then to a layman who doesn't know literally anything, that might seem rather alarming. That's the problem. You don't know what you're talking about.
Authority on the U.S. dollar, the Federal Reserve, or economists?
Dude, yes, it would be the Federal Reserve. But if you don't understand the necessity of the Federal Reserve, then you wouldn't understand what the fuck the Federal Reserve is doing. You wouldn't know anything. That's the problem. You don't understand basic understanding of economics.
By the Federal Reserve,
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, we're done. We're done, dude. We're done. You just repeat it over and over. Read economics. That, by the way, that book I sent you, way over your head. It's way over your head. There's no fucking way you're going to be able to understand what's happening. Have a good day.
It looks like you blocked me too, by the way.
What? I didn't block you.
It looks like you blocked me.
I didn't block you.
Well, it won't let me send. Oh, fuck.
I didn't block you.
It won't even let me send. Oh, my God. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Oh, my God. It won't let me send this video because...
I'm not blocking you. I just messaged you. I'm not blocking you.
Yeah. No, I saw it. I just saw it. Holy shit. This video is so fucking censored, it won't let me send it to you.
All right. Anyway.
Did you send me... Hang on. A side note, please. Did you send me an email?
I sent you a book.
Okay.
So you would have received a notification in your email that you got a book.
All right. Right on. Okay. I'm going to send you the video on email because. But
the problem is that I don't know if that book will even help you because.
Talk about it.
I don't know if that book will even help you because I don't think you even understand basic economics 101. And I already understood basic economics 101 when I read that book. And so I'm concerned if you would even be capable of even understanding what is going on in that book.
I want you to read Modern Money Mechanics and tell me how much you understand about it.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
I sent you a video explaining it, a video narrated by Peter Joseph.
Yep.
Okay? That's what I sent you, or that's what I'm going to send you.
Gotcha.
A video that explains exactly what the publication from the Federal Reserve itself indies.
Gotcha. All right. Do you have anything else?
Conduct fractional reserve banking in a fiat currency. I want you to read that and tell me how important or how your book by your stupid ass economist disproves what the Fed itself said.
The Federal Reserve is also comprised of economists, and the Federal Reserve, but they actually understand. They would actually understand the concepts that I've brought up.
You didn't know the Federal Reserve is owned by private stockholders. You didn't know that.
What? I don't think it is owned by stockholders. No, it's not owned by stockholders.
Yes,
but there are private institutions that run, like specifically banks, specific banks that do run it. And that's correct. They're not a part of the government, but they are a government entity.
What subsidiary banks do. Yeah. The Federal Reserve loans.
Anyway, dude, I don't know what else to tell you, man. I don't know if that book will help you, but I guess if you want to read that book, you can, but I don't know if it'll help. Anyway, I gotta go. I'll talk to you later, okay?
Good talk, though. I want to talk again.
Yep.
All right, brother.
Okay. It's 3:47. Man, I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. How about that? That's a long time to be streaming. Long time. Have you guys sent me a sub? Send me a sub. What's wrong with y'all? What's wrong with y'all? I'll give you a kiss. You want another one? Are you asking for another one? There you go, sweetie. I'll tell you what, you send me a sub and I won't do that again. How about that? I'm getting a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Amender. How are you doing today?
Good. Can I ask who I'm talking to?
I'm Shawn.
Shawn.
We've spoken a couple of times before, and I think of the 3 times we've spoken, one of us has always left the call angry. I'd like to avoid that today and just have an actual conversation. I want to talk about 2 calls ago. I want you to admit that what you said to that guy was hate speech. By your own
Mr.
definition.
Awesome with the blasphemy laws?
Yes.
Nah, he's arguing for blasphemy laws. Nah, fuck that guy.
I don't think he is. I think he's making a parallel that you're missing.
He
but we can
just
talk about
said
that after.
that he was okay with blasphemy laws. I said, are you okay with blasphemy laws? He says, yeah, I think I'd have blasphemy laws.
You don't see the parallel that he's trying to make there, even if
No.
it's not a correct parallel. What he's trying to say is a law. He's trying to show you how ridiculous a law based on the sensitivities of others who don't share your beliefs are.
No. So are you
can't-
referring to my position on hate speech laws?
He might have been. I'm not. I'm
I'm asking you. Like, I'm not interested in like a hearsay of you talking about that person's position. I want to hear your positions.
Okay, well, then let's start back at, for starters, you said, fuck your God.
Yep.
You don't think that's hate speech?
No.
Okay, so you used Wikipedia, so I will as well. Wikipedia defines hate speech as, let's see. A term with varied meaning and no single consistent definition is defined by the Cambridge Dictionary, as well as the Oxford Dictionary, but with slightly different wording, as public speech that expresses hate, encourages violence, or encourages violence towards a group or person based on something such as race, religion, or sexual orientation.
Okay.
You don't think what you did was abusive and prejudiced towards Christianity, saying fuck your God?
No.
Why not?
Because you can
Because
practice.
I think that you perceive Christians as either people who don't believe their own shtick and just believe it because it's what they grew up with or they think it makes it better to them, or you see them as people who believe it.
So I can believe that
the first time you've done it
I
either.
can believe that there is no God, and I say fuck your God. You can still
And
worship
don't
as
think
you
that
see
is
fit.
Prejudice or abusive towards people who are Christians.
That's correct, because you can still worship as you see fit. However, that is not the case regarding LGBTQ people.
If
Do you
I
see the
call someone
difference?
the F slur, they're still able to
Right?
walk
Like,
around.
here's the thing,
They're
right?
alive.
Me saying fuck your God is different from, I don't know, gay people not being allowed to get married. Big difference.
Okay,
Or
but
what
that
about
doesn't
if like
have
you
anything to do with
possess a
If I
great deal
call
of
you an
loathing
F-word,
or
you're ready to
contempt
still get married.
towards those people, which would mean what? It would mean like, oh, okay, so they can't like exist. They can't, if my speech, right, let's say that my fuck your God is so bad to the point that people can no longer worship, that's hate speech. Do you understand the difference?
Okay, you don't stop being gay because someone calls you the F slur. I don't stop being black because someone calls me the hard R.
But it can be an increasingly antagonistic environment, can it not?
So can having someone
Me
say,
saying fuck your God?
Having that being,
I got
so
news
what
for you,
you're
man.
really
That's
saying
not
is-
that hateful,
what you're
bro.
really
It
saying
really
is
isn't. You can still
because the
worship
group is
just as you
marginalized
see fit. In fact, me saying fuck your God, meanwhile I'm looking outside and I can see that there's a
over
freaking
again.
church on every single corner in every single town in the United States doesn't tell me that you're enacted any amount of hate speech whatsoever. If anything, you're enacted a great deal of privilege. If anything, it's the exact opposite.
You're talking over me. So, again, the way it comes off is you don't consider it hate speech because the group's not an already marginalized group.
I don't consider it hate speech because you could still practice as you see fit. But yeah, I mean, I would say if you have it to the point where people can't worship or live the life that they see fit, then yeah, I would consider that to be hate speech. But that's the difference between like the anti-LGBT movement and people that are anti-religion. Your identity is not your religion. You could choose another religion should you see fit. Also, you are not prevented from worshiping whatever religion you see fit. I actually have no issue with people who want to worship in their religion. I just think that if I want to be my LGBTQ self, you know, I have a right to do that, and you have a right to be religious.
Exactly, and no one's saying you can't. Well, actually, there are people.
Actually, there are people who are saying I can't.
If someone calls you the F slur, you're not magically forced to stop being gay. So again,
I mean, saying the F slur in and of itself doesn't mean it's hate speech. Like that's entirely context dependent. Like a good example would be like if you have a boss who's calling you an F-bomb and that they're threatening your job, saying that you're an F-bomb, that would probably be like, all right, that's hate speech. I would probably want that legally removed. Right, but again, like that's the apples to oranges difference, right? Me saying "fuck your God" isn't preventing you from worshiping anything. You're free to go to church and be like, oh, this horrible atheist guy said "fuck your God," and then those people said, oh, that's horrible, and then you go ahead and continue worshiping as you see fit, because I'm not arguing for the restriction of people to being religious. But you're so much of a snowflake that you have to sit there and say, he said "fuck your God."
And let me finish a sentence, dude. You are arguing about something completely different. You are arguing about fucking discrimination. Discrimination laws exist. Again, hate speech. If someone walks up to me and calls me the hard R, let me finish. If someone walks up and calls me the hard R, what does that stop me from doing? I am still in control of my person. I still have complete bodily autonomy, right?
What?
If they lynch me,
you gotta calm down, bro. Like seriously, holy shit.
That's a hate crime, right?
Why are you freaking out?
Because you're talking over me and blabbering about random shit.
No, it's not random shit. It's not random shit. I'm pointing out how it's not hate speech.
It's unrelated shit. You're saying
it is related.
Fuck my God. Let me finish. You're saying fuck my God doesn't stop me from being a Christian. Someone walking up, let me finish. Someone walking up and calling me the hard R doesn't stop me from doing anything either. They're both just words.
Yeah. And someone calling you the hard R isn't hate speech.
But, okay, so you changed your position on hate speech now.
No,
so
I did not change my position on hate speech. It's been the same.
What is considered hate speech then?
Yeah, I would consider hate speech where it is created an environment, the speech itself has created an environment that is so antagonistic that a person physically cannot exist. That would be an instance of hate speech.
I would simply say that is a shit position because it's reactionary, and that requires people to bully someone into that state before it's a possibility.
Yeah, that would be hate speech.
People to gather around my house and be like, "F you, N-word, F you, N-word."
Yeah, that would be hate speech. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck those people. Yeah, they should go to jail. Yes.
Subjective.
No, it's not subjective. You know what's wild is that we've actually applied. In various European countries, they have enacted very clear hate speech laws that prevent that exact thing what you're talking about. And what happens? Lo and behold, it's actually not a bad society. It didn't create this nightmare 1984 fucking system. It actually, if anything, it's shifted the Overton window in favor of more left-wing policies that ultimately benefit the working class.
And again, completely reactionary. The damage is already done with that.
No, bullshit. The people that go to that do the hate speech, they get a year in jail. That's how it works.
That is subjective too.
It's not subjective. It is based off of clearly defined rules and outlines, and it works.
Okay, so what you're talking about isn't hate speech then. It's literally textbook harassment. If I gather a bunch of people up and scream at your house calling you the N-word every day, I get public disorderly conduct, harassment.
Yeah, well,
So
like,
that's not a hate speech law.
let me ask you this, right? Do you think a person like walking around with, say, like a Nazi flag, and they got a whole bunch of buddies with the Nazi flag, would you say, is that hate speech, do you believe? I do. I believe that is hate speech.
No, I think it's ignorant and stupid shit, but it's not hate speech.
Okay, so you don't think
If
that
they have
that
a terrible
concept
opinion,
literally
it's wrong,
threatens
so-
the existence of a group of minorities by any chance? You don't think it makes it an actively antagonistic and hostile environment right from the get-go?
Antagonistic, maybe.
So, okay,
Probably
here's
even.
the thing, right? You
But
got a
even still-
Hasidic,
even still, that-
Jew who's walking down the street. He's got his Hasidic Jew kids, and there they are next to the Nazis. They can do that? You think that they wouldn't feel antagonized, or that they need to get the fuck out of there?
Well, they might feel that way. That doesn't have any bearing on the law. If the Nazis aren't doing anything to them, it's fine.
No.
Now, if
No.
there's a- if
You're
there's
not
a-
you're not
the Nazis
understanding.
start yelling stuff
You're
at
not
them,
under. I understand what the laws say. I understand that, but I'm trying to detail to you what it would take in order for it to be hate speech, right? Simply calling someone a retard, or saying that fuck your God, that is very, very different from whether or not that you can like openly, like, okay, the example would be like, imagine where it's like, I don't
Are
know,
the Nazis
you're
hurting them?
like in a
Because if they're not,
public.
they can still openly
Hold on,
be
let me
Jews.
finish. Let's say, for example, that you're in that you live in a society where Christianity is not acceptable, right? And all you're doing is like praying in a park or something, and then you've got like, I don't know, 7 or 8 people that are like throwing stuff at you. Maybe they're missing, or maybe they're just like being really antagonistic towards you. Like, then I could say that would be hate speech. Then I would say so. But you have
say
perfect
that's
availability
attempted
to be
assault
able to
for throwing
worship
something.
whatever the heck you
We
want,
already
right?
have
From
laws to
Spaghetti
do.
Monster to Yahweh or the Buddha, and I don't have to believe in any of those things. I don't like in any of those religions, but you can worship those as you see fit. I don't see that that's hate speech.
Well, for starters, for the definition, it was hate speech. And
No.
secondly, in the case of the person praying and people are screaming at them and throwing stuff at them, that's attempted assault or at least battery.
All right,
for the
yeah, no.
attempted
So forget the
resistance.
throwing stuff. It's just an incredibly
And harassment.
antagonistic environment, right? That it's
Harassment and
that
public
position
disorder
that
of
ultimately leads it to being hate speech. That's what I believe. I believe it.
Disorderly conduct. It's already a law.
Disorderly conduct.
Yeah.
No, I
If you're
think
walking
I mean, like,
walking
I got
someone
news
down
for
and
you, man.
screaming at them in public is
A
a
bunch
form
of
of disorderly
Nazis
conduct.
walking around, even if they're just there to peacefully protest, a bunch of Nazis is going to be incredibly antagonistic to a whole group of people. They're going to literally just avoid those people as much as they can, right? Or they'll avoid that area
But you
entirely.
just said that they're walking around just peacefully protesting, right?
Yeah, no,
Even
I
if
think
their
it's hate
bel-
speech, and I think we
even
should
if their
restrict it.
beliefs are vile, even if their beliefs are vile, they have the same rights as you and me.
Yeah, no, I get the argument. I'm saying that it's different in the United States than
You're
it
saying
is
that because
in
you don't agree
European
with
countries.
Their ideas that their rights should be suppressed. That's what you're saying.
No, I am saying that there's
at the
a
end of the
clear
day,
criteria of how you uphold people's ability to exist. And I believe that here in the United States, we have it wrong. We need to enact hate speech laws in the United States because it would lead to a more equitable and just society. I don't believe that it's
Ultimate
leading to
question.
better outcomes letting Nazis protest.
Alternate question. They're going to scream into an empty chamber. Anyway, alternate question. A Nazi's walking through the
Well,
park.
we don't actually
People
see a
start yelling
decrease in
at them,
Nazis. If anything, we see an increase in Nazis because we've been openly permissible towards them.
I'm sorry, can I finish?
Well, I mean, you're saying that they're screaming it into an empty chamber, but the problem is not getting better; it's getting
And
worse.
you're word vomiting over me again.
I'm not word vomiting.
I
I'm
couldn't
telling
make
you
that point.
that
It's not a
I
point.
disagree with your
It's a
idea that they're
non-issue
screaming
like your
into
entire
an
last
empty
call.
chamber. If
Move
anything,
past it.
they're adding credence to
A
them.
non-issue just like the last call. Move past it.
Jesus, man.
Yeah. A Nazi's walking alone in the park, minding his business. He sits on a bench, and a group of people come and harass him. Is that hate speech?
No.
Right. So again, you don't believe in the actual ideology that people follow, and that's what decides what you consider.
I just believe that there are certain ideologies that remove a person's right to exist, and it's instances like that you have to stop those people, right? And it's not you're basically just talking about Karl Popper's paradox of tolerance. I don't believe that you should be forced to tolerate the intolerant. You have to remove those people from society.
I know you don't. You even said they should all be wiped out on another show. I got the clip of it.
Okay.
Yeah, but that is in itself, like, you can't be intolerant, but also be like,
it's just Google Karl Popper's paradox of tolerance. That's what it is. You're saying it's a paradox, but I'm telling you, no, it's not a paradox. To have the tolerant society, you have to have an intolerant. You have to be intolerant to the intolerant. That's how it is.
Then you're saying that your own beliefs don't make fucking sense, dude.
No, they make sense. You just don't acknowledge that they make sense.
Because you're not making sense. You're saying
they do make sense. It's called the paradox of tolerance.
But if this guy
this is already well understood.
This
is already well understood.
Like, you're such a hypocrite. It's
no, it's realizing that you're not tolerant towards intolerant people. Because it results in an intolerant society to do so.
Still intolerant.
Well, yes, you're not tolerating the intolerant, and then that creates a tolerant society. Yes, that's exactly how it works.
Intolerance towards the intolerant creates a tolerant society. Is
Correct.
That what you just said?
Yep.
No, that creates a subclass of people who then get abused by the rest of the society.
Like Nazis. Yeah, I don't think we should have.
Exactly. You're the Nazi in that problem, bro.
No.
You're the Nazi.
No, that's the paradox of tolerance. Jesus Christ, he actually can't. He can't wrap his little brain around it. He can't. He's such a snowflake. He can't hear a concept like "fuck your God" without saying, "Oh, that's hate speech." Oh, my baby.
Fuck. You are just a hypocritical Nazi. Jeez.
All right, bro. I'll be over here arguing for your basic rights, but okay. I'm the Nazi.
You want to take my rights away, so.
No, not at all.
Apparently.
In fact, I want to just make it a more equitable society for everybody.
You're the white. I can't stand that.
Oh, nice, wonderful society. Jesus Christ. What do I call that section? Discussion about tolerating the intolerant. Is saying F your God hate speech? That's funny. I don't believe saying F your God is hate speech. Yeah, I don't like the God. Well, it is 4:00. We've been streaming for about almost 6 hours. And if I don't get any calls in the next, few minutes or so, I think I'm a call it for the day. But that was a wild discussion. Getting shot at by who? Where? Oh my! I just missed again. Well, that's not good. Let me. Ow! I'm dead. For those who are not aware, Karl Popper's paradox of tolerance. I do actually want to share that so you understand where I'm coming up from with that. Karl Popper's paradox of tolerance. I'm so tired of freaking AI being thrown my way. Okay. And I haven't finished the Open Society and Its Enemies. But the paradox of tolerance is a philosophical concept suggesting that if a society extends tolerance to those who are intolerant, it risks enabling the eventual dominance of the intolerance, thereby undermining the very principle of tolerance. This paradox was articulated by philosopher Karl Popper in his book, The Open Society and Its Enemies, where he argued that a truly tolerant society must retain the right to deny tolerance to those who promote intolerance. Popper posited that if the intolerant ideologies are allowed unchecked expression, they can exploit open society values to erode or destroy tolerance itself through authoritarian or oppressive practices. The paradox has been widely discussed within ethics and political philosophy, and varying on views on how tolerant society should respond with intolerant forces. John Rawls, for instance, argued that a just society should generally tolerate the intolerant, reserving self-preservation in actions only when the intolerance poses a concrete threat to liberty and stability. Other thinkers, such as Michael Walzer, have examined how minority groups, which may hold intolerant beliefs, are nevertheless beneficiaries of tolerance within pluralistic societies. I wanted to... there's also like Lockean concept of paradox of tolerance. Locke, tolerance, society, paradox of tolerance. Old Locke. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Let me see here. I'm trying to see if I can find the specific. It's probably faster to do it. Let's see here. Okay. So, under Locke's discussion, A Letter Concerning Toleration, he basically argued that civil government should not interfere with individuals' religious beliefs, and that faith cannot be forced, and it is the state's job to protect things like life, liberty, and property, but not souls, and that religious coercion eventually backfires and leads to hypocrisy, unrest, and persecution. And Locke himself, he did not extend tolerance to everyone indiscriminately. Locke had explicitly excluded groups that threatened public order. So there's like Catholics, for example, pose risks to social contracts, such as the loyalty to the foreign power of the Pope. And he also regrettably, we got a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hello, First Amender. Can you hear me?
I can. What's up?
Well, this is AWOL. I wanted to get into it with you about that last caller and his questions for you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so about the whole hate speech thing. I've talked to you a couple of times, and yeah, I kind of think you're a little hypocritical. But I think your hypocrisy is always based on thinking that because you have good intentions and the other person doesn't, yours are right and theirs are wrong. Is that accurate?
No.
No. Okay. First Amender, I'm just curious about something. Do you believe that there are violent trans people?
Yes.
Do you believe that if the majority of trans people came into power, that they might suppress other groups?
like Nazis? Probably. Yeah, they probably like enact like a civil rights act that would be more extensive in protecting trans people. So if you think that that's suppression, like the ability for people to discriminate, I suppose the answer is no, because I would believe it's the opposite.
Well, now, First Amendment, don't most marginalized groups, when they come into power, suppress the people who suppress them?
No.
I said that when a majority group comes into power, do they suppress the people who suppressed them before?
Sometimes. Depends on who you're talking about.
All right, so again, with this example, do you think that if there were a bunch of trans people in charge, that they wouldn't go after, let's say, organized religion?
No.
Why is that a huh? Can you not hear me?
I said no.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'm having trouble hearing because I'm driving myself. So you said no.
Yeah.
I know the other day we talked to you, said there are a lot of trans members who are in the church, but you also have to admit there are a lot who are very much against the church, correct?
Sure.
Okay, well, if those people come into power, what makes you think that they won't start doing the exact same tactics of the people you hate?
Well, trans people just want to exist. They don't want to control anybody.
Okay, you say that, but again, that's not human nature. What you're doing is that you're giving the benefit of the doubt because they're trans and not just human beings.
Well, I mean, for
No matter
starters,
what
there's not
social-
enough trans people to overtake the United States, Christianity, or really any religion.
Okay, but we are
So
talking
like,
about a hypothetical.
just in reality, like it's just already off of its own is not true. There's also the fact that there are plenty of trans people that are religious. In fact, most of them are religious. So no, they would not go out of the way to subjugate people on the basis of religion, assuming they're in power.
Why do you always give positive attributes? Okay, you give positive attributes to people just because of the group that they land under?
Yes.
Is that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you again. My bad.
I said yes.
Okay. So because someone is trans, they're more likely to not be violent, or they're more likely to be more benevolent in their thinking?
Well, it's not like an amalgamation. They have different views on things. But I like if you said if I like trust somebody, like would I attribute positive characteristics based on certain attributes? The answer is yes. We do this all the time. And me, myself, I do it all the time. Like if somebody is trans, I'm going to have a lot more of a positive like thought towards that person than if that person is a self-described Nazi. That would be a huge difference. I would have an intensely negative reaction to the person called themselves a Nazi.
That's a horrible example.
I'm just saying it's an attribute that you enact positive and negative traits to. Somebody's attribute is that they're a pedophile. I'm going to treat them intensely negative.
All right, you know what? I will concede that point first. I'll change it up slightly. If I said to you that I think that being a Christian means that I'm going to be far more benevolent than someone who isn't a Christian, would you agree with that sentiment?
No.
And I would assume you would disagree because you don't have positive feelings about religion,
That's
correct?
Yes. Yes. I said yes. I don't know if you heard me.
Okay. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm driving. It's a little bit louder than normal. But, okay, so again, let's flip that to the other side of the equation. If someone is trans and you say that, oh, well, they're probably more caring than most people, and I say that I don't think that's the case because I've seen a lot of uncaring trans people. Am I right or am I wrong with that sentiment?
On what? That you see more trans people? Like, I don't understand.
Okay, I'm just saying that by point of view, if you're showing favoritism to a certain group because you favor that group, you should be able to see that you're having little bit of hypocrisy there too. Now, yeah, of course, Nazis, pedophiles, nobody. The reason why I said that's a horrible example. Of course, they have negative things thrown on them because they deserve it.
Can I also
But what I'm saying
include fans of Andrew Wilson and Kristi Noem there? Those are terrible people.
Well, no, you can't. It's like whenever you do that, I'm always in between because, like,
No, they're
I kinda
awful.
think that-
No, fuck those people. They suck.
no, they're not. No,
Yeah,
they're
they
not. Well,
do.
okay, let's put it this way.
They suck.
First Amendment. First Amendment. Me and you probably debated at
People
least
suck.
9 or 10 times now. And like, I'm a red pillar. I like Andrew Wilson. I don't agree with everything he says, but
Brother,
I mean, you
What's
can feel free to
that?
think that. That's cool.
what's that, brother? Imagine
Okay,
being
look,
an
let's
Andrew
be
Wilson
honest, though.
fan. Bruh.
Andrew Wilson is a wonderful debater. Like, you have to acknowledge that. Even if, look, let's be honest.
I got
Even if
vomit
you
in
don't
my
like his
mouth.
ideology- Well, come on, man. You're probably used to vomiting in your own mouth anyway. You drink a lot of soy. That's not the point.
Well,
The
it's
point
it's
is
actually
that
a lot of alcohol,
Wilson-
but that's it's,
Andrew Wilson is a very good debater. Are you going to dispute that?
sure, I guess, sure. I'll grant him that.
Okay, so your dislike of him is what he represents, not how he debates.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
now, as far
now
as
that
the
I
red
actually
pill
now that
ideology-
I think about it, like I keep thinking about it more and more, and it's like, is he a good debater? I mean, he just kind of like just does a lot of ad homs, and everyone's like, yeah, oh yeah, ad hom, and then that's it. Like him in terms of like an actual like serious debate space, he would likely be like seen as like a pretty terrible debater because it's like it's just ad hominem,
no.
like it's.
Come on, first. That's just your bias speaking, man. Here's
I
the
mean,
problem.
did you see
Okay,
what he
I wanna
did
be
to
realistic.
Matt Dillahunty?
I don't think I saw that.
All the hurled insults that he had towards him because he had a trans girlfriend?
Was it part of the debate, or was he just?
No, it's not part of the
yelling
debate.
insults?
He's just saying like, oh, he's got a trans girlfriend, and he had all these disparaging remarks. But now that you think about it, like that's kind of all he does.
No, sorry, you're wrong.
He kind of does that all
Look,
the time, actually. Yeah, no, I think it's a shit
Look.
debater. I take it back.
First Amendment.
Shit debater.
You have to get over this.
Trash debater.
Look, sir.
I call him a
traumatized you.
trubater, as in a
The
trash
man
debater.
traumatized you on the debate stage, and you've never
I'm not
let it go.
traumatized. I'm fine. I'm just telling you how I feel about him.
Yeah, you're
He's
traumatized.
a trash debater.
Whenever anyone mentions him, you always go back.
Yeah, because I go,
walked him into a logical
brother,
fallacy.
because he's gross.
The
He's a
man
gross
hurt you.
human being. He's
The
disgusting.
man hurt you on the debate table,
No,
and you
I
get
just
over it.
no, I just
And
think
then
he's
after
gross
that-
and disgusting.
And then after that, he sicked his wife on you for her to eat you alive too.
Yeah, and then
That's what
and then
really
she
happened.
lost the debate because she literally believes that Beyonce is like using her music to like do like an occultic whatever. Like, she's also a moron.
Oh well, you could.
I
call
read
me
her
a
book. I
conspiracy
read her
theorist,
book.
too,
She's a
because,
moron.
like, I just
She's
think that-
insane.
Did you really read the book? Because I remember you two
Yeah, I read
arguing
her
back
book.
and forth about whether you read it. Did
I did read it.
you
Yeah,
read it, or did
yeah, I
you
did.
skim it for what you want?
No, I read it. I bought it on Audible, and then I listened to the book. That's
Mhm.
what happened.
Okay, I'll give you props for that. But I would say that the thing about music and pushing occultism and things like that, I believe some of that. There's
Oh
a lot
my
of symbolism in music. You do agree to that, right?
I don't believe
Wait. are you
in
saying
in
that-
any of these religions. Like it's just nonsense, right? And especially
stop.
like surrounding
Oh,
the
God.
occult. It's just nonsense, right? And it's like Beyonce just likes making music and making a lot of money, and there you go.
Okay, so she's making music and she's making a lot of money, so that disproves the point that she might be spreading a message. You know how stupid that logic is, right? Like, that doesn't even relate to each
No,
other.
I just have no indication that she's like, ooh, I love Satan and the way that I'm gonna get the kids addicted to Satan is I'm gonna release it in my music. And it's like, bro, you sound crazy. Like this is like Satanic Panic of the 1980s. Like you just sound like a crazy person. And fair enough. They are
First
crazy.
Amender.
They're
You know why
arguing
people-
crazy positions.
You know why
They
people-
are crazy.
Okay, that's 5 crazies in a row. We got
Yeah.
it crazy. Can I finish
She's a
what I'm
crazy
saying,
lady.
please? Yeah. Okay. Here's the 6 times. Wonderful. Here's the problem with a lot of your debates. Matter of fact, let's put it all on the table for a minute. I think that you lose half of your debates because you don't listen to people, and then you belittle points and make them oversimplified. Now, your point to me was that Beyonce is not spreading occultism because she makes a lot of money and she makes a lot of music. That's not a good point. And what I brought up to you was symbolism. So if there's a giant snake in flames and an apple in the background, that's promoting something. Would you agree with that?
No. This could be like a cool snake and an apple. Or maybe a reference to Adam and Eve. But it doesn't mean that they're like pushing, I don't know, Christianity. Like
reference to Adam and Eve, right? Okay, well, if it's a reference to Adam and Eve or Christianity, let's say that she's scantily clad, there's flames, there's the snake, there's the apple. Do you think it's sending a positive message or a negative message? Do you think there's a subtext involved there?
I don't know. Like an apple and a snake. I mean, I can show you an apple and a snake. Am I pushing? No, not in and of itself. No.
Oh my God. So let me make sure that I get this straight. You can look at the Sydney Sweeney ad and do the whole, it's genetics and this. You can see that correlation.
Yes.
But you can't see a correlation between someone who's skin clad singing, like, let's say, a very sexual song in front of a typical biblical scene. You see how you're closed off to just regular logic because you're biased?
No.
No, of course you don't. No. All right, so back to what I was saying before. First Amender, I'm going to make like a bingo card. And one of the days when you're doing a debate, I'm going to check off the boxes for the typical things you do. On almost every call-in show you have, at least 3 people are going to say to you, I didn't say those words. That's not what I said, because you put words in people's mouth. The second thing you do...
Yeah, because I attribute what people say based on their
people.
context clues. I put things together.
Well, yeah,
and then I ask them, do you mean blankety blank? And then they go, I didn't say that at all. What the fuck? I didn't say that. I'm like, yeah, I wasn't sure if that's what you were meaning. So I'm asking as a clarifying question. And I have to like spell it out to these freaking brainlets.
Wow, yo, you are so slimy sometimes. I'll give you a perfect example of how you tend to do that. I'm going to give you the perfect example. Please, let me finish the whole example before you interrupt me. It won't take very long. The last call-in show you had a guy who called in and he was talking about climate change. And he said, climate change is a scam. When he said that, you immediately started giving your defense for why climate change is not a scam. When he tried to interrupt you, you muted him, pulled up information, and talked for 4 minutes straight.
Yep.
Then when you unmuted him and he said, oh, man, this is my first time calling in. How are you going to mute me? I'm just trying to say, you say, don't be meta. Just answer the question. Don't be meta.
Correct.
And then you hung up on him.
Yeah, because he wasn't answering the question. I asked him a direct question, and rather than him answering the question, he obfuscated with meta. Yeah. I'm like, answer the fucking question. Why are you wasting my time?
Okay, and this goes back to the last caller you just had. That person was screaming and yelling at the top of their lungs because it's very frustrating to talk to someone and you're supposed to be in a debate format and they proceed to keep talking over you, or while you're in the middle of making a point, they start saying things that have nothing to do with it. If I say to you that I think that Andrew Wilson is a good debater and I like some of his ideals, you'll say something like, oh, so you like the ideal of women getting slapped around. That's how you debate.
Yeah.
Do you understand? They don't have to actually say that. But, again, if you bring up that context like that, you're putting them in a negative light before they've even presented their position in the argument.
Hold on. If you say that, hey, I like Andrew Wilson's argument, and then I bring up Andrew Wilson's argument, and then like, and you don't deny it right then and there, yeah, you kind of argue in favor of that.
Well, again, wait, stop. First Amender, I wouldn't have to deny it right then and there if you let the person finish the actual sentence. That's my point. Why?
Do I let you finish your sentences?
Motherfucker, you just cut me off right now. Pardon
Just
me. I
now,
didn't
that's
curse.
true, but I
Yes.
do let you finish your
I'm
sentences,
used
do I
to
not?
talking to you, and I don't like talking over people. My God, you're literally doing it right now, man. Okay, so what I was saying was that the Andrew Wilson person, if they say that I like Andrew Wilson's point of view, if you immediately cut in and say what you think about that point of view is negative, you haven't given the person the opportunity to tell you what part of it they like before you've already judged them because of what you think they're going to say. And if you don't believe me, seriously, go back and watch your own debates because this happens constantly. A lot of people tell you, what's his name? Extremo. Extremo tells you 5 or 6 times a debate. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I said. You constantly do this. It's just how you debate, sir.
I mean, when you say a thing and then I attribute a characteristic to you, it's up to you to kind of show me, okay, I don't believe that, and that's fine. We can then discuss that thing. I don't know why this is such a difficult concept.
Okay, I'll explain it to you. I'm going to make this very simple, okay? Just because you decided that's what they're going to say, you're making them defend a point that they didn't actually come to defend in the first place. So again, if I say that I think that women are happier having babies than having a job, and that is actually my stance, but then you bring up, well, Andrew Wilson says that women should be pushed down the stairs, and I have to defend that part of it. I'm not defending what I actually called to talk to you about. Do you understand it now?
Well, it's great because I didn't. I
say
probably wouldn't say, "Oh, do you blah blah blah?" Andrew Wilson, unrelated thing. I would talk about the horrible thing that was just said. Like women they would be happier as stay-at-home moms, and I would say, "Okay, but what if they don't want to do that?" That'd probably be what I would say.
You know what? You probably. I would agree with you on that. You probably would say that. The problem is that if I said the whole stay-at-home moms thing. In most debates, you would let the person say why they think that before you start attacking, but you don't. In other words, you hear certain trigger words, you get emotional, your soy gets all ignited, and you blank out what the person is saying, and you just start rolling on your soapbox about, how could you think this? How could you think this? Oh, and speaking of which, the climate change guy, I believe in climate change, of course I do. But when he said it was a scam, here's something you never even thought of.
Oh,
maybe
please.
he wasn't saying that climate change itself is a scam. Wait. Maybe he's saying that climate change itself isn't a scam as far as that it's not occurring. But maybe he was talking about companies who make money off of fear of climate change. That's a possibility, right?
No, because I asked him, what do you think is causing the ocean acidification resulting in the destruction of the coral reefs? So no, he wasn't arguing it in terms of companies. He believed that climate change was a scam, as in the whole thing is nonsense.
Okay, you're lying. You're deliberately lying right now.
I'm not lying.
Number one,
and don't attribute me of
you are
lying.
lying. You're
A person
lying.
can be mistaken, and not lie. Right? That's just a person being mistaken. I don't lie to people.
Okay. Well, First Amendment. Okay, First Amendment. I'm curious about something. I remember this debate that you had with him. You put him on mute. When he came back, you said he was only talking about meta, and you hung up on him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then how did he get a chance to explain climate change? Or are you talking about what you thought he was going to say?
Because rather than him answering the question that I posed to him, a very clear and direct question, he decided to talk meta instead of answering the question. So it's a waste of time. I'm just like, okay, well, I'm going to hang up.
Okay. So again, you said that he didn't get a chance to answer the fucking question. So if he didn't answer the question, where'd you get that last sentence you were talking about?
Because he just said nothing but meta. He had the choice. Do I answer the question directly or do I talk meta? His answer was talk meta. So I said, stop talking meta. Please answer the question. And I asked the question, and then rather than them talking the question, they then said more meta. So I got to the point that I just muted him and I said, answer the fucking question. Very simple. Stop talking about meta. I don't want to hear meta. I'm going to remove you if you talk about more meta. No, he didn't. He just talked more meta.
Okay, so that's why I called you a liar, because earlier,
How am I a liar?
you actually said
That's what happened.
I'm trying to tell you. Hey, here you are again. This is you. This is you interrupting people and asking questions at the same time. I will tell you. Give me 1 whole minute. It's simple. We were literally just talking, and you said that the man said climate change was a scam, and you added several other things about climate change while you talked about the stats that you brought up. But you also agree that he talked meta and he never answered your question. So it can't be both things. Either you decided what he was going to say, or he said it, and he never said it because you muted him.
I
Correct?
don't even know what you're talking about at this point.
Oh my God! Would you like me to slow it down just a little bit? Because I'm only going to be here for like another minute because I'm on the road. I'm getting ready to stop. But I'll say this really quickly. You said the last caller, when you were talking about climate change, he said climate change is a scam. You started asking him why it's a scam, and you overtalked him. You then muted him, pulled up your information,
Because he
and
was
you
talking
talked about
meta.
why climate change.
I swear to God,
Okay,
we
wait.
need to just
See,
sit
again, you
down.
can't control
We need
yourself.
to just like
You can't
sit down
control
on
yourself for
Discord
one
and
fucking
watch.
answer. It's too simple.
We need to watch this stuff together on Discord because I want to see like where your brain goes, which is obviously different from where my brain goes, and which one of us is really just off the ball in how they remember it.
Trust me, you're off the ball here, sir. I'm telling you right now. Even
I'm
it's
sure.
in your own explanation. If you muted him, wait, let me ask you a question seriously. If you muted him, and then when he came back, he only spoke in meta terms, then when did he get a chance to explain why climate change was a scam?
Well, he didn't. He spoke meta.
Oh, he didn't get a chance? Well, then how the
No,
fuck did he
because he
explain
spoke
it? That's
meta.
the point. You never gave him a chance to explain it.
Well, because he spoke meta.
First,
Dude,
I swear,
listen.
man, talking to
If
you is
I'm
like,
talking, if I show up, right, talking about, I go to like, I don't know, a kid's retreat, and my goal is to talk about coloring books, but rather than talking about coloring books, I instead chose to talk about the Bush administration and its contributions to the war in Iraq. And so then I say, why didn't you talk about coloring books? And then I continue talking about the war in Iraq. And then someone gets mad at me saying, well, you didn't give them a chance to talk about coloring books. You removed them from the stage. And then I said, no, I removed him from the stage because he was talking about the Iraq war when I hired him to do coloring books. Do you see my problem? They chose to not talk about the subject.
I see your example. It's a poor-ass example, and it has
Jesus.
nothing to do with what we're talking about, to be
It
honest.
does. It
Because here's the
does,
concept
because
of
rather than
meta.
him answering the
Wait.
question directly, his response was meta. He never wanted to answer what I was concerned about, and I answered all of his questions as he threw them at me. And then you're saying, well, the reason why is because because he got muted. But the problem is he chose to talk meta. That's why. That's why I removed him.
Okay,
because
wait,
I knew I
you're
wasn't going to
saying-
get an answer out of
you're
him.
saying-
I knew it was just going to get more meta, right? You know what meta is, by the way, right? You know what I'm talking
Okay,
about when
so
I say meta?
Yes. Okay. Oh God. Yes, dog. You said meta 20
Well,
times.
I
This
don't know.
conversation is
I don't
15,
know.
that one.
Not everybody's
If
in
we do
debate
wanna talk-
spheres.
Okay. If we do want to talk about meta, right? The whole crux of your argument was that he said, hey, I'm new to your channel. Why do you keep muting me? Let me actually speak. You're saying that he has to present his point, and he can't even defend himself, that you won't let him speak. Do you
No.
understand why he would be upset about that?
So when he says, if you just let me speak, then that would be great. I said, okay, so talk. What is the answer to blah de blah? Yeah, but you won't let me finish talking. Then fucking answer it. I'm giving you the option to talk now. Give me the answer. Yeah, but you won't let me finish. Why won't you let me? Do you see how this works?
Wow. Okay, you know what? This is what we're going to do first. You know, normally I love to talk to you for a long time and whatnot, but I got to pull off and whatnot. I really am going to do that bingo thing in your comments in the next video. Because if you really pay attention to it, you will hear how many times people tell you you're misrepresenting them or you're not actually listening to their actual point.
Okay.
And if you self-evaluate, you'll see it yourself. Fair enough?
Okay.
Anyway, have a good day, First Amender.
Bye-bye, AWOL. All right, let's see. 1825, talking about meta discussions. All right. I've been streaming for 6 hours and 18 minutes. I am EP, and I want to take a nappy. Or, I don't know, maybe I just want to do nothing. When's the last time I just do nothing? Well, anyway. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I enjoy these. I enjoy them a lot. If you're not subscribed, why aren't you subscribed? Why? I'm mad at you. Subscribe. If you like the content, I don't know. It's pretty fun. I like doing it. We're sitting at 749 subs. Man, we're going to be hitting 1,000 subs before we know it. And when we do hit 1,000 subs, you know what we're going to do? We're going to do the mascot stream. Oh my God, it's going to be so cool. It's going to be so fun. We're going to do a mascot. So the mascot stream is I make like a generic skeleton design. And I'll type something, anything, and then people just respond right after what I typed. And whoever first responds gets to choose what goes on the mascot. They get to pick one item. And whatever it is, I just draw it. And then we keep doing that until we have a full mascot. It always looks terrible, by the way, just FYI. But it's really, really fun. You're going to love it. Y'all are going to love it. So, subscribe. Bruh. We're going to see that happen. It's going to be cool. All right. All right. Thank y'all very much. I'm going to stop for now. We'll have more conversations, more debates, more discussions. It's going to be cool.